Hello, everyone. Welcome once again to World Leader Summit 2021, which is happening from 5th of November to 9th of November. And today, this is Sunday. I know that all of you are probably enjoying with your family, but we had a lovely, beautiful discussion since morning. We had a kids panel, then we had investor panel. And of course, one of the finest VC fund founder, he came and he shared amazing views. And after that, we had Fabrice, which is my good friend. He had a beautiful panel of entrepreneurs sharing great insights with each other. The kids panel actually happened really interesting. All these 5 kids, they started on their own without any kind of capital, zero money. And then they started their own indie studios, their own game development studio, and then they are now earning money. 3 of them, they earned money to start their own company and then buy their own laptop and computers, which is really fascinating. Then after that, we awarded 2 kids from class 9 standard from India itself who own the national awards for AI and IoT. Oh, wow. That was an energetic first half of 7th of November. And guess what? What's going to happen? We have another amazing speaker and a great entrepreneur from Portugal. Welcome Miguel to World Leader Summit. Talking about Miguel, Miguel is an entrepreneur since 1987. He is a founder of several companies and NGOs, experienced business strategist. He is a negotiator, business broker, and business mentor. Since 1994, strategic management advisor for several institutions in Portugal, Brazil, and USA. Welcome to World Leader Summit, Miguel.
Welcome. Thank you very much for your invitation.
So the stage is yours. Please enlighten us with your subject line and your speech. We'll be more than happy to understand, learn, and increase our wisdom.
Well, I'd like to say that first, life is simple. We complicate it. So what we need to do is to start, and especially as entrepreneurs, people think that the privilege that an entrepreneur has is that he can create his own destiny somehow, define the rules of the game, and select the people around them. And when you are doing entrepreneurship, it's important that your mind should be on solving real problems for real people, not just making money. Making money is a result of natural economic development that you do. But what is really important is that you solve problems. The world is big. There are more than 7 billion people worldwide. So it's not that difficult to find something that some people will value. And if they will value, then naturally you make money. But that is a different approach than just financial gains. Financial gains is just buying and selling with no value added, just creating inflation and creating inequalities and creating the problems that we see in the world today. So I think it's really important that when we are deciding to start a business, or better, resolve a problem to someone else, it's important that we have in mind who we are working for, because in reality, you are having fun. Ideally, when you start your business, when you have your ideas, you should have fun, because naturally, when you do things with fun, you naturally outperform yourself, and it's not a sacrifice. And that makes a huge difference. But if you are doing that and solving real problems for people in India, in Australia, in Portugal, in the United States, wherever they are, the beauty of the world today is that we are all connected. We are talking, we met somehow over the social networks, we create relationships. So we have the essential, because human development started with communication when humans long time ago learned to start speaking. And now we have this potential over the net to connect with everybody in the world. So I think that when we are investing, it's really important to do just basic questions. And the basic questions is, what is the problem that we are trying to solve, or this business is trying to solve? And that is about sustainability. And in reality, if you just look at the word economy twice, you see that the first 3 letters of the word is eco, and eco is the whole environment where we are in. So economy, by definition, the word in itself should be sustainable. Unfortunately, it's not. There are a lot of businesses like Coca-Cola, like ExxonMobil, and like many others, that they forget the eco part of it. So it's phenomic. So it's just financial gains for a small group of people on behalf of a lot of people. So I think that when we are starting a company, or when we are deciding to invest in a company, we should go back to basics. And back to basics is, does this company solve a real problem that contributes for the health of someone? Because that's one aspect of human life that we need to take care. If yes, fantastic. If no, okay. But if it is negative, we should stop immediately. So, and the same happens, we should ask the question for health, for environment, for security, which is very important, because without security, as you see now in Afghanistan and other countries, you have no life. Unfortunately, we live in places in the world that are very peaceful, so we never think about security. But you know, that's a problem. Sometimes when you have things for granted, we forgot how important they are, and we only realize how important they are when we lose it. So I think that, and there are businesses, as you know, that they contribute positively to security, but there are others that contribute negatively to security in a long term. So again, it's a basic question. Does the business, does the company that you are developing, does this investment is contributing positively, neutral, or negative to security? So if you just do 4 questions for each businesses, so you don't need to be a scientist, you don't need to to create fancy algorithms or whatever. You just go back to basics and see, is this investment, is this company solving a real problem that affects positively health, or positively education, or positively security, or positively environment? Then we have a sustainable business by definition. You see, so then we can put our investment on it. And the thing is, if the investment community start looking at their investment strategy always in terms of real economic development, they will be their investments will be profitable too, but with the certainty that we are not compromising the future of the next generations. And that is the very big problem that we have now. Because in my generation, I think that my generation is the first generation in history that, being completely aware of the impact of our attitude towards nature and the world, we kept doing it and creating a bigger problem. Because my parent generation before, there was still the idea that technology could solve all the problems, and natural resources were endless. So there will be always hope for the future. So it's the generation post Second World War, my parent generation. But my generation, I remember since I was a kid, I was always very much interested in everything. I'm very curious by nature. And one of the main sources was National Geographic. And I remember to read and to watch on National Geographic shows, documentaries, exactly what is happening today. And a lot of people were saying, well, this is just, leftists or whatever, and putting brands on the things. But the reality is that what we see today, I don't know about India. No, I know about India because I see on the television. I don't know in person, but I can see in India or in Australia what is the impact of all the wrong decisions that were taken in the last 50 years. And we don't have much more time. And again, it's important that we are here in a community of creators, let's say, because in reality, entrepreneurs, real entrepreneurs are creators, and they are the strikers of the society, because those are the ones that are on the front, and they have the drive to follow the light even when nobody sees the light. That is the real definition of an entrepreneur, is someone that still believes in something while most people still don't see it. Those are the real entrepreneurs. And if we guide or if we create a framework that people start asking the basic questions that I mentioned before. Is what I'm doing a contribution to health, to security, to human development, or to ecology? If we always put these questions, and if we never put our money and our time, because our time is even more important than our money, because money, you can get it back, right? Time, the minutes that we are spending or investing in this conversation will never go back, unless if you have a time machine, that unfortunately we don't, but at least in our lives, there is no time machine. So every minute that we spend in one direction is something that you must spend very well, otherwise you cannot be regretted, because it will never come back. While money, no, money you can lose and you can win it again. So it's very important that we think about the human community as a potential of talent to solve problems to other humans. And if you look in this perspective, we will start looking at our investment strategies and the investment criteria in a way that will produce obviously sustainable development. Because if you have people in India solving the problem of poverty, solving the problem of people in poverty in India probably will be a contribution in many other countries, as long as we can connect and share the experiences. But those are real problems, and in reality, it has the potential to generate a huge amount of money, because economy is made by human beings collaborating. That's the only way you generate economy. And then there's another aspect about economy, which is managing the resources, natural resources. But what has the potential to grow infinitely is the human collaboration aspect of the economy, because all the resources are scarce and are limited. Even water is limited. So if we look to the resources that are unlimited in economic value, we are talking about human collaboration. And we know the exponential effect of human collaboration. We never know what will happen as a consequence of this conversation, of this conference that you organize, because we are connected with many people. Some people we see, some we don't. And maybe those people reach out later on and they have other ideas that connect with me or you in India, or Marco in Sydney, or whoever. And that's how you really create economy, is by human collaboration, using our most important resource, which is our minds and our brains, to try to find solutions that we will enjoy doing it, but simultaneously we will create a solution that someone will value. And if someone will value, will pay for it. If it pays, then we have our profits. But it's completely different than try to, just think about this. When you have people creating, for instance, an app, which can be very useful or not, but if you have an app, like a game, for instance, a game that people are spending 5 hours on average, and the game is about killing other people, you cannot expect that the mindset of all those gamers will be a creative mindset, because they will be spending part of their lives, on average, 5 hours a day of their lives. That's the numbers, the latest numbers I check about, for instance, Call of Duty. But if you look at the app in itself, to create the game, it required a lot of talent, because there's a lot of technology, effects, digital effects, design, scenery. So there's a lot of talent. The story is wrong, but the talent is there. So what we need to do? We need to do, to people that are thinking about creating a war game, why don't you try to use the same gamification aspects that you can have in a war game, but with a different story, with a story that instead of instilling violence between people, it will instill creativity between people and collaboration. And that's it. If you just change the mindset, then the collaboration potential will be turned into kinetic collaboration energy, And that is what is important, that all of us, community of entrepreneurs and investors, to be aware of, is doesn't matter the return on investment of the business only. You need to look at the whole, the real, when you calculate the return on investment, you always forget all the costs that normally a business can generate in the future. A very good example is the fossil fuel that we are seeing. And the fossil fuel industry, later on, when they finish their business, they will come back and they will offer their services to clean the mess that they did. But again, we will pay again for that cleaning process. So we need to change that mindset. We need to change the mindset and try to look at the human potential and the human creativity and collaboration potential as the main and infinite source of human development. And taking that in consideration, using and managing in a wise way the resources that we have available that are limited. Some might look unlimited, but they are not. They are always limited because we live in this sphere, unless if you find a better solution to go to other planet. But I don't want to go to Mars, because the best scenario of being in Mars is worse than the worst scenario in Sahara. So I think that if we spend the same energy and the same human brightness in trying to solve the problem of living in Sahara, it will be more useful for mankind than to try to look of a solution of a planet that we know by definition that the best scenario that we can expect in that planet, even in 200 years from now, is worse than the worst scenario that we can have here in places that are inhospitable today, like the Sahara. So, and this kind of imagine that all the resources that are spent in businesses, that in reality it's human effort that generates no sustainability impact. If you redirect that to solve real problems, then we can have profits, we can have benefits along the process, and we'll be solving the problems that we have in the world today. So basically, going back to the beginning of my conversation, if all of us, when we look at a new business, if we just ask these 4 questions, is this business contributing to health? And then say positive, negative, or neutral. If neutral, you can keep going. If it is positive, fantastic. If it is negative, stop immediately. Because if one of those 4 criteria are not met, I mean, health, education, human development, and ecology, and this is not new, it's the Maslow theory again. If one of those 4 criteria are not met, doesn't matter what you are trying to do. You are not solving problems, you are creating another problem. And that's what we need to start focusing on your mind, being simple, forget jargon, just look at human beings and solving problems, and use our imagination and our collaboration potential, especially with the extension that the technology offers to build things that we will enjoy, even a game, but instead of a game to kill people, why not a game to empower people to create solutions or empower people to love? Because people think, wow, this guy is utopic talking about love. No, love is much better than hate or war. So, and again, you can create a game that you empower love or peaceful collaboration instead of a game that, well, it's very easy to, because human beings by nature, Freud told us that many years ago, they are naturally attracted by 2 things, blood and sex. So those are 2 things that we are always curious about. Okay, but we can do better than that. And if we have to choose between blood and sex, let's do it sex, but at least we don't kill anybody.
Super, amazing. We have got a few questions from the social media. I'll first open this platform for all the panelists to probably unmute themselves and then ask question if there is any. If not, then I will go to the social media questions later on. So I'll start with the panel. Like, if you want to unmute yourself, please raise your hand in Zoom. I will unmute you and then you can ask question. Sure, Marco.
Hi, Miguel. Thanks very much. It was very enlightening. Sorry about my throat. Just regarding entrepreneurs in Europe, where you're from, Portugal, what's the climate for, or should I say, what's the feeling during COVID? Is it positive for entrepreneurs to think about a future ahead of post-COVID? And how is communities reacting to investment into startup businesses?
Well, I started my career as an entrepreneur when I was 19 already, and I started at that time using teleworking. It was called teleworking very much, and essentially because it was a way for me to be working from here to other countries while still living in Portugal and just traveling occasionally. So the good thing, why I'm telling you this, because now one of the good aspects about the COVID is that people broke the preconceptions, mental preconceptions about distant working, teleworking, remote working, whatever. And when you break that barrier, then you start seeing a new ocean of opportunities. And for instance, in one of my companies, Corkbrick, some of my shareholders in the beginning were saying that we were a little bit crazy because most of the model or organization model was relying on teleworking as much as we can. So if we can, we use teleworking, only if we cannot. But now, obviously, nobody thinks that we are crazy anymore because exactly because of that, we didn't feel the same impact of COVID as other businesses because we had this kind of flexibility. I think that unfortunately, COVID and other things is a reality that we need to learn to deal with and find solutions to the problem. The general environment, answering to your question in terms of entrepreneurs and business, I think it's positive now. It went this way because the first wave, initially, people became very much concerned, but then they relaxed and they saw hope with vaccines and all those things. Then we had the second wave. The second wave, people put brakes totally. So investment stopped, but there is always, the real entrepreneurs are people that over problems, they get stimulation to find solutions to those problems. And that's what we need to do. So, but I think that in general terms, the atmosphere is very positive. Europe responded more or less well in terms of economic attitude. But the next year will be a critical year because so far there has been money from the governments to try to support some people that lost jobs and things like that. But let's see what happens next year. Hopefully we will solve it. But I think that it's time to entrepreneur, to do entrepreneurship.
Okay, I'll open this. Once again, if you want to ask, please raise your hand. Or before you do that, I think it is fair to take one question from the audience, which is there in our social media, because there are live around 17, 18 people are watching. Okay, from Kaushik, the question is, have you ever checked different ecosystems? Like if you want to compare Portugal versus Vietnam, UK or Ukraine, have you ever check that, and what is your feedback?
I did, but not in that. Well, my experience is mostly Europe, United States, and Brazil. A little bit, very little in Africa. But well, it's a good challenge. I'll be more than welcome to share some ideas with people from. I'm obviously. I'm aware of the developments that we got from the news in terms of the Vietnam and other Southeast Asia countries, and even India and Pakistan and Bangladesh and other things. But I need to learn a lot. So,
next question. Okay, there are comments. These are not questions. Awesome. It's called Real Wisdom. Then there is a compliment, and then there is another question from someone from UK. how do you manage your time? Because you're running several different ventures together.
Well, actually, again, the fact of using teleworking, I still use the word teleworking, although now it's not trending, it's remote working, but doesn't matter. It's working regardless of where I am as an instrument of essentially freedom. Because of two things. First, we can connect easily. We have a worldwide audience here, and people distributed in this panel from different places of the world, which makes the management of our time much more efficient. So this is a fantastic instrument, your phone, but you can use it as an enslavement instrument or a freedom instrument. It's your choice. The same happens with teleworking and all that technology provides to us. In my way of thinking, I really like to enjoy life as much as I can. I have 4 kids. I have already a grandson. I happen to live in a very nice place that I can go to beach almost every day. And I only can do that because most of my professional activity, I can be highly efficient because I don't waste part of my life moving from point A to B, unless if I really want to do it because it's for fun. But for business, even when I have meetings in people in Lisbon, for instance, I say, and for many years, not just now, let's do it online because at least I save 45 minutes of commute that nobody is winning, because I don't like to be in a line of cars. And even some years ago, in a project, I calculated what was the cost of the traffic line between the city where I live, which is Cascais, and Lisbon, which is very close, just 30 kilometers away. You can do it in 15 minutes normally, but on the daily basis, the traffic costs, at least at those days when the gasoline was at €1, now it's 2. At those days, the marginal cost of the line of traffic was €1 million a day. And if you do the same calculation in any city in the world, you'll be surprised. And for those numbers, I only consider the marginal cost of gas that you consume because you are in a line of traffic, so you spend more gas on it, and the average cost of opportunity of your time. Because if you are in a car, obviously you are not being productive. You are not being an economic element in the society. You are just, it's the only people that are gaining in a short time basis is who sell the gas. All the others are losing, and all the others are paying for the bill. And you are losing what is the most important aspect that you have in your life that connects with a question, which is your life, your time. I only have hope to have 44 years in my front, so I need to use it very wisely.
Okay. One more question from the panel itself, then we'll move to the next speaker. If you want to ask, maybe Ravi or Marco or anybody, you can unmute.
Sure. Michael, thank you so much for the great session that you just shared about. A while back, I visited Portugal before the COVID era. And before I was visiting Portugal, someone told me to know one fact and to be very, very honest on that fact. And if I go against that fact, people might get angry with me in Portugal. And that fact was Cristiano Ronaldo is the best football player in the world. If I don't believe that, people will throw me out of Portugal. So, jokes aside, I just wanted to take back on your session and want to understand, from social entrepreneurship side, we talked about how positive things for the world are the current need of the human society. What do you think are the current limitations globally for social entrepreneurs to achieve the same growth, the same scalability as compared to the other side in terms of revenue, in terms of impact, and so on? So what do you think are the current limitations in those areas?
Well, I think that, again, it's always a question of reference. We let us go in the wrong reference. And then we allow people to divide social entrepreneurs and non-social entrepreneurs and sustainable entrepreneurs. For me, there is only one thing. They are entrepreneurs. So, and if you are an entrepreneur, when you are solving a social problem, you are generating an economic value. What you need to do is to quantify what is that economic value, because when we save lives, even if you are in the middle of Africa, where the potential economic value of 1 year of work for one person is very low, but even so, when you save one life, you have a potential, when you move someone that is inactive because of the disease to someone that is active, if you just calculate the marginal benefit that you have here, then you'll see that a lot of what we call social businesses, and people look, well, this is just social businesses. It should be exactly the opposite, because these businesses, normally, they are generating economic value much higher than Coca-Cola, for instance, or than ExxonMobil, you know? Well, I don't mention their names again, otherwise, my life will be on a So the key thing here is how you look at the rules of the game. And going back to the beginning of my conversation, the benefits that you have when you start something, when you start solving a problem for human beings, social and economics, it's all the same, because in reality, it should be, again, if you don't forget that economics has echo before that, when you mention social is a sustainable outcome. So what you have to do is just to try to use your own metrics and challenge the current metrics, because the current metrics, in my metaphor, I like to divide, entrepreneurship or the world in sharks and dolphins. Sharks are non-sustainable, and dolphins are people that through collaboration, intelligence, and creativity, they figure out that they can solve much more problems. The shark attitude is just try to kill as fast as they can to survive. What they forget, especially the sharks with 2 legs, is that one day the biggest shark come in and will eat them, as you've seen even in the movies, right? So a shark attitude is not sustainable, like we can see even in terms of businesses today. So we need to move to the dolphin, what I call the dolphin attitude. Dolphin attitude, you smile, you enjoy the day, you find other people that you can collaborate. You are much stronger when you collaborate with other people, and you are not trying to take advantage of the others. No, it's a win-win situation. A good deal is a deal that you get out of the deal and you are happy and I'm happy. It's not a deal that I go out and I say, well, I could misguide the guy and I made a fantastic deal. No, it's not, because in one day in the future, you'll discover that you were misguided. So going back to your original question, I see what you call social entrepreneurship. I just call it entrepreneurship. So, and we need to think about that. And in reality, you have, when you are doing what you call social entrepreneurship, if you quantify the economic value of the solutions that you are creating in that area, you will see that it's much higher than, for instance, Call of Duty.
That's so true, Miguel. Ajit, do we have a time for a follow-up?
Yes, we will do that, but after the next speakers are done, because it's already time for the next speaker. So sorry for this. Thank you. Hope all of you can understand and sorry. So we will take more questions. I'll ask Miguel to kindly stay with us and please mute himself, because we have practically 3 more questions from social media. I'm sure in the panel there are many other questions, but this is the time I will probably ask our next speaker, Rohana, to kindly unmute herself. She is there. Okay, so let me welcome our next speaker. I'll give a different kind of introduction for her. Well, she's a Chief Change and Planet Officer, an investor, a Princess Trust mentor, a Trustee Education of Africa co-founder at Reclaim Earth CIC, and Iri Jain. And if I really want to go deep into the bio, It's really an amazing bio that I can see, and we are extremely happy and privileged to have you among us. Welcome to World Leader Summit 2021, happening from 5th to 9th. The stage is yours, please.
Hi, thank you so much for that introduction. It always sounds weird when somebody else is saying it, so thank you very much. Yeah, I'm delighted to be here, and I'm going to screen share because I've got a couple of slides, so just bear with me for a second while I do that. There's not much more else you need to know about me, so I don't need to add to the bio. So for the next 20 minutes, I'll try and keep it shorter. I know we're slightly over now. We're going to be focusing on, or I'm going to be focusing on, the challenges of ESG investing. So I'm sure we'll be touching on subjects that Miguel has just been talking about as well. If there are any questions, please filter them through to the process. So yes, my name is Rona Morel and I'm based in the UK, and I'm going to be talking you through what is ESG. Might sound obvious, but we'll take you through the basics. What are the challenges to ESG investment? How we can actually impact, what can we do about it? A little bit on science-based targets, and then a brief summary. And I just wanted to start with this great quote from Albert Einstein, which is, "We will require a substantially new manner of thinking if mankind is to survive." I should say womankind as well, shouldn't I? If all living beings are to survive. So first of all, what is ESG? So E is for environmental, S is for social, and G is for governance. It's an evaluation of a firm's collective consciousness, really, around the social and environmental impacts that it will have on society as it does its business as usual and its day-to-day activities. It's typically a score that's compiled to collect data from its what we call scopes 1 to 3 emissions and data, and it's relative to the intangible and tangible aspects of that society. So this is why it can sometimes get quite hard. Investors are increasingly looking at this score. The G for governance has probably been around for 25 years. Probably most listeners who have worked in a business have had to fill out bribery and corruption documents and watch videos where they work to sign up to this. So that's something that's not necessarily new. But the E very much looks at our physical and our natural capital. So really around things like, what does our day-to-day business do to impact biodiversity loss, any risks to flooding, weather, and this can actually be really quite difficult to measure. But as we move in this transition, the capital assets from the fossil fuel industry is obviously an element that the financiers are looking at. So it's all about, how do we kind of risk manage our transition from where we are today to where we're going to. And as you know, with the fossil fuel industry, if we're going to have to write down all of those assets, that will have a huge knock-on impact to pricing globally, to pension funds globally. And then equally, what does that mean for every individual around the planet? However, the good news is it does provide lots of opportunities for innovation and collaborations to work around how we minimize this risk and the capital loss that it can survive. In terms of social, I always look at this very much as, just look around you and your family and your workplace. This really is all about your employees, your suppliers, contractors, and your consumers. And this is where the power of investment into ESG areas and how well you score and how transparent you are can really prove dividends. It looks at things like your workers' rights. It looks at ensuring that we're not discriminating, and that fully through our supply chain, we're really clear on who we're working with, the working environment, the hours that they work, avoiding obviously things like child labour. And when it comes to industries like metal mining or tobacco industries, really looking at the health of the workers, of the people who are providing the end product or helping towards that end product. Again, here there's great opportunities. The health sector is very large and diverse and is being heavily invested in. It does have robust investment returns, and there's a movement now into a lot of diagnostic developments to help developing countries, to enable them to get a better access to healthcare, and how we can reach millions more people instead of the rich Western world that, you know, I sit in, and many of us on this call will sit in too. And if we finalise on G for governance, as I say, this has been around for a long time, but this is really about our corporate governance and our integrity. So I think corporate governance, as I said earlier, it's kind of how we process ourselves through policies, procedures. Our employees are signed up to it, we talk about it, and we share it on our website, and it's open data. But one of the things really that is close to my heart is obviously integrity. And so this is really about how we steer clear of any corruption, bribery. And for many people that seems far-fetched, but for a lot of businesses, when you map your true supply chain, will interlink into many areas, if not rooted out from a very early stage. So that really is what ESG is. And this is often packaged up as sustainability, and it's packaged up as our natural capital. By its very nature, is very much harder to read and evaluate and get data, but we'll come on to that next. So what are the biggest challenges around ESG? So there's a couple of words here that I've pulled out. We've got greenwashing, transparency, reporting, supply chain data, and long versus short term. And I'll just briefly touch on each one. But a stat here, more than 53% of respondents from a recent survey has said that the challenge they face in investing in sustainable ventures or ESG businesses is that there's a lack of transparency and recorded data, and that's up 40% from 2 years ago. And that tells us that we're doing a good job of raising awareness of these areas, but what we're not doing a good job of is actually giving investors the skills, the knowledge, and the data that they need. Now, I could be a little bit brutal here and say that many investors are only interested in very short-term returns. It's all about, I'm sure you know in businesses, what's your sales this month? Where are we this week? How are we doing for the quarterly updates? And that's how we've all been in that environment. And it's very much, what are your weekly, daily targets? So there is a resilience to this longer term investment that ESG requires, because if we're talking 2030 and if we're talking transition doesn't happen in 2 years, it will take longer. So I think one of the skill sets that we need to encourage potential investors, whether that's angel, VCs, etc., is this longer term vision. And that needs to be shown in the numbers. It's, if someone's there asking you the questions, that's a great idea. When can I get out? Can I get my return on investment in 2 years? You're going to have more of a difficult conversation to lead with that. The supply chain data. Now, historically, our scope 1 and 2 data, which is things that we control ourselves. So things like your energy within your shop or your factory or your office, any vehicles that you may have, and the actual energy that you bring in to the office is actually your responsibility as well. You might not make the energy, but it is your responsibility to report. Has always been quite easy to achieve and be transparent on. However, when we come to our scope 3, which is very much our supply chain, and let's imagine a calculator, I'm making a calculator. The reality is that there's somebody that makes the buttons, someone that makes the solar panel, there's the batteries. And the collection of that data is where it becomes a lot harder and there is more resilience in this area. And my recommendation to anyone listening here is, do try and get hold of that data. It's okay to tell your supply chain you're not expecting them to be perfect now, but what you do expect to see is a transition plan of how they plan to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions themselves, and you can help them to report on that and share that knowledge as you transition to that net zero, which we hope everyone listening here today is focusing on to 2030. everyone talks 10 years. We've probably got about 9 now. So the time is ticking. Through that, then, the transparency and reporting, I think many people are scared of this, and they feel that it gives their competitors a advantage to know their business, but also that it might give them a pricing advantage. So, for example, if I'm not doing my reporting and data and I don't have a plan, I'm probably not investing in this space myself. So that's one question, and one thing that you can push to any potential investors in your business is by proactively showing them what you're doing, and therefore that investment, when put under scrutiny, can be held up strong in anyone's eyes, be that through the social environment, through governance, through economics. It's all there, and your supply chain that you're working with are fully on board. But above and beyond all of this is the good old greenwashing. This is a pet hate, of course, of many people, and we see some amazing headlines. I think Shell recently said they're the most environmentally friendly fossil fuel. Please check out a recent TED talk with Christiana, and you'll probably feel very, very differently from that statement. Coca-Cola have been working recently on improving their recyclability rates on plastic, and they're working with oceans. They are the biggest plastic polluter in the world, so of consumer products. So a lot of this headline grabbing sounds good, but when you just scratch the surface just a little bit, and I do like to call it common sense, you soon realize that using virgin plastics and continuously burning fossil fuels, really, it's not that you can't make these bold claims. So to avoid this greenwashing, absolutely have some honest conversations around your supply chain and what you're doing. So there's some of the big challenges, and that's some of the things that will put off investors, but also provides a really great opportunity for you to attack each of those areas and present those as part of your business plan. So what can we do? How can we impact this? Again, a couple of things here is around that I wanted to touch on is that, yes, as part of your business, we can look at projects and offsetting. The one thing I'd like to really say here is that for any offsetting projects that you would like to yourselves invest in, please make sure you've done your due diligence and that they've got gold standard recognition and certification. And offsetting should really only be done, and this is your permission to ask others too, when you've got a net zero plan. So when you've got that small gap at the end that you can't quite get to yet, that's okay to offset it. But what it's not okay is to say, oh, I've worked out my carbon, my GHGs, it's 60,000 tons, I'm just going to invest in a project. That might feel like the right thing to do, but it's very short-term minded. So secondly, absolutely don't be afraid to go and work out your scope 1 to 3 data. There are some amazing tools out there now, both online and also with people, you know, like myself who work in the industry, that can help you get that data and understand where you are today. And a little saying that I always have, which is, you know, it's okay to not be perfect, but it's not okay to not know where you are and what your plan is to try and reduce and improve your business. Looking at certification, reporting and evidence, I think all of these things, again, tie in with communication. And I think being transparent on your site, talking on socials, thinking about the less obvious business ways to reach your, not just your consumers, but also your stakeholders, your employees. What do they know about what you're trying to achieve? Because I guarantee the people looking at this now and putting the importance on this, doesn't just have the financial benefits, but it has the benefits of being a leading brand, a brand that consumers, and especially, you know, people who are younger than me, are really challenging what organizations are doing. So looking at retention and staff You know, if your staff know you don't care about the environment, for some it'll be okay, but moving forward, that will get more and more pressure and transparency on it. And likewise, you know, things like your pensions that you may be running within your business or organization, or look at the investors themselves, the people that you might be looking to investment for. Where do they place their money? Where is the company that you might want to work with? Are they investing in fossil fuels? Are they investing in cigarettes and tobacco? We can all do these things on an individual, but also a business perspective. And lastly, I'm not an expert in this area, but please look at the future benefits that blockchain and crypto are going to be driving into this area. I've put a little chart just up there on the screen, but what it's going to be allowing us to do is really lock in that transparency and reporting, and eliminate the ability to greenwash. And I nearly swore on your I nearly said the BS word, but I won't. That goes on in business. And I think there's some great sites at the moment, and some areas of development where they'll be looking at the incentives. Carbon tax will come. I do believe carbon tax will come. It will look at things like the elements of the business around the social, the non-profit areas, the intangibles. So it's a real watch out space. And I do hope to learn more about that, but definitely worth having a little look on Google and looking at some of the great sites that are already coming up already. How am I doing on time? Nearly done. So lastly, I'll just touch briefly on a science-based target. So this is another thing that organizations and people can do, and investors will also start looking at. So if you're not aware of science-based targets, it's the world's first framework that allows, in a nutshell, it will work with you to drive targets that will align with the science-based targets, which are keeping to 1.5%. There is a degree between the 1.5 and 2, but ultimately, if your targets align with these science targets, you can then sign up and report. There's just over 1,000 companies already using this. The reality is that's not very many companies when you look at the world out there. So there is a big push here on the private sector to play its part. And we've touched on this before, but by aligning yourself with something that really is quite strict, very transparent, but also allows for collaboration, opportunities to innovate, it will allow your organization to look at boosting its investment, whether that's at seed element or right through to selling your business eventually in the longer term. So again, there's more information about this on the internet, but it is the world's first framework. And I do suggest anybody who's interested to please go and look at that. And it really is very, very transparent. So just to summarize, I think I summarize it all as greenwashing when it comes to ESG. So measure where you are today, set out your clear scopes 1 to 3, fully engage and share with your supply chain and stakeholders. Please don't use carbon offsetting as your business as usual or somebody else's problem. Set and agree some science-based targets and just be transparent and report. You'll win more hearts and minds doing that than doing nothing. Thank you.
Beautiful presentation. So we are open for Q&A. First, I'll go with the panel and then we'll hop into the social media. A couple of questions are there. But before we do that, Rona, could you please look at the camera of yours and then smile for us? 1, 2, 3, go. Thank you so much. We're doing live stream, so
I wasn't ready for that one.
Yeah, open, like anybody can. Yes, Marco, please.
Yeah, thanks, Rona. That was very enlightening. Just to the investment side, what's 3 sort of current examples that you could provide us tonight to see where you guys are going and what direction when you speak about sustainability?
3 examples of what specifically? Sorry, Marco.
I'll say projects or 3 examples of where you guys are putting your, you know, where you're sort of seeing what's currently happening now in our current situation, but more importantly, what's going to happen in the future. So 3 sort of like investment projects that you think that are really going to make a really strong difference in our world.
Great question. That's a big one. So the reality is there's 5 main areas, I guess, of issues that we have at the moment. And obviously they are around biodiversity loss, oceans, plastics, the air that we breathe, and a waste-free world. So I'll pick a couple of examples if that's okay, because there's obviously a lot, but take waste-free world, for example. Here, what we're really looking at is investment in moving from linear products and services to circular. So take Tom Sasky, for example, who was a refugee, went to America, was eating food that was wasted, and now he is a multimillionaire because what he has done is provide a business called TerraCycle. And I'm not saying that every one of these ideas is going to create a millionaire, by the way. That was just one example. But also companies like Jaguar Land Rover, who worked with the Cambridge Institute and the aluminium supplier that they had, they knew that using recycled aluminium was 40% less intensive using energy than it was using virgin aluminium. So they created, again, you can Google this, but again, they created a complete circular loop of their aluminium into their new cars. So there's just a couple of ideas around kind of a waste-free world. Also, Marco, actually, it's a great question, because we think of the big companies, and we do need those to be making those big movements, but also things that we do ourselves. So, even for me in my home, I'm now on a mission to get rid of as many single-use plastic bottles as I can. So I have moved to biodegradable wipes. I'm trialing at the moment this washable kitchen roll that's made from bamboo. All of my toilet roll, sanitary products, earbuds are all plastic free. We don't eat meat twice a week. My husband doesn't really like that one, but he's married to me, so that's tough. But also, so for me, I like to answer for things that we can do ourselves, but also things that we can do globally. If we look at reviving, kind of our oceans and our biodiversity, please go out there. People like Climate Partner, Carbon Clarity, these are all businesses that are aligned to carbon projects that are gold certificates. There are a few different certificates globally that work with, and they work with Indigenous people, which is critical when we're looking at things like biodiversity loss. But we can also make action here. So palm oil is not going to disappear, but ask and look for deforestation-free palm oil, and where they create corridors, etc. Or I could go on forever with this, but look where you're spending your tourism money. Is it run by communities or big global enterprises? There's so many eco stunning holidays out there. We can make that difference. Sorry, I'll just blab on forever otherwise.
No, that's pretty,
did that answer your question?
No, it does. Certainly does. And you're right, like there's so much out there. It's so widespread now. Like I've got friends that have Swiss technologies and obviously are producing amazing things in 40 countries of the world, waste to energy projects. And then like I've got friends in Perth, Australia, that are producing housing, which are more eco-friendly. I've got a friend in Canberra, Australia, that's is I think world first type of energy solutions for public housing. So there's all these different types of innovation and sustainable areas that I think is very exciting times, because we want to look after each other. More importantly, we always talk about animals, but we forget about flora. And I think that's an area that in sustainability we should really focus on a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you guys have got it out in Oz or in India, but check out the Earthshot prize series that's been talked about. I think you're absolutely right. Look, there's enough technology and innovation and knowledge out there. This has been going on since the 1950s. So let's not kid ourselves. We're not genius new people in this space. And nature has fundamentally recycled and done a closed circular loop for its entire time on this planet. So what we need now is the investment and give the people the wings and the scale, because as soon as we give it volume and scale, prices will come down. So, you know, even here in the UK, the government wants to fund heat pumps and solar panels and all this sort of thing, but it's just too expensive for the everyday person to be able to do. And part of my mission about transitioning at home is about monitoring what products, are they as good, are they as cheap, and kind of leading that way.
Fantastic.
Okay,
Fantastic.
so I will go for one question, which is a little bit of interesting, probably not directly connected with our speech, but a bit of interesting. Okay.
Okay.
Someone from your country itself, from UK.
Yeah.
Crypto, all of us are saying that this is the future. But there are issues when people try to mix it with MLM business. What's your take into this?
Oh, hello, and thank you for that question, wherever you are in the UK. Thank you for listening. As I said at the beginning, when I started to talk about that, it's not an area that I'm definitely not an expert in it. However, through kind of my own research and, you know, through I interviewed a great guy on my podcast, and it was kind of what is this for idiots and dummies? And it's given me an exposure that has made me realize, as much as this would never be $10 a crypto, it would never be 100, it'd never be 1,000, it's moving up and it's happening. So I've either got to embrace it for the sake of myself and understanding it for my kids, but also how do we ensure the safety and security of this measurement? Now, there's a reason I believe that the banks and kind of old school ways really are pushing against it. And that's because it is a highly competitive threat to the norm. You know, we talk about a cashless society and what that might mean. You know, here in the UK, we can now tap our cards for up to £100, and that was really only brought in because of COVID. So I'm conscious I'm not really asking your direct question here. I believe it's here to stay. I believe it will be here for the good, in terms of the transparency and the inability to fiddle the numbers. And it's not a human person who effectively will be putting in numbers and translating that communication into potential greenwashing. So watch this space on this one. I think shame I can't share a link. I saw a great link the other day about the 7 benefits to specifically climate action, not just in general, but I'm sorry I can't answer it more.
Okay, so I'll keep one last question for the panel instead of the social media. If you want to ask any question, I can see that a lot of new participants already joined, including 3 of our ambassadors as well. So please unmute yourself and then probably raise your hand and ask question. Ravikant, please.
Thank you, Rana, for that. Now, just a thing that happened a while back, I think a couple of weeks back, Prime Minister of India pledged on that India would be a zero carbon emission country by 2070, I believe, or 2070, yeah. So I think that's a great move that has happened across in the G20 event that's going on, or that has happened. But that brings me to a question, Rana. What do you think? So globalization happened somewhere around 1820s, right? And right now we are in 2020. So what do you think is one of, or maybe a couple of reasons why it took us so long to come to this conclusion? Or what made us drive towards creating the problems that we have created so far?
Yeah, great question. Look, I think this all spanned back from the start of the Industrial Revolution, and being based here in England. You know, it's a bit of a double whammy when you look at the growth of colonization, slavery, which was very much driven by Americans, the British, Netherlands, and then we had the Industrial Revolution, which created mass wealth in the Western worlds. And I think what's really interesting right now is that we've got a fine opportunity where we have to take the ball and say, we created this. Look, let's be honest, we didn't think back then that we were going to destroy the planet in the process, because then we didn't know, we didn't understand. What is frustrating is that we have had that knowledge for 50 odd years, and we have had the science and data. What we need to do now is ensure that the developing world can still develop to a degree of lifestyle and society where they have education, healthcare. So yes, the Indian Prime Minister said 2070, and it was met with some skepticism, and that's not hard enough and it's not fast enough. But let's not forget that the Western world has got more influence and more money, I would say, and has a right to take on more of the issue that we have created, albeit way back when it wasn't a deliberate thing. Now what we want to be able to do is ensure that countries like India, Asia, Africa, and those developing countries, and also the countries that are on the front line of climate change, they can't wait till 2070. They really can't, you know. So I think the fact that India were there, they turned up, he's agreed to some other areas. What we need to do is go, okay, well, for the next 3 years, how do we get India down from 2070 to 2060 to 2050 to 2040? And that will happen. I do have hope that that will happen. And of course, not all countries turned up to the table. Did that answer your question?
Definitely. So maybe we'll catch up on this offline because I think we are tight on time.
Yes, we're over. Sorry.
It's perfect. It's perfectly fine. We really enjoyed it. This is the time I think I will ask you to probably mute yourself. Please stay with us. We actually have a lot of questions from the social media. I'm not taking this up because of the time constraint, nothing else. I'm going to take this up after the next speaker is done with her speech. So our next speaker is from Israel. Can you please unmute yourself? I can see that you're already there. Cheryl, thank you so much for coming. Welcome to World Leaders Summit. She's basically from a different kind of platform, and she's probably going to give us a lot of relaxation and peace of mind, because she eliminates stress, anxiety, and she's concerned about nutrition-related health. And she consults on the same along with a beautiful company that she runs along with her husband. Welcome to World Leaders Summit. Please introduce yourself, and the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Arijit. Yes, most certainly a change of pace into our wellness and into our well-being, because at the end of the day, our wealth is our health. So a very warm hello and shalom from Israel. It is wonderful to be here with such an esteemed panel of experts and visitors, all sharing wisdom and nuggets of information at a very unique time in the history of the world. And a massive thank you to the World Leaders Summit and to you, Arijit, for inviting me to present here today and taking this bold and very important initiative, which we all hope will bring tremendous added value to the event participants and to the worldwide audience. So let's jump straight in and get going with mind, body, nutrition, and that fascinating connection between the brain, the body, and behavior. Now, these may seem to be very obvious observations when I state that we all believe that we have a fairly good understanding of how our minds work, of how our bodies work, and that we have a pretty decent control over our emotions. But do we? Our lives, especially in today's world of 24/7, are running on overdrive. Social media connects us, but it has also pushed us to be available basically 24/7. Now, I think we can all say safely that that has been exhausting, both physically and mentally. Our emotions are very possibly running wild, and in many instances, justifiably so. However, do you know that the brain does not distinguish between real or imagined threats? Our physiology, which means how our bodies really work, may be fooling us into triggering or re-triggering unhealthy habits or behaviors. Now, many of us have been triggered into stress eating, into emotional eating, while many of us are so rushed that we do not take the time to eat proper food and may be living on coffee, on snacks, and an unbelievable range of easy to access junk food. And when we are not healthy in our body and in our mind, and I have to highlight that the mental and the physical will always affect one another. We are literally leaving money on the table. It is very difficult to maximize our potential when we are not focused. And when we are not focused, we are not reaching our true potential. So let's take a deeper dive into these fascinating connections that make us tick and follow one of my company's main founding principles, that is empowering through education. But firstly, allow me to introduce myself and why we're having this important conversation here today. So I'm Cheryl Putiman, the founder and CEO of Nourishment Vitality. We are a 360 health and wellness platform. We specialize in stress and in anxiety management, as well as in holistic weight management. I'm internationally trained in mind, body, nutrition, wellness, and a stress practitioner, an expert in stress relief management, conscious relationships, nutritional psychology, and have had that wonderful opportunity to speak on many international stages, facilitate global workshops, and work one-on-one with individuals from all over the world. I mention this because this has all helped me to understand what we all collectively experience with our struggles in life, with ourselves, which includes both the mental and the physical aspects of our well-being. I do have experience with intense stress and uncertainty, and I have personally felt the effects of deeply held stress in the body. My family and I are survivors of the 2004 Asian tsunami, which is was one of the largest natural disasters of the last century. And it was this traumatic and life-changing event that actually changed the trajectory of my outlook on life from that point forward, and was the catalyst that led me on my current career path. The story of our survival is for another time, but if you are interested, I do have a video up on my website under the resources page, or it can be found on my YouTube channel. Now, what we don't see very often is how we eat, what we eat, and personal transformation being put into the same recipe. When we say personal transformation, we're talking about the process of growth and evolution and the ways in which each and every one of us becomes the very best version of ourselves. Most often, new nutritional systems or diets focus on rearranging the food on our plates, meaning that we're told to eat more of this, less of that, include these new foods, take these new supplements, and so on and so forth. So what do nutrition and personal transformation have to do with one another? Is there a connection? Yes, absolutely. How we eat, more than just what we eat, can often reflect what is going on with us in our lives. I'm suggesting that you become a scientist of your own body and experiment with a sense of openness and willingness to explore a new approach, to explore new areas and strategies. Self-awareness is key to understanding yourself, both physically and mentally. For me, healthy has nothing to do with your body size. It's not even about having the perfect physical health. Healthy is you, getting to show up as who you are, feeling more connected to yourself, to the body that you have, and to your life. Living a life of vitality and nourishing our bodies is also how we think about ourselves and how we infuse vitality into our lives, as well as into our food choices. Introducing everyday acts as well as being kinder to ourselves, is what will ultimately result in us waking us up to feel healthier and happier. Did you know that what you eat is only part of the story of good nutrition? Who you are as an eater matters. Also, the way that you think and talk about any activity that you do actually does have an impact on how it affects your body. And this is a really important factor to keep in mind as you start cultivating more awareness for the ways that you talk about what is healthy. Mind-body nutrition is an approach to nutrition that honors all of who you are as an eater, mind, body, heart, and soul. It goes far beyond classical nutrition by focusing on those fascinating connections between brain, body, and behavior. Life experiences stem from the emotional to the physical. Your emotional stress causes physical stress in your body and vice versa. The way you think plays a role in how your body is impacted by these thoughts. So when I'm teaching or when I'm in session, I always love to give practical examples which relate to the point or points that I'm looking to clarify and make. So what I'd like to do is take a closer look at two studies that demonstrate the power of the mind and how we are unconsciously influenced by circumstances and information. A study by Crum, Corbin, Bronwell, and Salavi P. assessed the impact of changing your mindset about the food that you're eating. What they did is they tested whether physiological satisfaction as measured by the gut peptide ghrelin may vary depending on the mindset in which one approaches consumption of food. And for those of you who don't know, ghrelin is a hunger-inducing hormone that regulates your metabolism. This study took place on two separate occasions. Participants consumed a 380-calorie milkshake under the pretense that it was either a 620-calorie indulgent shake or a 140-calorie sensible shake. Ghrelin was measured via intravenous blood samples at various points in the study. During the first interval, between 20 and 60 minutes, participants were asked to view and rate the misleading label of the shake. During the second interval, between 60 and 90 minutes, participants were asked to drink and rate the milkshake. The blood tests showed that the mindset of indulgence produced a dramatically steeper decline in ghrelin after consuming the shake, whereas the mindset of sensibility produced a relatively flat ghrelin response. The participants' satisfaction levels, meaning that they were satisfied enough to stop eating, was consistent with what they believed they were consuming, rather than the actual nutritional value of what they consumed. In conclusion, the effect of food consumption on ghrelin may be psychologically mediated, and mindset meaningfully affects physiological responses to food. Or in more simple terms, those participants who thought that they were drinking a diet shake still felt hungry for more food that would make them feel more satisfied, even though it was the same shake. Amazing, right? The mind is the most powerful tool that you have. Can you see the amazing power of the mind at play here? When you start to think about your food differently, your body reacts to reflect that belief. Now, another very powerful mindset in this intricate web of brain, body, and behavior functionality is that mindset of restriction. A mindset of restriction is a very powerful force, and it comes into play when we look at that connection between the mind and the body and how we perceive our nutritional experiences. It is very interesting to note that my next example is from a clinical study by the University of Minnesota from 1944 to 1945. The investigation was designed to determine the physiological and psychological effects of severe and prolonged dietary restriction and the effectiveness of dietary rehabilitation strategies. This demonstrated how extreme food restriction can bring on extreme psychological effects and behaviors. Over the course of the study, psychologically, the participants became withdrawn, aggressive, irritable, fatigued. Anxiety, depression, mood swings, and hysteria were observed. Most notably, the participants became obsessed with food. They experienced obsessive thoughts about food. They had great difficulty focusing on anything else other than food. Their conversations, motivations, fascinations, and dreams were centered solely around food. Their relationships deteriorated, and the once sociable participants lived in ever-increasing isolation. Food became such a focal point in their lives that they lost interest in nearly everything else. Here's what my experience has taught me from working with so many different people from different cultures and from all over the world. We do not struggle to follow diets and food restrictions because we lack willpower. Human beings are evolutionarily designed to not restrict food. We are hardwired for survival. So when food, either overall calories or certain food groups, become restricted, the brain creates urgency, strong obsessions, and compulsions that force us to satisfy the need for food, and often even more than its need through binging. We crave and cave because our brains are hardwired to do so during restriction. And when we continue to restrict food or food groups, we will continue with the habit of obsessive thoughts about food and compulsive overeating. Restriction and extreme diets impact our physical, behavioral, interpersonal, and psychological well-being. The binges, the fixation, and the all-consuming grip of food over our lives are all symptoms that ring true to anyone who has experienced food restriction, whether voluntary or not. Restriction manifests itself into the postponement of living. And it's time to stop glorifying dieting culture and start living. The more you try to implement restrictions, the harder it will become to maintain a healthy lifestyle. When we try to eat too perfectly, the effort backfires and consistency becomes far out of reach. Being healthy is not only about restriction or food rules. Instead, we must shift our focus towards nourishing our bodies and incorporating more balance and moderation. Through balance, we can prioritize what makes us feel good physically and mentally. And the same principles go for physical exercise, rest, self-care, intimacy, relationships, hobbies, and more. These are all the areas that most of us at some point say that we need to do more of or make time for, isn't it? So how are you managing your health expectations? How are you setting your wellness goals, both physically or mentally? Is it an all or nothing attitude, or have you managed to implement some balance? So a quick recap. We now have a better understanding of the power and the influence of our brain and our mindset over our nutritional choices. These choices may then have a direct influence on how our bodies respond to the way we think, feel, and act. We then may be living a more balanced way of life, or we may be caught up in a lifestyle of restriction. That is why we shouldn't treat health and wellness as though it is only about how our bodies look. Wellness, at the end of the day, requires looking through a more holistic lens. So with mind-body nutrition, consider this. There is a physical connection between what the mind is thinking and those parts of the brain that control what is going on with the body. Learning to understand and accept your emotions, especially those unpleasant ones that many of us try to escape or ignore or suppress, can make a huge difference in managing stress and balancing your moods, which directly impacts your physical state. You know, I always say that the only way out is in, and I encourage my clients to go within so that they can truly recognize what makes them feel fulfilled and what leaves them feeling empty. Every negative belief upsets the harmony between the mind and the body. So taking steps to develop healthy behaviors can have a positive impact on your physical and your mental health, so that you, at the end of the day, can elevate your mood and become more resilient and more productive. So wellness is more than food and exercise. It's how you live your life. So everything that you do is included in your overall wellness. Your mind has a powerful influence on your body. Think about it this way. Think about a time when you were upset. You can feel that in your whole body. It may even drain you for the rest of the day or make it hard to rest and fall asleep in the evening. That's because of the physical impact of stress, and the stress being caused by what started with something in the mind. The more your thoughts dwell on the problem, the worse you feel. Stress is hard to endure if it is constant, even at low levels. It inhibits digestion. It slows your metabolism. It affects your immune system, and it even makes it hard to tune into and naturally regulate your appetite. The way that you think about the activities that you do matters. Can you recall the last time that you were excited about somewhere that you were about to go? Maybe you were about to visit a close friend or go see your favorite band play. The excitement about the activity is its own energy boost for it. It's a caffeine and sugar-free kind of energy boost. It flows naturally to match the feeling and the thoughts that you have about the activity that you're about to partake in. So when it comes down to getting more exercise or eating healthy, your mindset has to also embrace what you're doing. This doesn't mean forcing yourself to like something that you don't. It can simply start with appreciating what you're already doing and focusing on building positive momentum from there. So here's an example of how this may look for you. If you are hoping to get more exercise and you do not actually enjoy the thought of working out, you don't like going to the gym, or you don't have the time, shift your mind to see where you can already appreciate where you are being physically active and embrace that with more enthusiasm. Do chores around the house, go shopping and walk around the store or the mall. Switch on the music at home and simply dance around the house. Every one of those activities has physical activity, movement, getting out and about. It could also include social connection, being present, slowing down, mindfulness, and more. So as a challenge, write out all the wellness activities that you're already doing and plan for how you can prioritize the healthy activities that you already enjoy, that are both nourishing for your physical and your mental well-being. And here's some suggestions if you're feeling a little stuck in that area. Set realistic goals, firstly, that outline which ways you would like to balance your life. Plan small daily tasks around achieving these goals. The way you do that is by focusing on one goal at a time. That way you will feel less likely to be overwhelmed and ultimately give up. Be honest with yourself and notice the areas of your life that you may be neglecting. And most importantly, celebrate all the small successes along your journey. What gets celebrated gets repeated. Yes, you can live a better and healthier life, one habit at a time. In 2021, we are facing an epidemic of health-related concerns in a world of unparalleled diagnoses of stress-related illness, including hypertension, heart disease, and diabetes, to name just a few. We obviously have not learned our health lessons, and we have to change this mindset and be open to smarter strategies. Mind-body health teaches us that how you live your life and how conscious you are of your daily habits and hidden stressors matter when it comes to taking back your health. You can change your mindset, therefore you can change your habits. As was mentioned earlier, I'm the founder and CEO of Nourishment Vitality, a 360 health and wellness platform bridging the gap between prevention and stress-induced conditions. We help all people, that is teens through to adults, who are looking to eliminate stress, fatigue, and weight challenges so that they can ultimately perform at their peak and optimize their full potential. And we achieve these goals through a wide range of innovative online wellness programs that are easy to implement step by step and verified by the best of mind science, correct nutrition and psychology practices. Our courses empower through education. We pride ourselves on being a shame-free, non-judgmental space so that people can truly lighten up by letting go of what no longer is serving them. Having worked on 3 continents, I do understand the importance of added value in having the correct strategies, structures, and systems in place to ensure that people have the correct environment to be productive and successful in both their personal and professional lives. Remember that we are human beings who are very adaptable. We can change. We can adjust when we learn new information. And this time in our lives is teaching us new things about ourselves. We are being invited to pay closer attention to who we are and to who we want to be. Well, I do hope that you have gained a better understanding of the importance of how your mind, body, and behavior are all connected, and how you can take your mindset and upgrade it into success. Thank you. I am here to help. And if you have any questions, we can go into that short Q&A now. And if you'd like to contact me for yourself, for your family, or your friends, here are my information details on the screen. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Cheryl, for the beautiful speech. Of course, we have a couple of questions before I hop into social media. I will take this from here. Then I'll ask the similar question to our respected other panelists as well. Because of time, we actually escaped a lot of questions. So first question to you from India, Dr. Subroto. He's our next speaker for tomorrow. He's asking how addiction to mobile phones and electronic gadgets cause stress. And the second part of the question is, when there is a conflict between mind and heart, we should listen to our inner soul to relieve stress. Your views, please.
Absolutely. Thank you for that question. I believe that we are very often, as human beings, unconscious to our daily stresses. So, for example, when we wake up first thing in the morning and we grab our mobile phones and we already first thing in the morning are looking at our phones, it most certainly does add up as stress in the day. And this has become an ingrained habit. Our phones and our social media can be extremely stressful to our minds, to our bodies at the end of the day, and can cause symptoms of stress, including headaches. So most certainly we do need to be very mindful and conscious of the amount of time that we are spending on our computers, with our phones, etc., and be intentional about creating those habits of having that gap. So schedule it in to your schedule, that from whether it's during meal times, switch off your phone. Do not take calls during that time. You need that break. As human beings, we need that break. Get up from your computer, go outside, put your phone away for a period of time. This is so important. And this will give your mind, your body, and your soul much needed rest. When there is conflict between the mind and the heart, we should listen to our inner soul each and every time. Our gut, our instinct, our inner intuition, we should always listen to our inner intuition first. But in order to do that, we need to be relaxed. In the parasympathetic state, parasympathetic nervous system dominance, where healing, maintenance, repair takes place. So how do we even do that? How do we relax ourselves when our nervous systems are on overdrive 24/7? Breathing is the cornerstone of stress management. Our emotions and our breathing are closely connected. You can get your body into a more relaxed state by simply taking an inhale and an exhale. And that way you will be able to listen to your inner soul, to your gut, to your intuition far more easier, because you will be more in alignment with the body's natural state, which is to be in more of a relaxed state and not in overdrive 24/7.
Beautiful. If there is any other question, please feel free to ask, else we'll move to the questions which has happened. Yeah, Marco, please.
Yeah, thanks, Cheryl. My background is actually I've studied quite a lot in the health industry and elite sport. So when you talk about mindset throughout your conversation, it was very inspirational, because in business, as you know, we tend to forget about ourselves, and entrepreneurs have like that 24/7 mindset that you're speaking about, with devices and communication and expectations on themselves, besides the people around them. And then having that balance is so important. So my question to you is, when it comes to young adults, I found there can be a bit of a burnout state. So what types of things could a young adult entrepreneur place themselves, on a weekly actions, so they don't get burnout and they don't get uninspired, and they don't get caught up in that web of stress that you're mentioning? So what's some of the actions they could do on a weekly basis?
Thank you for your question, Marco. It is so important for us all, both young adults and adults, to incorporate into our routines a work-life balance. So for young adults, even if they're at university or on campus, which we see so much stress and anxiety going on with the young adults and with the young entrepreneurs, it's very important to be very intentional about creating time for these habits and actually scheduling it in and making that time for that work-life balance. I think it is also really important that people take that time to sit down at least 3 times a day and feel well. It is important, the foods that we are feeding our bodies, because our food does affect our mood. So that is very important. What foods are you putting in your system? Are you just reaching for that sugar fix, that caffeine fix, artificially raising your energy levels and then having those spikes and dips in the way that you feel? It's also very important to take the time out in your day. I like to do this in the morning, but you can even do this at work itself, to take that little bit of time off and just practice on some simple breathing techniques where you can just focus your mind on the task at hand. Because what happens is that we multitask, and multitasking is actually stressful to the system in itself. We need to do one thing properly. And in order to do that, we need to have our focus, because a stressed mind cannot focus. So make sure you're doing one thing at a time. Be consistent in setting your goals, in your to-do lists. And this will help you to feel more organized. As well as another tip that I could add in there, look at your environment that you're working in. Sometimes we're in an environment that may be stuffy, not enough air coming into the room. Open up the windows, allow for good ventilation, circulation. If that is not possible, make sure that you can get up, go outside for a few minutes. We shouldn't be more than over 20 minutes just consistently reading and looking at something. We do need to stretch. We do need to move around. This will help our blood flow, and it will help us to function as we are supposed to function as human beings.
Super. So we have another question from social media for Miguel. Renita, she is asking, Miguel, if you're there, kindly unmute yourself, and then I'll go to Rona as well, because the same question to both of you, or maybe one by one can be done. Well, to Miguel, sir, while one runs multiple companies, how to balance between family and works. Your comments, please.
Well, again, I think that the best trick, it's not a trick, it's open to everyone, is to use the technology to make us more efficient and saving a lot of time. For instance, one small detail, there are people in companies that do carbon copy to tens of people, and everybody's following a conversation. Sometimes it's not needed. So small details that when you are organizing your work and your companies to focus more on efficiency than on empty management, let's call it this way, helps very much. And then to be demanding about your time. So selecting where you devote your time to see if it is something that really contributes to help someone else on the other side or yourself helps. And then the last thing is to say no. I think that one of the things that a lot of people forget in their life is that, and to avoid stress, a lot of stress, is to say no and never overcommit yourself. Because when you work over stress, as you explained very well before me, before this intervention, when in stress, most people don't work well. And we can work in stress occasionally, but not always. And a lot of the stress starts by people overcommit, or the management overcommit the people that they manage, which is completely wrong. And at the end of the day, there is unhappiness, disease, stress, and low productivity. So if we use technology well, say no, and observe where you really can be useful, it's the best way to manage your time and the time between your work and your family. I always mix, but it's a kind of personality. There are people that like to have work and personal life and family. I always mix the whole thing. So I'm always in holidays and I'm always working in every day, which doesn't mean that when I'm enjoying the family, I'm with the family and I have my phone off, and that's it. But in the same day, for instance, today is Sunday, we are talking here. The family is part still sleeping because they had parties yesterday. And then it's Sunday and it's a beautiful day, so I will go to the beach and enjoy the time. And obviously, when it's Sunday or when I'm devoting myself to my personal life, I disconnect the rest. And when I'm on the professional life, I disconnect the family. So it's more a question of organization, and although mixing, keeping the communication separated.
Beautiful. So I have two more questions to ask from the audience, from social media, of course. To Rona directly, what's your take on industry automation?
Hi, thank you for that question. I think a little bit to what Miguel was just talking about there. There's this fear of industry automation around the impacts that's going to have on individuals and their jobs. And I think there has to be a balance between driving automation, technology, and efficiencies in driving the impact on climate, but also the balance then of the human societal impacts of that process. I think the fear for most people is that as we automize and as that technology gets greater and greater, there's this fear that we won't need humans. The reality is the levels of innovation and collaboration opportunities around that human touch, even if the Western world automated everything, the reality is that people are still required and needed when it comes to implementing technology, driving the supply chain for the technology, for the training. I don't believe we'll ever be in a world, these futuristic 2050, Back to the Future kind of moments where there are no people. As as a race, as a human nature, we need the touch, the feel, the face-to-face. And, you know, certainly COVID has reinforced that message. For me, I absolutely embrace automation and efficiencies from an element of climate change, etc. But we need people to support the developing world. We need people to be talking about the awareness, about driving the innovations, the collaborations. None of that, I believe, will ever go away. The last 18 months have been horrendous, and I just can't imagine a world where the humans, nature and business cannot coexist. And there are hundreds of examples, whether it's NEP down in England with the farming and how they've integrated all three. There's just a ton of examples where we can coexist. The biggest thing for me versus automation is our level of greed and wanting for more. We're all stuffed out in the Western world, which created so much stuff that we're now on about mining the dump grounds that we've created. So yeah, big question there, but it can be scary, but I'm happy to embrace it from a efficiency point of view. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Well, I think I will take another more question. This is basically for our nutrition lady. So it's a comment from Chatterjee. Yeah, it's all about connecting mind and body together. But unless we find a focus in life, it might not work the way we think of. Your comments on the same, please.
Thank you for that question. Yes, I think focus is so important. However, what's very important is to be aware. Self-awareness is always the first step. So it's one thing to just say focus, but we all focus differently depending on, so the way I may focus may be different to the way you may focus. So I think what's important is to become very aware of yourself, of your personality type, of your outside stresses and your internal stresses. Become aware of how stress affects you in your body and in your mind. And from that, you will be able to then choose how you can transform your experience. So self-awareness is always the first step. After self-awareness, we get a choice of what it is that we can do to then either slow down, to bring back our focus back into the moment, back onto the task of whatever it is that we're doing. So become very aware of yourself, of your outside stresses, of how you react to stress, so that you can then choose how you are going to respond, and then you can bring back your focus onto whatever tasks it is that you're doing. So it's important to understand how to focus depending on who you are as a person, because we all focus differently.
Okay, so now I'll open the floor for Q&A for all the other panelists. If you want to ask a question to three of them, please feel free, take a name and then feel free to ask the question. Yeah, please, Marco.
Yeah, thanks, Ajit. Maybe I'll go back to Cheryl first of all. I love this topic, Cheryl, because I'm fascinated with the human body, and through my studies and, like I mentioned, elite sport and nutrition, health, and so on. But when it comes to stress, like when you're mentioning the intake of food, I was thinking about positive stress. You know, a lot of people talk about the negative side of stress and the triggers and so on, but maybe you could elaborate, you know, the importance of positive stress.
Great question, Marco. Sure, there is beneficial stress and there's harmful stress. Stress is actually a very needed and a natural response for us all. And it's there to keep you alive and alert from danger. So think about it this way. Let's say a fire alarm goes off. What happens is that stress hormones such as cortisol rise, and they signal the brain to feel alert and ready to fight or flight from danger. In that case, stress is a very needed response. It's there to keep you alive. It's there help you to respond quickly to that stress. However, it's not needed to respond to our everyday life scenarios, whether that's at work, at home, or anywhere else. And most people are running around and walking around in a low-level stress response day in and day out, and it's wreaking havoc on our nervous system. This is not a healthy state to be in. When we have got this day in, day out constant level of stress, it can have a profound effect on your mind and on your body. And so symptoms appear, perhaps such as brain fog, mood, irritability, poor appetite regulation, just sore stomach aches, to name but a few. What happens is that when we start to ignore the symptoms of stress in our actual body for a period of time, there can be long-term consequences to this if we do not become self-aware of how stress is affecting us and our bodies, and we don't take action to slow down. There are times that we need to slow down to speed up. And it's very, very important that we learn smarter strategies in how to do this, in how to slow down, so that we can then be more productive, work from inspiration, being in spirit. This can only happen when we're in a relaxed state.
Thank you.
Hope that answers. Thank you, Marco.
No, it does. No, definitely.
Thank you. If there is any other question, that is fine. If not, we'll move to our next speaker who is already here. Is it fine if we move to our next speaker, even though we have actually 8 minutes grace? So if you really want to interact with each other, I'll open the floor. You can probably interact, and then I will introduce our next speaker, Professor Rudy. If you need that, just let me know. We have actually 8 minutes, which is like a big time for any.
I just wanted to add to the great question we got from social to Miguel, and yeah, he covered all the points. Saying no was definitely one of them. One of the things I wanted to share was that for me, I find myself in a really quite stressful state quite recently, and what I did is I kind of took myself away for a couple of days, and what I did, and I'll show the wall in case anyone thinks I'm making it up. You'll see this random collection of colours there. And what I did was just take a step back and look at the balance when we talk about separation of work and, you know, all these busy lives that we lead. I'm a mum of 2 and various different jobs and voluntary work. And actually what I did is I combined a strategy so that I looked at my relationships, money, I picked career, health and wellness, mental growth and purpose. And what I was able to do was write a strategy and 2 objectives per topic. And that becomes my focus every day. So if I find that things are quite overwhelming, I just literally look to my right and I look at the things that I've agreed on my priorities. And because I combine both personal and professional within that, it isn't just work. I've got to hit that goal. I've got to hit that goal. It's okay, well, there's one each for all of those areas. So I would recommend, you know, even if you can't necessarily afford maybe doing a retreat or something like that, definitely just taking a step back and looking at all of those important areas and combining them. People always say, if you do a job that you love, that's so close to your goals and passions, it doesn't feel like a job. So when you combine that and you interact your objectives on a personal front as well, you feel a lot more fulfilled, and it certainly keeps me on track. You know, and even my daughters have seen it and they're like, oh, my name's up there, Mummy, what does that mean? So there are ways of doing it, and it's not a separation of personal and professional for me.
Super. Okay, great. So I guess I will now introduce our next speaker, because I feel that we are done with all the question and answers. Really, really fascinating that all of you have actually did it on time. Rather, we saved time. This is entrepreneurship. We saved approximately 6 minutes within the summit, which is really beneficial for a lot of us. We can take probably a lot more questions in the future. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome someone who is from Brussels. Professor Rudy, welcome to World Leader Summit. Could you please unmute your microphone Professor is an experienced professor in corporate finance and European policy, and an outstanding international and European experience person. And it is my biggest honor to have him in World Leaders Summit as one of our speakers. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And nice to join you all. And would add, with just has been said by Rona, I think for me, my job is my love as well. So, and if I can use my job to think about and speak about things which I really find we have to do something about it, that's of course even better. And that's in fact what we're going to do today, because I'm going to speak about financing. And in particular, I know financing is a broad topic and nobody likes financing, but we try to explain financing. And typically I want to speak about financing and women financing, because I think there's a big issue, and I hope I convince you. And as we have 5 minutes, I hope that we have some, I will not choose it for my speech, but I hope we can use for question time, because I think I might say some things that are very good. Okay, so let me now, if I can, share my screen.
Yes.
And I hope this works. I suppose you can see my slideshow now. So, yes, thank you, Alex. So, we'll speak about venture capital and women entrepreneurship, but I want to open it first on the whole issue of financing. And like in a good movie, I will start with a summary that I'm going to explain you. First of all, banks. 52% of the people are female. They have 29% of the company. So sometimes you speak about the entrepreneurial gap, but 1 out of 3 companies is female-led. But the problem is that banks have more difficulty to finance women-led companies, although the default rate is lower. And if you look to venture capital, well, 94% of the VC managers are male, and only 2.2% of the money is invested in women-led enterprises. I would say this is a shocking figure. Of course, it's because 95% are man investors, and only 20% say, yes, we might perhaps one day invest in a woman-led company. I suppose already a lot of you said, this is not true. Let me I come to facts and figures. I show you my statements. So this topic is about venture capital, but let me just 1 to 2 minutes speak about the banking, because then of course we have the whole issue. And I will look at the chat, of course, in a minute. First statement, shocking statement for me. On average, women pay 0.5% higher. This is a study done in 36 countries. So it's not a European problem, it's not an American problem, it's a world problem, the level of this conference. Be careful, if you have bankers around here, I don't say that in the risk model of a bank, there's some other dummy, male, female, and automatically female means higher percentage. These figures are based on ex post. There's no something like an ex ante issue. And the second point that you see is that if you compare man and woman, that the request for collateral is higher. And again, it's very amazing. There was an analysis done by Business Environment and Enterprise Performance, the BEEP, and this analysis is confirmed. Differences one to another with all countries, they came to the same conclusion. If I put this into the bank refusal, then we see in fact that the difference is not so big. We see there's a slight difference, and especially we see that if this man or women alone, they have a bigger chance to get refused than if they can go together. But I think it's quite shocking that interest is higher and collateral is higher. Now, if I put my cast as Professor Corporate Finance, I would say, if interest is higher and collateral is higher, it means that women are more risky credit. It means that the default for women is higher. So let's have a look if the default for women is higher. And we'll start with something in China. And in China, what you see, in fact, is that we have, in China, we see that the higher cost of lending, despite a better respective payment conditions. America, China, 30% lower default. So you see, we have high collateral, even 0.5% higher interest, but China, America, the default is lower. This is in fact the opposite of what you should do. And if you look in Europe, and again, I don't say that this is explicit discrimination. I don't say that banks somewhere in the model have a dummy or a variable male female, because if you speak to banks and say, Rudy, this is not true. We don't have that criteria. No, it's an implicit discrimination, and it's because female entrepreneurs, they ask less, I don't know. But we see that in all studies that especially in the first year, so the startup of the business, there is difficult for them to receive. Afterwards, things are more or less the same. And at the same time, I want to say that I don't blame banks. There's something that females should know, that in fact is some kind of anticipating behavior. This means females, they anticipate that we'll have a negative answer. So, or they don't introduce the credit request, or if the banker said, yes, it's okay, you have it, then in that case, they are happy and they don't discuss credit conditions. But that's of course something which I suppose, which is not based on research. This was just as an introduction on bankers, and of course, I'm more than willing to answer questions on this topic. But now let's move to venture capital. And again, I will start as a professor, nobody is perfect. I will start with academic research. China. If you compare to startups led by men, startups led by women are less likely to get both formal and informal financing. At the same time, and if you look on listed companies, because this is much easier to get your data, if you look to listed companies, you see that in the listed companies, in fact, the companies that are led by female, they have a better chance to succeed. So again, you see always this kind of paradox. Let's move to the United States. Business founded by women deliver a higher revenue, which is twice as much as those founded by men. And if you see, despite the pandemic, we see that the buzzword of today, female-led companies are more resilient. So they are more resilient, they have a better revenue. So I would say female, they are the better bet. So you could imagine as VCs, and I hope there are some VCs around the table because there are some VCs speaking after me. VCs, I always teach my students, they're looking for return on investments. They are looking for exit. Well, you have a big opportunity in the market, women, who gives a better return, who gives a stable and resilient exit. And what do we see? We see that, in fact, business angels, again, the same thing. We see that the likelihood that they invest in women is very, very small. 34% of all companies that fight funding, but only 90% got it. And 30% of the female business angel investments went to female-led companies. So what we need female investors. They go to the female. If you look to VC, and for VC, of course, we have much more accurate figures than for business angels, because this is the formal part of the market. What do we see on the field of VC? You see that only 2.2% goes to female-led companies. We see that 90% of the decisions are made by men, and you see that 86% of the VCs are invested in teams which only are composed of men. If you look to the IPOs, which is of course the nice thing in the United States, only 20 has been led by a woman. If you put that on the scale, and be careful now, because now I'm doing some illusion. You see on the left, you see female founded, but look, if you see the amount, you see on the left of my slide, the amount, and you see the same thing, you see from 01 to 07. You see, if I took on the right, the male, it's 16. You see, if I look, for instance, the number of deals on the right side of my scale, for instance, I look March women, I have something like 22 deals. March man, I have something like 700 deals. So you see, the female market is really only a very, very small proportion of the market, despite the fact that performance is higher. And I quote you the figures of Boston Consultancy Group. Boston Consultancy Group did a sample on female-led companies. And what did it say? What did it see? We said that you look at the turnover and return on investment. So first point, the funds invested. We see that the funds invested in women-led average $930,000. Men, twice as much. Of course, there's of course a sector effect that plays, but it's still a big difference. It's more than double. And if you look, despite the fact that the women investment is less than half of the average of the man investment, we see that the turnover after 3 years, and it took 3 years because mostly first year, second year, we don't have turnover yet. That's when it starts. After 3 years, it's 700,000 for women net, and it's only 62 for man net. 662,000 with an investment that is more than twice as much. If you look into revenues after 3 years, $1 is converted into 70 cents revenue after 3 years woman net and 31 man net, which is a difference of 2.5. So to summarize, the US, which of course the world's most important VC, we see that women are only a very small portion, despite the fact that their return is better and despite the fact that the exit is much better. Now, speak about United States, let me go to Europe, to my continent, and then we see exactly the same thing. 51% of the European population is female. 31% of the European companies are female-led. 2% of the venture capital goes to women-led companies. 5% goes to companies with female plus man-led, and 93% go to companies only men. You see, these are in fact quite shocking figures about this investment gap. So this is the first part of my speech, facts and figures. Now I'm going to try with you to analyze what is the reason. And here, of course, I'm much more in a difficult position because there I have to guess and do some guesswork. I have less research and less studies. But we have some facts on the supply side. If there's a problem, there's always a supply side and a demand side. So the supply side, we see that male investors, they have they intend to invest in male-led companies. But what is important, and I think this is very crucial, and if you think about what to do about it, that's what is for me the crucial thing. 82% of the funding is based on referrals. What does it mean? If you have a project and you just send it to VC, the guys, they don't have even time to look at it. So mostly it's a referral. You're referred by somebody they know, and they say, you know, my friend is going to set a business, have a look at his file. So and the referrals are in fact referrals to the All Boys network. And that's why most of them comes to the All Boys network, and that's explains, or one of the reasons why the supply is male-led. And investors, if you speak to investors, and perhaps the VCs around the table can confirm or inform me, you see that they are victims of the perception that a male-led, we say, male companies, they are in high tech and they are doing high return. Well, guys, this is not the case. So these are the three elements on supply side. I'm sure that each of you might find some other elements, and if you want to refer to a journal which I wrote all these elements. Demand side, we see that 75% of the pitch decks that the venture industry receives are businesses with not one woman. We see that women, as you saw that in the figures as well, which I showed before, intend to ask lower amounts, and only 12% of the tech startups are women. So I spoke about banks, I spoke about venture capital. Before I move to what I see as a solution, and that's of course a big issue, let me say just one thing about the wisdom of the crowd. Because the crowdfunding, there we see is the big exception in the financing world. Reward-based crowdfunding indicates that female entrepreneurs might have an advantage. And another study shows that women's participation is considerably higher than in traditional entrepreneurship. So I would say the crowd is perhaps much wiser than the formal investors, than the informal investors, and than the bankers. But of course, this is to make you react. So let's conclude on this one. 29% are women-led. EU 1.9, US 2.2, although the figures we have is that 2.5 times better performance of women-led companies. This means, in fact, ladies and gentlemen, and for the economists around the table, you surely remember the capital asset pricing model. This is the capital asset pricing model where we say, well, if the risk is high, then of course it should be reflected in the return. Well, we have here the case that the risk is higher with male investors and the return is lower. So in fact, the market is not functioning. I would say we don't speak about the gender issue, it's about a market failure. And in the future, there's a third element we have to integrate, is the impact. And the impact to invest might be important as well. So let me move to my second part of my speech. What can we do about it and what should we do? And again, I invite you here to be very critical on the proposals that I'm going to share with you. What should women do? First of all, I would say, use my slides. If you see an investor say, hey guys, we are a better performer, have a look. Don't be shy, because if you say, I'm looking for 100,000, it's very hard. VCs will not open. So do like man, ask directly for a big amount, the amount you need. And stress, I would not advise women to inflate their Excel tables, but say, we have conservative and not inflated. What man should do, I think that in investors, we should look to go beyond the old boys network. We should make that our Excel tables are much more realistic. And for investors, I think we must assure that women are in the investment committee, because that makes a whole change. If women are in the investment committee, it changes the world. So in fact, as I said, for me, it's a market failure, because banks grant better condition to higher default credits. VCs prefer higher risk and lower return rather than lower return and better risk. So it's not a gender issue, it's a market failure. And I refer to an article I wrote in Diplomatic World on the female investors. What should policy do? Well, policy should, first of all, try to see, can we for banks imply that lower default means better condition, or at least equal condition. So perhaps you can set up a round table with banks and try to see that male, female, do some ex post. I would say to the banks, have a look at your credit portfolio and make the analysis I made. On venture capital, I would say, just let the market work, because the market fails, and we can do it by setting up female, by mixed networks, by stimulating female business angels, and of course by creating awareness with investors that female-led means in fact a better return. And so if we can create that awareness, that's something we should do. So for policy, we should make that more women need to join the ranks of decision makers and create awareness. For instance, in the Commission, we have now this program called Invest EU, which is a 26 billion program for the period 2021-27, where we're going to give guarantees companies, co-invest in venture capital funds, giving quasi-equity to venture capital funds. So what we said, if a venture capital wants money from Europe, well, one of the KPIs, one of the key performance indicators, is that we want that in the investment committee from the beginning, not at the end, from the beginning, you have women in the investment committee. And if you have women in the investment committee, we assume, research shows, that we will have much more women-led company. So let me wrap up. For women-led businesses, they are less likely to raise venture capital than male only. The amounts that they raise are lower. Once a woman is on board, that reduces the chance to obtain venture capital, but it's a better bet. So I would say to the venture capitalists around the table, have a look at that. If you want to read about it, you can read about it in my book, Entrepreneurship, No Guts, No Glory. But that's in fact the main message I wanted to tell you. And I'm very, very open to all discussions, and I hope very difficult questions. Ariet, the floor is back to you.
Thank you so much, Professor, for the beautiful insights. And I'll open this floor first, then I'll hop into the social media. Already 2-3 questions are there, but of course, as always, we'll give the panelists first the option to ask question. Anybody can raise their hand, unmute, and then question directly. Ravika, please.
Thank you, Arjit, and thank you, Dr. Rudy. A great presentation, and I think a great start to the presentation with the facts, to the point, and coming from the investment and a family where my father is a stockbroker, so from the childhood I have always been in this space. I always thought, it's more about returns and less about gender. But when you grow up, you find out the world is way too different. And let me also share this. A while back, we had like three weeks back, we celebrated Navratri in India, which is worship to the feminine energy in the world, in the universe. And however, I think the world has stumbled upon to the male-led organization, as we were showing in the facts as well. Dr. Rudy, what do you think has been the cause for this in the last 10 years? Even though we as a society have grown a lot in the last 10 years in the venture space, in the entrepreneurship space, still I feel the network of entrepreneurs, venture capital, local partners, general partners is not strong enough to support women-led entrepreneurs. And second question would be that it's not just the entrepreneurship side, but also on the corporate side, where I feel the support that has been that the society as a whole is giving to the women on a corporate basis is also very limited. So what do you think would be some of the limitations that we as a society have kept to support our women leaders?
Can I answer directly, Harriet?
Yeah, sure, please.
Okay, thank you, Ravikant. Well, first of all, thank you for your question and for your analysis. I really, the first thing I want to say to you is it's amazing that is so many research on the difference of salaries, for instance, or on the difference of promotion, but there's very little research on the difference in VC or in the difference of credits. So that's my first thing, which I really want to act on that. And so we need some more research on the reasons. So as you say, facts and figures, it's not do you agree or don't you agree. Yeah? The difficult thing is how to explain. In my view, as I said, one of the big issues is that venture capitalists come together or business angels come together, and then somebody says, hey guys, I really have a nice project somewhere from whatever, from a friend or from somebody I know. And that's the way that the project becomes then what we call a hot pitch, because it's a pitch already, which is referred by somebody we know who is already part of our club, whatever club that means. And so the fact that women, they get not through that because they're not part of that club. That's what I call a bit provocative, the old boys network, you know. And I think that's really the old boys network that we have to, I don't have that we have to break the old boys network, but perhaps women are not interested neither to get in these networks. We're doing the same things, we're going out in the evening. So perhaps we find something else. And then I see there have been some alternatives, which personally, I'm not really in favor. It's making parallel women networks. For instance, like in Finland, you have a women incubator. But this is not the solution to me. The solution would be that we make that women are involved. Because what we see, and this is in the paper I referred to, which is in the Venture Capital Journal of last year, what we see, if women get there to present their file, if they have the hot desk, the success rate is the same as with men. So the problem is when they're in front of the VCs, you know, and the 4 or 3 VCs are looking, then it's okay. So what we have to find out is that they get there. And that's where the whole thing works. So as you say, it's 10 years we speak about that, but we didn't do anything on that one. It's what they say in French, en amont. And before it's there, we have to find a solution. For the corporates, I think it's quite different. But again, if you look to the corporate venture funds, most of the corporate venture funds are male-led, see? And again, we see, and that's something we can prove the correlations. The correlation of, for instance, one of the shocking figures I showed you, in my view, is that 21% of the male investors say, we consider a female. This means that 79% of the male investors do not consider male, do not consider female-led investors. So again, I think in corporate, what we have to do, so that's the KPI I was referring to in Europe, we must make that investment committees, corporate, business angels, VCs, that they are in fact mixed, at least that we have women there. And that's something we can try to do together. Very good.
That's a great point, Dr. Rudy. And to just add to that, I think I'm fortunate enough that about 55% of my ventures, I'm collaborating with some women leaders around the globe. And you also mentioned about crowdfunding. So I'm collaborating with a person from Russia. She has been there with MIT and so on and so forth. The name goes with Pocket VC. And the idea is to support more female founders across the globe. So I think it's just about the perspective, the sort of wisdom that we have, and more empathy, more compassion. And I think that sort of leadership, as yourself, Dr. Rudy, could help us bring this change forward to the society.
Yeah, but I think as well, we should not, I would not say to VCs, please invest in female-led because it's on their political agenda. No, because it's a better return, guys. Thank you.
I'll have to connect with you more, Dr. Rudy, offline. Maybe Arjit, we could have a LinkedIn URL or wherever.
We can definitely interact. We have a process of communication which we have built for the internal WLS ecosystem where it is joining. So you can 100% communicate with every person. After the summit, we will do everything to coordinate and connect with each other. Rest assured about this.
Okay.
Marco, you want to ask a question? I know that you're sending me text, please. Yes.
Yeah, thanks, Ajit. Thanks, Rudy. That was quite an interesting topic that you explained. Just going a little bit left field for all of us. I have 2 young children, and I hear a lot of people talk about how children have changed over the last probably 20 to 30 years. So the question is, there's 2 questions. How can we, or you, guide children to become less self-centered and become more grateful? And the second question is, why is it important for children to learn the importance of volunteering time, either through some form of social responsibility? And the reason I'm asking that second question is because in my sporting days, there was a lot of parents and adults volunteering time for clubs, but I found that how do we continue that over many, many years? Because volunteers are so important.
Yeah, thank you for the nice question, especially the second one. I think it's very amazing. It was not one I expected anyway, but it's nice because I think, you know, at a certain moment I showed my slide saying, we always say there's risk and return. And I think the third one is impact. And you see all our economic tech models are risk and return with our betas. And impact, we don't know how to quantify it. We have big discourse on impact and we have some whatever, and mainly an environment issue. But I think one of the things, as you say, the volunteer work makes that people are responsible for the society. Means that you feel about what impact there is, you know. And I think this must, if I say, how can we change the world? I think that's where we could start, you know, if people not only look about return, but look about what does it mean for the society. And that's where the future would be. And if you're an investor, of course you have your carried interest. You have to look at the carried interest. So you have to go for the best investment. And automatically we are all victim of our perception. But victim of the perception. And the perception today is that companies that are making money, companies that are doing IPO, companies that go on the stock, companies that have a return of 10, 20 times are high-tech male-led companies. You see, and we are victim of the perception. And then indeed, if you can volunteer, if you can open, if you can say, what is the impact? What does it mean on long term? I believe that on the long term, we should bet on women-led companies. And that's not only about return, it's about impact, about social responsibility. So I think it should be good. By the way, I must tell you, I recruited a lot of people in my life. Everybody who applies, he has a master in whatever. So you don't make the difference with your master, but you make a difference with your volunteers or with what you do outside your activities, because that you see people are open to society. So I think I was amazed about your question, but it's a very interesting element to. I don't know how I can get it into the economic models, but it's a nice challenge you gave me anyway, Sarko. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rudy. Thank you.
Beautiful. So we have a few bit of questions from social media. I'll take that, and then eventually we'll go to our next speaker, and I'll ask, of course, Professor to stay back because this is interesting. His subject line and your work is probably in the similar kind of direction. Anyway, so Ragini is asking, what do you feel will be the best policy? VCs will always need to make money for their investors and for their startups in both ways. As a woman, what we can do to attract more and more business. I'm not talking about investment, probably growing the company. Over to you, Professor.
Well, as I mentioned earlier in my slides as well, the first thing I would do when I would be a woman and having a woman-led startup and seeing investors, I would start by saying, okay, you all have the perception, but look at figures. 2.5 times more return. This is something convincing. And again, the investor does not have to do it for the nice eyes. It does it for the return on investment. So we can show black on white, there is a huge correlation between male-led, female-led, and return. Female-led is 2.5% higher return. We showed the first analysis that we did in COVID. We saw that in COVID times, 2020, that female-led companies have it much more easier to do a decent exit, and they suffer less from the crisis. Again, for a VC, it's important that in crisis times, because the crisis, COVID is not the last one, there's a crisis every 10 years in the world. So the next crisis is coming already. We don't know when, but they will be there. So they are more resilient. So I would say better return, more resilient. And what is the opposite? Well, my Excel table is more realistic. I'm not doing inflation of the Excel tables. And at the same time, perhaps they don't come through a network, but they come with a good, solid project. And I think that should be the best way to invest. For investors, I would say, forget the wrong perception you have and look to the file, look at the Excel table, have a discussion with the female, and you see that I spoke about the anticipation behavior. You don't exaggerate, you're limited to say, okay, perhaps it will work. The man will say, oh, fantastic. And if it goes well in 3 years, I have my IPO. A woman almost never says that. No, I think we should integrate that. Come back to the previous question. We should integrate the personality as well in our analysis. So that would be the arguments I would use to have more VC. On the side of the VCs, I think there's one simple remedy: put women in the investment committee, not in the human resource department, not in the marketing department, but in the investment committees. That's going to change the whole world.
I'll take one more question, which is again from our Facebook Live. Well, I think he already answered that, but again, I mean, because you asked this question, I'm just repeating your lines. So less number of women in actual business. What do you feel this is probably a different reason, or what is the exact reason for women to come and start their venture?
Well, as I told, indeed, the difference is, of course, it's anticipation, and it's because for me the big issue is the old boys network, you know. But I will use this question, if I may, Ariette, to say that if you put the question in the more macroeconomic scale, we are now at the end of a crisis, almost, hopefully. We want to get out of the crisis. It's my view that we will get out of the crisis through entrepreneurship. And if you have this potential, I would almost say this untapped potential of women-led growing venture capital-backed businesses, we should try to exploit this all together, because this is societal responsibility, and this is how we get our economy back on track. So I'd say it's not only because we want to be helpful to women. That's not my message. The message is it's a better return and it's an opportunity for the economy. I think investors, policymakers, social responsibility people should just unite force in order to use that potential for the benefit of all of us. And what is amazing, my final thing is amazing. It's not a problem of Europe. It's not a problem of China. It's not a problem of the United States. It's a world issue.
True.
Actually, Rudy, I just want to highlight what you just said there. I did a teacher exchange in 2001 to Vancouver Island, Canada, and that year I met my beautiful wife a few years back before we got married, and then we went overseas for a year. In my year there, my exchange, it was quite amazing. I actually, my wife took charge of my accounts. I was so busy doing other things besides teaching and being part of the really rich culture of Canada. And I really loved it. I found, working overseas for a period of time grew myself. I understood my purpose in life, and I could contribute to not only to my relationship with my wife, because I didn't have outside forces that was, were interfering, I suppose, with our relationship. And also, I had plenty of opportunities to stay in that beautiful country. Offers in various fields, being sport and education and business. But my question is, when it comes to women, that particular year, you're right. Like, my wife took charge of our accounts, took charge of a few specific areas when it comes to the money side and the travel, and it was very efficient. And actually, for the first time in my life, I spent a lot of money. I really didn't care. It was one beautiful year, but I came back and I actually had money in my bank account. And so you're right, you know, women have that really strong sense of saving, strong sense of purpose and direction. A good friend of mine, another great example, he works for Samsung Infrastructure, and Arjun knows him, Damon, and he's taken a package for from a company in Australia. Anyway, he's got a beautiful daughter and she studied law, and he encouraged her to get into finance. So she did a double degree, and now she's only very young, I think 23, and she manages $300 to $400 million fund in Melbourne, Victoria, Australia. So as you're saying, you know, these young ladies and these women can positively give us a really strong sense of getting out of this economical disaster that a lot of countries are in. And how can we do it together? That's my question. With WLS and our great people that you've heard over the last, 3 days, and myself and Arjun know some fabulous people off this ecosystem as well. How could we do that together to make sure, or to flourish, economies again with women?
I fully agree with you, Marco. And you see, for instance, one of the figures I find quite important as well is that the default ratio in banks is lower. This is not venture capital, but it shows a mentality. It shows a mindset. I take a credit, I pay it back, full stop, 30% difference in default, it's a complete different. And that I think investors should know as well. If they have money, they take less money, they anticipate, they take less money, but they make the best out of it. And indeed, I think this is what we should do now. We've lost so much money in COVID. We have so much public debts. So I think now we should really use, between brackets, we use the female-led enterprises and female-led venture capital funds to get back on track as fast as possible. So I fully agree with you, Marco. Thank you for the question. I couldn't agree more. Next time we do the speech together.
Thanks, Rudy.
Thank you. Okay, I guess we have done this panel, and of course, it's a beautiful share and great learning for all of us. Professor, it's a pleasure to have you among us and listening to you and learning all those kind of values and inputs. I will ask you to please mute yourself. Before that, please give us a good smile so that I can take a picture of yours. I already did a couple of actually, but yeah. So after World Leader Summit, I'll be declaring myself as a photographer, digital photographer on Zoom. Okay, so this is the time I think I should call upon our next speaker. David, if you're there, please kindly unmute yourself and turn on your video.
Yes, hello.
Hello. Okay, so we have our next speaker. He's an award-winning author, a champion of diversity in investment, a TEDx speaker, an entrepreneur, and a CFO, logging from United Kingdom. The stage is all yours, David. Please enlighten us with your speech.
Thank you so much. And I'll just pipe in there, Marco. I loved your little comment there. I was raised on Vancouver Island. So there we are. Yeah. So I'd like to talk about two themes that are very related and also follow on quite nicely from what Marco was talking about. And the first of my themes is about growing through raising capital and buying companies. And it's an advanced strategy that a lot of very successful entrepreneurs and a lot of larger companies use. And it's a skill set that I learned between 2000 and 2010 when I was the CFO of 3 very different companies. One was a PR agency group. One was a digital media and publishing business that was listed on the stock exchange in London. And one was an online auctioneer of used industrial equipment that was also listed on the stock exchange. So 3 very, very different businesses, but they all raised capital and bought other companies. And so during that time, I developed a lot of skills and knowledge. And that led to ultimately to the publication of my book, Add Then Multiply. And in that book, I set out my approach on how small business owners can scale up their companies at a much, much faster rate than they otherwise might be able to do so through organic growth. And so I've developed a methodology called FACE, F-A-C-E, which stands for fund, acquire, consolidate, and exit. And I take the reader through each of those stages. What do they need to do in order to successfully raise capital? What's the process for acquiring, buying another company? What's the process of consolidation when you put two businesses together? And ultimately, how to prepare for and execute an exit from the business. And it was following the publication of my book that I was speaking at an event about fundraising. And after my talk, a woman came up to me and asked why so little venture capital funding went to female founders. And so I really, really enjoyed listening to Rudy just now and hearing what he had to say. And over the last 2 years, I have been really focusing a lot of my time and attention on female founders and addressing this very issue because it's a very uneven playing field. I am, in fact, currently writing my second book, which has the working title Funded Female Founders, and that's going to be published in the spring of next year. And it's all about what is the situation? You know, why do we have this very uneven playing field? What's led us to get here? And then let's look at some female founders who have successfully raised funds. What can we learn from them? And then I take the reader through the whole process of the different types of fundraising. So looking at angel investors, looking at venture capital or private equity or debt markets and things like that, just to give people an overview and an understanding. And then the final part of the book, which I'm working on now, is all about how can we change this in the future? So what does a future look like in 2030 or 2040 when we don't have as tilted a playing field? I don't know if we're ever going to get to a completely level playing field, but maybe not in my lifetime, I don't know. But my whole thing is how can we make sure that we create the systems and the procedures and have the tools that allow female founders to raise capital on an even playing field. And again, it's quite a lot of what Rudy was saying in his talk and some of the statistics that he was quoting. I know well. I mean, the one about the fact that female-led businesses generate 2.5 times more profit per dollar invested than male-led businesses. And that was from a study that was done by Boston Consulting Group, which is a fascinating piece of evidence that shows just how much value is created through female-led businesses. And in the work I've been doing, both with my Funding Focus initiative and also with the researching for writing this book, as Rudy himself said, this is a global issue. When I first came across it, I was aware of the issue in the UK, and I then started to reach out to people and started to communicate it on my LinkedIn, and we ran an event, and just people started reaching out to me and contact me and telling me their stories and the challenges that they had faced. And I found literally in every country where I looked, similar kinds of statistics. So right now in the UK, all female teams get less than 1% of funding. In North America last year, it was just over 2%. In Australia and New Zealand, it's around 3%. In India, it's very low as well. And just literally around the world, it's a big, big issue. And again, it's partly what Rudy was saying in his talk, but from my perspective, I don't think the venture model is broken, because the venture capitalists are raising record amounts of money, and you see the statistics on PitchBook and things like that. They're generating record returns. The problem is that the venture capital model is focused on finding the next unicorn, and unicorns are very rare. I think there's 862 of them in the world today, and it's this narrow focus on something that is leaving a huge swathe of other businesses that will probably never become unicorns, but are good, solid, predictable businesses. They're growing businesses. They generate cash. They provide employment. I agree completely with Rudy in his comment that entrepreneurship is what's going to get us out of the economic hole that COVID has inflicted on the world. Because it's entrepreneurship that creates new jobs. It's entrepreneurship that disrupts industries. It's entrepreneurship that creates new things. And that's where the wealth comes from. And we need to find some kind of a method that enables people who are running good, solid, successful businesses or have good, solid, successful business ideas to allow them to have access to funding that right now they aren't getting through the venture capital industry. And you know, so it's like I said, VC isn't broken, but VC has a very narrow focus, and we need something that widens that focus. And I'm exploring a number of things in that field right now. But to me, that's where the challenge lies, and that's where the opportunity lies. One of the things I read recently, in the United States now, for the first time ever, white men are not the majority of business owners. They're still the largest at 41%. And then women-owned businesses, all women is 36%, with the balance held by what is referred to in America as people of color, which is primarily in America, Black and Latinx people. But there is a trend that is coming along where the dominance of male role models in business and industry is slowly shifting, and the world is slowly moving towards a more balanced perspective. And I could keep talking about this for all day if you like, or we can have a dialogue and some questions. I'm very happy to.
VC as a concept, before we go for a Q&A, of course, we have questions. VC as a core concept, they have to make money. I mean, it's not easy to start and run a venture capital fund. And when they start, it is their duty to give the money back to their investors.
Yep.
Because they usually float that particular money into several different ventures. And when they see that one venture is not doing good, they have to kill it. There is no other option but to invest and pump in that money to some other company as well. Now, when we talk about social impact funds, or probably a fund which is more on a private investor side, probably that's one of the key solutions which we are talking and discussing at the moment. Maybe exact VC route is not that way. So your takes on this, do you feel that there is a need of group of private investors, which of course we have created? We have I'm not sure if you know about our ecosystem. Okay. No. So we have an entire ecosystem of entrepreneurs, investors, policymakers, of course, with a couple of speakers, then entrepreneurs, then a group of artists, real estate industry developers. It's a large pool of ecosystem that we have. Yep. In the group, we have actually communities, and we take people as an ambassador role who are responsible to each and every committee of ours. Every committee works on a very specific kind of agenda. Example, if it is women empowerment, then we try to give all the knowledge and all the connection and market connection for the upcoming women who are looking for probably starting their business, or maybe they are in job, they want to pursue some next level of growth. Example, the investment committee of ours, wherein Ravikant is already there. He's one of our ambassador in this meeting. So such kind of vibration we already have. And in fact, we started our own business accelerator, which we call as Co-Innovate Ventures. We never ever declared that in social media as of now yet. We wanted to have it this year in WLS. So World Leaders Summit is actually our signature summit. To give you a small rundown about what we do, we have our own portal of real estate property buy and sell, plus your costly cars and yachts, which we can buy and sell utilizing our own internal network.
Okay.
Then we are coming up with our own NFT platform plus art buy and sell platform. These are all happening because we have all these ambassadors who are asking, hey, we have been doing it for last 1 year. Why don't we make it as a structure so that not only as an internal network, let's tell the world that we are doing it. So we floated multiple different verticals inside the ecosystem. And we are actually floating basically a membership service and a business club as a concept so that people can join, they can more interact with each other, they will become members, they will do their own things. Monthly, we have business symposium, which is basically 7 to 8 business people. They share their own business, not idea, mainly execution. And they say that, hey, I need this. And there is someone who is saying, okay, fine, I can probably help in this. Okay. So that's how these matchmaking things are happening, just to give you a perspective. But I will open this floor to Marco because he already unmuted himself. Probably he wanted to ask some question or give some input. Marco, over to you. Then I will give the mic to Ravikant. I already saw that he pinged. So yeah, sure. Everybody, like you can ping me or individually, you can unmute yourself and ask him questions.
Thanks, Ajit. Thanks, David, for your speech. And it's amazing that you grew up in Vancouver Island. I stayed in Nanaimo when I was over there. Such a beautiful, beautiful place, isn't it?
Yep. Yeah, it is. It is.
Just when you said face, what made you use the word face? Because when I see that word, I see more than just the words that are attached to it, obviously. What made you choose that, and how practically do you implement it, or do you allow all of us? How you know what I'm saying? How should we implement the word face in our ongoing action through projects and investments and so on?
Absolutely.
And some great examples of how how you applied and mentored others to do so.
Yeah, sure. Well, I mean, the best thing would be to buy the book. It's available on Amazon around the world. So I mean, I actually there are a number of case studies in the book, and I explain in detail one of them, which was the middle of the 3 companies that I referred to. So it was a digital media and publishing business. And when I joined that company, we had 1.1 million in sales. And 3 years later, we had 27.7 million in sales. So we tripled the size of the company 3 years in a row. And we did that through raising cash and buying other companies and then integrating them. And so when one looks at the whole of Face, I start by raising funding so that you've got the money that you can then go out and make an acquisition. Now, in reality, the 2 of them may happen in tandem, because you'll start looking at an acquisition, and then as things move down the line, you'll say, okay, this is starting to look serious. I need to get some funding in place. So it's not like distinct steps. They can happen along the line, and as indeed would happen. So as you're going down the line of acquisition, you're going to start thinking, okay, once I've bought this company, how am I going to put it together? And so really it's a case of just following the flow of that. And in terms of how did I come up with Face, the first stab I had was actually FAIR, which was fund, acquire, restructure, and exit. And then I was sharing that with a few people, and the general view was that restructure has negative connotations and often refers to, buying turnaround businesses and things like that, which isn't necessarily the case. In fact, I'm a big follower of Warren Buffett, and one of my favorite Warren Buffett expressions is, I would far rather buy a wonderful company at a fair price than a fair company at a wonderful price. And so I was just playing around with that and just thinking of other words that I could use. And then all of a sudden Face just kind of hit me. And I thought, well, it's a consolidation program. I guess also having trained as a chartered accountant, I know what consolidation is in financial terms. And when you put two businesses together, you produce consolidated financial statements. And so it appealed to me from that perspective as well. And that's how I came up with FACE.
Fantastic. Thanks, David.
My pleasure.
All right, so I'll take the next one in that case, Arjit. Okay, so thank you, David, for sharing that. Great stuff. And as Arjit mentioned, the main purpose of the summit is to have more connections post the summit. Because right now we just are interacting, but the actual connections are made after that. With that, I'm also going to share that I'm visiting London on 11th of Jan. So maybe I'm there for a week, and I'd love to connect with you around that period of time if you have some bandwidth.
Fantastic. Yeah, at the moment, the calendar in January is looking pretty good.
Awesome. Thank you.
I look forward to that.
I'll ping you somewhere offline. But yeah, my question was around this, David. So, a lot of times when we try to figure out the root cause of what the problem is, and this is again something that was in my mind when I was speaking to Dr. Rudy, we talk about this United Nations goals, SDGs around, how this SDGs are there for uplifting the society. And a couple of them are around gender equality. And I think one of them is around quality of education.
Correct. Those are my two goals that I support.
Yep, great. So we are aligning more now. So I think that some of these goals are pretty much aligned to how the society can be uplifted in terms of looking or having a developed perspective towards female-led entrepreneurs. And
Yes.
if we could somehow manage to, give this SDGs as our primary focus, I think that could lead us to somewhere a good development in the next 10 years, or maybe even much earlier then. So what are your perspective on that, David?
Well, I mean, I agree completely. And I mean, when the UN originally set up the SDGs, they said if we could achieve all of these things by 2030, the world will be a better place. Whether we get there or not, I don't know. But it's very interesting. And one of the key things that I do now when I'm working with clients on projects is I make sure that they align their business to one of the SDGs that fits and makes sense for their company. So I did some work a few years ago with a security business. And so the one that kind of made the most sense was goal, I think it's goal 15 or 16. It's peace, justice, and strong institutions. But no, I mean, a lot of the stuff that I'm doing is very focused around 4 and 5, quality education and gender equality, because that, from my perspective, that enables everyone in the world to see and understand what are your kind of core values, what are the things that you're doing to support, and I'm a very much a believer that, part of the responsibility of businesses is to give back. It's not just about profit. And I very strongly encourage my clients to look at the UN Sustainable Development Goals and figure out which ones make sense to them and support them actively. And there are some amazing organizations around the world. There's an organization called B1G1, and they effectively have collected hundreds and hundreds of charitable organizations around the world, which are aligned to the UN global goals. And so you can go in and say, well, I want to support a business that's focused on goal number 5, let's say the gender equality one. And so you can go in and find businesses and then you can show that on your own business's website that says, in the last month, we've supported, some of the ones that I've done recently. One was, chef skills training for women in the Philippines. One of the ones I did was bookkeeping training for women in Zimbabwe. We did a project that was for youth in South Africa. And there's an amazing range of things. And I just feel you know, it's really important for people to see that it's not just a case of, oh, well, this, you know, here's this business owner and he's a great big fat cat and you know, he's greedy and he's got all this money. But it's actually, no, we're you know, business should be a force for good. I believe very strongly in that.
David, and great points there. You know, I was discussing this with Arjit on a call a while back. A friend of mine from Singapore, she works with an organization who are supporting people who are differently abled to help them get job ready in the next 2 years.
Yep.
And most of their focus is around women who are differently abled, along with the other audience as well. But the reason for that is they believe that if they can train one woman, that woman will be able to train the rest of her family. So I think that's a great initiative, and taking education as one of the key priority over there.
Yes.
Education can be at any level. You know, you can be educated more around investor relations. You can be educated more around IT space. But having such an initiative is, I think, one of the goals towards more sustainable society altogether.
Absolutely, absolutely, and you know, in investment in education is the greatest thing that we can do. I can't remember the exact quote, but Nelson Mandela had something along the lines that you know, an investment in education is the most powerful way that we can transform our country. This was when he was the president of South Africa, yeah, just. I think your example is perfect. So if one person is educated and they can then go out and educate 10 people, and they then go out and educate 100 people, and it just cascades from there. And it's not something that has to be hugely expensive or hugely time consuming. It's simply allowing people to learn and develop a skill. And, you know, with the amount of free things that are available on the internet these days, you know, anyone who wishes to and has an internet connection can invest in their education from the comfort of their own home, no matter where they are in the world. And I think that's an absolutely brilliant thing.
And Arjit, I believe we have our, just want to finishing it up.
You know what, Ravikant and David and all others, Swati Mandela was actually one of our speakers in last summit that we did on 8th March. Yeah, we had a lot of people, probably, actually, we never ever maybe did in such a way that a lot of people know that how big our ecosystem actually became.
Yeah.
And it's not a number that we are making a statement, it's actually 95 countries connection. And
wow, that's amazing.
We have, if you look at our website, there is a link which will take you towards our committee members. Every committee members are enlisted over there with respective their roles, and every committees you will find and you can learn about them. These are basically the ambassadors and chairperson. We have a great person like Sandeep Marwa. He's an amazing guy who runs India's one of the largest film city called Noida Film City, and one of the largest university which is called Marwa Studios, and then university is called AAFT, which is mainly in media and entertainment. So he's heading the entire media entertainment as a global chairperson. We'll talk more about all these kind of programs, of course, but not in World Leaders Summit. We'll do it later on with you personally.
Fantastic.
We'll be happy if we can help. And in fact, talking about diversity and inclusion and talking about differently abled people and helping them, Ravikant is an active ambassador who actually joined very recently. But to be very honest, we have another ambassador. His name is Sumit. He's also from India. He's physically differently abled. I know him for last 4.5 years. He's taking charge of bringing these differently abled people into our ecosystem, and we are trying to help them to get some amount of activities and works, because it's not nice that we are saying that, okay, you know what, you don't probably have the legs, which is not working, so I feel pity. No, I mean, they have much more active brains, which they can
absolutely
use. So
absolutely,
we firmly believe in that concept, and we are into this and trying to create a great ecosystem. Looking for your inputs, help, and support. We have great people like Marco probably can tell. From Australia, we have a celebrity, His name is Bruce Hoppo Hopkins. We call him as a Hoppo. He is basically a sports person, of course, a TV personality, runs a show called Bondi Rescue. So those kind of people. I mean, I can go on with our ambassadors list. They're
Sure.
very near and dear to us. From Korea, we have Eileen. She is pretty well connected with all those kind of grants and policies, and she's all in. If anybody wants to explore South Korea, want to run their business, looking forward some kind of grants on technology front. So there are various different people who have their own strength, and we thought that let's combine all our strength.
Absolutely, 100%. So in the UK, within the UK government, there are a number of different cross-party groups that are referred to as APPGs, all-party parliamentary groups. And there is one that is called the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Inclusive Entrepreneurship. And I am a member of the committee that is supporting and doing research and looking into this. And we're specifically focused on differently abled people. So we've got deaf people, we've got people who are wheelchair bound, we've got blind people. I mean, we've got a deaf musician on the team, which is really, he can't hear, but he creates music, and it's really good music. And I think, again, it's one of those areas of society where in the past, those people were sort of ignored and didn't necessarily, their contributions to the world they didn't have an opportunity to make their contributions to the world. And the world is changing for the better in that regard now. And there was one chap, he lost his legs in an accident, so he's wheelchair bound, but he runs 3 businesses.
Wow. Cool. It's funny you said that, David. I've come back in a bit of working with the disabilities sector myself, and I've coached as I had 2 club sides in a state team many years ago in indoor soccer, and I was quite successful for about 3 years. Look, that's so fulfilling. I know the CEO of Nova Employment in Australia, and my good friend that's an actor on TV show. She's very close to the CEO of Nova Employment, and also the NDIS program. You probably heard about that in Australia, how successful that's been run here. So there's so much opportunities that we can look at when it comes to diversity and opportunities. I think in the entrepreneur space, this is, I feel, there is employment pathways, but this is untapped. There is these examples that you're bringing up, and we all know examples, one-off ones. But as Ajit said, is it Summit, Ajit? Is it Summit? Summit is a very inspirational person, David. And when he spoke, I've actually had the privilege to meet him, obviously through Ajit, and at a Zoom call. And this guy, and also women like him, could inspire and bring a fantastic portal in the World Leader Summit together with yourself and co-workers, and we could inspire. Sometimes people are born with certain missing links or missing parts, or unfortunately, or through accidents and so on. So people like Summit and others could really, this is a really untapped area, like I said. So David, we should further discuss this together with numerous people and multiple opportunities that we could look at with many of our leaders on this summit. And as Ajit said, there's previous fantastic leaders in our previous summit last year, and thinking about the future, how we can sort of integrate into the education system. Well, I come from education, and I remember when I attended a big summit with HSBC. I put my hand up, and the CEO of the South Pacific asked a question, and my question back to him was, why did you discuss education with a financial, in a financial setting? You know what I mean? And this
Yeah.
was like 8 to 10 years ago. And I knew the answer. It's no longer want, right? And we don't want education, it's a need. You know, we need shelter, we need food, we need water, we need clothing, and education is a need. And
Yeah.
it's a pathway for all of us throughout all different communities across the world, not only to grow as an individual, but to provide opportunities for communities and to grow others as well. So, you know, it's a pleasure meeting you, David, and I'm sure with all of us attending today and in future days and past days and present days, that we could do something special together.
Absolutely. And maybe we'll meet up on Vancouver Island one day.
Of course, we were gonna meet. David,
No, good.
actually, I'm actually hosting World Leader Summit for quite a long number of years now. I usually don't share my details because I already introduced speakers. But to be very honest, I have got around 23 years of running ventures, multiple, not only one. I invested in around 21 different portfolio of my companies. I started and helped 3 different angel funds to start their operation in one in US, 2 in Asia. I helped one venture capital fund to start their operation in China, and I used to be their GP once upon a time. They then moved their operation from China to various different parts of the world. But this is not my time to share things. What we felt, me and Marco, we felt that we should create a platform for all the people to come together. I have a little bit of experience. He has got a little bit of experience. A couple of more people have got their own expertise and strength. Let's combine all these things together and probably do something cool. And that's how all these things started. And while doing all this journey, we actually started and floated our own accelerator with our own kind of fund so that people can have the advantage. That's called Co-Innovate Ventures. So
Okay.
we will share more of these news into our social media links. You will get to know about our real estate portals, our luxury cars, our NFT platforms. I already run a gaming company for last 23 years. So those things are there. I have one of the media company, which is one of the leading in India. I have a acting modeling portfolio of my companies called Glam World Face, wherein I actually invested. So we have a lot of celebrities who are actually coming in this platform. So it's a kind of, you can say, ecosystem that we have tried to create. And people like you and people like our next speakers, like all the panelists who are actually joined in this summit, we request all of them, whatever they feel that they want to do with us, we welcome everyone to handshake. Well, small drops actually create ocean. And that's
Absolutely.
So that's the belief
Absolutely.
that we want to continue. So looking forward to your all the love and support and blessings. Thank you for all the questions and thank you for your knowledge and sharing. And thank you, audience, for all the questions that you're sharing in our social media. Keep blasting us with Twitter message, Facebook message, and Facebook comments and YouTube comments. We'll take that and then ask our panelists. Okay, so this is the time to introduce our next speaker. I will request David to put yourself, please mute, and please stay with us. Actually, we have a lot of questions, but please stay with us. Give me a moment. Okay, so we have our next speaker, Olga. Olga is a business angel, an investor, a serial entrepreneur, a lawyer, and an author. Welcome to World Leader Summit 2021, Olga. The stage is all yours.
Hello, thank you for having me here. It was a great conversation indeed, and I think all those things indeed should be done because the world is changing. We should help it to change in a more rapid way. I'm not sure if I'm going to share a presentation. If anybody shared a presentation, I have it ready, but I can also go point by point. So basically, my presentation or speech is more about how investors look into the startups or whatever projects they are investing in. So, the times are changing, and especially during COVID, not everybody travels as much as they did before. So several things changed. And I think, first of all, the core part is that everything moved online as well as some part of investing, right? And now we have a dilemma as investors. First of all, how do we connect with startups? And then the second dilemma, even if we connect online, how do we check on those startups? So I think this is one of the things that this summit or other events are helping us to do, is that we can come out and kind of present our not really portfolios, but what we do and how we can help. But on the other hand, we face, I would say, a problem on checking the real status of the startup, because all the conversations online, and if you are not able to meet people to talk to them, it's a little bit challenging to invest in those projects without meeting them. And then on the other hand, we still should do that because, well, in most cases, for example, for me, I was traveling to Asia, to China quite often, and now I cannot because I have to go through the quarantine like for almost a month. So it's really challenging, and nobody would do that unless they really have something urgent to do, right? So basically what we've come up with, and I think it will help all those listeners who are here from the startup side and maybe some investors who didn't really yet approach this matter. What we did is we are connecting with various startup hubs and creating kind of our network of people we trust who can check on those startups locally. And this helps really a lot, because if you build this network and then you have several entities or people, even same angel investors from other regions, and they can really tell you, like, they can meet those people on your behalf, they can tell you, and you trust them, you trust their opinion, because for us, what matters really for angel investors, it's not like we invest in ready-made business, right? Because when we do fundraising, I also help startups to do fundraising on the further stages, and now Series A, Series B, we have more or less stable business model. At least we have came up with an idea. When it's angel stage, it's kind of a business model that may come up with a very different story. We've seen it multiple times, as well as with unicorns. If you look at pitch decks of Uber, of many other projects, the initial idea was very different. So what is important that when actually investing in people, and that is why we have to know if those people are capable in adapting or changing when the time comes, right? The pandemic showed us perfectly that there are things that should be adapted in various business models, like those many businesses who were not ready to pivot. I really don't really like this word, but there is no other name for that. But were not able to adapt. They really had to leave the market. And I think what is really important is that even if you are approaching us online, right, if you are talking to investors, what I don't like using this word, but I really hate receiving like copy and paste messages. Seriously, I don't think it's an era of cold emails and cold calls is gone. And as soon as I receive such an email, I'll just leave it. I never open it. What really works for me is personalized messages, personalized in the contents. I mean, in terms of people knowing what I really do, people knowing what startups I do invest in, and people trying to build relationship with me. I mean, in a way that they are trying to know what I really do, instead of just sending a profile, like, 2 pages profile, what they do and what they want from me. It's not the way it works, especially online. Like, you first have to build connections, and this is a proper way of dealing with this kind of stuff. And, I receive a lot of messages on LinkedIn, on email, and all these things. My assistant also receives a lot of emails. And they're probably like 10% of those emails that are really open and read to the end. Because if it starts like, hello, we are blah, 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 we are presenting so-and-so, and I see that startups is not really even close to be to something I invest in. And I don't think this is the way to work, because actually, well, all this investing world, it seems to be big, but it's not really that big. Most of the people in the niche, the funds, you talk to them, and it's also about reputation. So sometimes those startups, the way they do this stuff and approaching just anyone doesn't do any good for them, because nobody wants to speak to them on later stages, because they've already made some reputation. They just approach anyone. And okay, for angel investors, we have a little bit broader mind. Sometimes for me, I'm not limiting myself to like fintech. If there is a proper tech startup or aviation, right? Because I'm also mentoring in Interlac in Dubai, and they're about aviation. But anyway, I'm not limiting myself to those startups, and I'm ready to listen to some interesting tech startups as well. But I think the point lacking from the messages I receive is that it's not about how we can cooperate and how I would benefit of this cooperation. It's all about how startup will benefit. So I think those who are listening to me now from the investor's perspective, it's really important for you to just think of what you can benefit to the investor, what is his side, because well, for investor, it's not like he will receive any money for like 4 or 5 years until there is some exit or whatever strategy is changed, or maybe sometimes it's longer even. So we kind of look at those startups and we try to talk to them. So in most cases, well, for me, I really find it amazing that there are so many great teams, but also what is very important that when we look at those teams, they should be diversified. What I mean under diversification is that if we have only 2 guys team and those 2 guys are tech, like they have a very cool tech background and they can do their work really well, and there is no business guy, there is no marketing guy, then oh no, I mean, perfect, but please look for those people to make the project kind of complex, so that we would know that those people can drive your business model or whatever project you have or product you have, that they can sell it. Because sometimes, yes, the idea is great, but focusing way too much on tech side, and you can see on the other hand so many cool startups that actually had their project on, well, it was in the beginning average, but because of the presenting, because of the how they were ready to adapt to the marketing, they made in the end that it was a very great project and product in the end. So this is what I think is really important for those guys that are approaching us. And also for me, like if there is another no-go, I would definitely not invest in startup with one-man show, because it's really risky for us. It's not that we don't trust you. It's not that we, how do I say it, have any issues. We don't trust in that one person can do a lot. I've been entrepreneur for many years, like one person show, and I've collaborated with other people, but I wasn't startup. So I started my first legal business on my own, and then I hired people after a year or 2 years maybe. But what I'm trying to say is that for startups and for the people, those people who try to find investors, there is a problem, because if there is one person and anything happens to this person, like life is life, we never know, right? And then we are doomed. So basically we have to have a team to be sure that we can develop the project, even if one person has some problem for a month or even 2 months. Whatever happens in their lives, they cannot be present in their project, but at least the project is developing further. And I understand that this is a little bit probably not like human, but on the other hand, we should understand each other and we should understand how business works. And those ethics, I think they're pretty much normal, because it's our money, it's your business. And then on the other hand, we should know where it clicks. And I'm just giving you tips, because these are the other way. Wherever you go, even if you go to VCs first, they will tell you the same story, that one person. So basically looking at those people, for those people who are really great at marketing and stuff, and also like where you can find them, there are lots of hubs, accelerators, where those people come and they really can help you. So those are my core tips. I think I don't want to go really in pitches. I think there were a lot of comments on the pitching here, and I think the most of them are pretty much common, because well, for the pitching, I mean, sometimes you're just amazed by the pitch, and then sometimes you feel that it's really a great technical guy, but then in the end he didn't understand anything about the business project and business model and financing and nothing at all. So I think, yeah, everybody knows, and I'm not here to present about pitching, but yeah, I think that's also another part where you should look at. And that's pretty much it. If you have any questions, just feel free to ask them. And yeah, if you have anything to ask me also directly, feel free to contact me on LinkedIn. I'll be ready to answer your questions as well.
Olga, it's not a question, probably a comment. You know, I'm in the same page just like you. A lot of people, they feel that they have got a great idea. They, pitch to us. Kudos to them. Like, this is pretty common. But people need to understand, it's not about one person's dream. Dream will only execute if you have a team along with you. And team doesn't mean how many employees you have. What Olga wanted to share, who are the people who can actually take bullets for you? Okay. If you have that strong team, usually from the angel investment perspective, angel investors take a lot of initial risk. I mean,
Yeah.
believe both of us, they take a lot of risk. Okay.
Yeah.
VC fund on the same stage, if we compare that, they're in a little bit of non-risky zone, I would say. Okay. So for a person, just think of a situation that you are probably trying to marry a boy or maybe a girl. Okay. And if you're finding your best man or best woman in your life, it's just like finding the right kind of investor for your own venture. Investor, mainly the angels, they don't actually come with only money. They come with smart money, which consists their network, their connection, their business, so many other things, their knowledge, usually a handshake. So Olga, thank you so much for sharing all these. I'll open this floor for Q&A. I'll go one by one. I'm sure that three people already, turned off their microphone, but I will go one by one. Marco, you first, Ravi next, David, if you really want to ask any question, or Dr. Usha, she's there. She's a very near, dear friend of mine, and she's actually from South Africa, a great personality, a great strong woman. Anyone, I mean, Sarah, I don't know about you, but anyone like Naveen or anyone, if you want to ask question, please unmute and we'll be happy to take the question. And if you want to write in the chat box, I can repeat.
Thanks, Sajid. Thanks, Olga. That was, I like how you're very upfront. I think that's important. I think, describing the pitfalls and the positive areas are very important to an individual that wants to inspire and wants to fulfill their dream. Because, if you're not real about what's going to happen, then, you're really leaving these people short. And what I'm saying there is you're giving them false hope. Just one area that I've done in the past with mentoring, mainly through sport and education, and also through the other different trades, is when I do my work, I try to sort of, if I can, grab, and I mean not physically grab, but support a young person to, if it's an area that I'm obviously exploring or I'm performing, to be a side of me. And I'll give you a couple of examples. When I did a lot of disability training and coaching in indoor soccer, when I used to select very strong elite teams in this area, I never just always selected the best players. I'd select on different skill sets, how the team could fit for today, and then also think about 1 to 3 years ahead. So my question to you is, how can we form, like when you're saying these leaders have ideas and it's about team structures and having a great team, I'm a big believer of the buddy system, where, if you can buddy up and get someone next to you that can inspire you. And I've have the privilege of Arjit. Arjit teaches me so much about the financial world, which, I'm learning more and more. And obviously he's going to learn, he's comes from a place very young as an entrepreneur, where I've been instilled into different areas in my life. And I had opportunities to do business very, very young, but my father wanted me to get into elite sport or education so I could earn some income and support the family. So my question to you is, have you heard of the buddy system? Do you believe in actually mentoring a younger person or someone that could be like older, where you could guide them in your journey? Could that be something that, where, when you have these types of, entrepreneurs coming through startups, would a buddy system work and support them a lot more? You spoke about marketing and all these different leaders to form the team, but I believe the person has the idea and concept. If they can have someone alongside them, not only will they grow and be inspired, but they also, but furthermore, spend a lot of time with this individual. to ensure that, like you said, if they need to pivot, if their business needs to pivot, they can pivot at a certain time, which is crucial to success as well. So is that something that we could do together, or do you do that in your startups in Russia?
Yeah, definitely. What we do actually, what we do already is that starting off the COVID times, we knew that startups are really in a tight end, especially in those countries where they don't really get much of a support from the government. And we already arranged for a year, almost a year, we hosted events with my business partner, and we just had those events for free for everybody who wanted to join, to present the projects. We gave them feedback. We had guests from VCs, from different angel funds, from various organizations that could actually help them, and also some of them partnered together. One of them won the contest in Bangladesh. So basically one of them in the meantime raised funds in the US within this year. So I strongly believe in mentorship and body thing. I mean, because body is more of a the persons who inspire each other, but they are more, I think it's more of a on the same level team, right? So one person is very good in one thing, and then the other person is really good in another thing. And I think what helps really those startups is that you create a platform where they can connect. It's just that online it's a little bit challenging because I think I'm just an older person and I prefer live meetings and offline meetings, and those online meetings will never do the same for me as offline. And I think that's what a little bit missing. But on the other hand, it has a lot of opportunities because we can connect startups from various regions, right? And somebody's very strong point is IT, then the other person's strong point is something else, maybe business development. And those people, it's not about competition. I don't think in startup world it's about competition at all. Those startups get inspired a lot by themselves, by other teams, by us mentors. And for the mentorship part, obviously, trust as well. It works because I've seen so many startups with the hubs that I work with, but I do not limit myself to only one hub. So I mainly collaborate with Interlock hub is in Dubai, but I'm open to collaborate with any other hubs to host sessions to help those startups on various things I'm good at. Because when I started, I mainly mentored them about legal things when they wanted to expand to other markets, what things they may face, what may be the problem, and how to structure the company so that it would be really interesting for the investors. And yeah, on the other hand, about financial modeling and stuff. So I think sharing your strong points with startups is really important, and delivering the message and delivering the knowledge about the world, because well, to some extent, even what I mentioned in the beginning, right, of my speech, it was like, yeah, I'm pretty upfront about what I don't like. But on the other hand, I think this conversation and this speech will help others not to do mistakes, not to follow mistakes of other startups that are just trying to create a new business for themselves and new business model. And, in most cases, most of the most successful startups, actually those people who are not very young. Most startups I know that actually raised funds, they have already, it's their second, third, probably fourth attempt. And within mentoring, what we can do for those people is that we can raise those, young guys that are starting their first initial business. Is for me, when I look at them, I remember myself 12 years ago when I started my first business. I was like, I didn't know a thing. We didn't have much of, internet, coaches, nothing. And internet was there, but now we have this much help on YouTube. Even, you can find almost everything and anything wherever you want. Yeah, obviously the ecosystem for startups is really important on different levels, on those who are just starting, then hubs, then something else. So basically, I think those startups need our guidance because every person from this conference can put some value into those startups' minds and business owners' minds, and then really we can help them with that. So again, if anybody has a great idea of like hub or some ecosystem for startups or whatever is related to startups, feel free to reach out. I'm always open to join and to mentor and to spend my time with startups on like weekly, monthly basis, just to help them to grow in a proper way.
So if you're saying this, let me take the first mover's advantage. Let me welcome and invite you into our co-innovation ventures as one of our mentor. Please, if you like, please feel free to join us and help our startups. We are growing in a rapid speed. It will be our pleasure to have you on board.
My pleasure. My pleasure. I will join you guys. Thank you.
Yes, David, please.
Yeah, I wanted to just follow up with Olga. I loved what you were saying about the team and the importance of the team. And I find sometimes, particularly the less experienced founders, tend to focus more on the idea or the technology or whatever, and not focusing on the team. And so I completely agree with you. And in fact, in my view, and one of the things that I love to say to people is actually, in some respects, every business is exactly the same. They're also different, but in some respects, they're exactly the same. They all have to go out and find and win customers, and that's called sales and marketing. And they all have to deliver to their customers, and that's called operations. And they all have to collect money and pay salaries, and that's called finance. And every business has those functions. And I always say to founders, particularly if you're out looking for money, you've got to have really solid people in those three areas, and potentially others depending on the nature of your business. But if you don't have really strong people in those core elements of your business, you're never going to succeed in your fundraising. And you know, after all, investors are investing in a team. So I just want to say you have my complete support.
Absolutely, I agree with that. I mean, for startups, you can change teams, but it's not, I mean, if they change teams, it really shows that they don't have a core. Like if they have those people changing all the time, the core of the team, those founders or co-founders, so those people who join them on the very early stage are crucial. So if anybody's listening to me now and they're like, oh, we can change this person later, please don't do that. Because if you start off with the right person, on those 3 or 4 sectors that are crucial for your business, this is a key to success. Even if you have to change your business model, then you can do that. But the team is really important. And I really, what I really hate about those pitch decks, the team is always either not on the file, or it's somewhere, in the end when it's crucial part. So you always start off of your team. You are talking about their background, how you guys met, what is important about those people, and why do you trust them? Because if you only show, usually it ends up like, on our team is so-and-so, so-and-so, and so-and-so, that's it. And how can they do that when at the moment when your team is so important and you have to tell everybody, okay, this guy is amazing in this stuff he's been working with so-and-so companies, biggest companies on the market. No. And then you deliver the message, and then you kind of, okay, I trust you guys because I can tell, I know those companies. If this guy was working with these companies for how many years, obviously you trust them. So yeah. And but it's, I mean, I think most, like 90% of the startups, they really neglect this part, and you always have to deliver this message, guys, please. First, second slide is about teams. You talk about you, and then you move on to your project. Or even if it's in the end, it should be a proper presentation, not just cut enough, because it's really one of the most important parts for us, for angels.
Definitely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody got any questions? Please feel free to ask, else I will start asking her. If you want me to keep my mouth shut, please. Yes.
Yeah. Although I don't want you to keep your mouth shut, Arjit. We want you to speak more. All right. Thank you, Olga, for sharing that. I come from a global professional services firm as well, and I had the pleasure to convert their $10,000 business into a $2 million business in just about 8 months. And the way I was able to do it is I was able to think for the next few steps ahead before executing the first step. And I think this goes well with the startup as well. You touched upon the points on how people should, or maybe a founder or CEO should be thinking about what would happen if that founder was not well, or they were out of business for a while, and so on. So it's more about how that person can think about being replaceable by someone within their team for a span of time or a longer period of time. So what do you think would be the next few steps that a founder or a CEO should be thinking about when they are just in the startup phase, rather than just thinking about next month or next few days? What should be the projected timeline that they should think, and what should be the steps that they should focus on for next few years?
Oh, thank you. Wonderful question, actually. In most cases, startups, like everybody, they tend to overestimate what they can do within a year, but they underestimate what they can do within 10 years. And then on the other hand, the most, maybe from the point what is lacking in most presentations or most business mindsets of the startups is how they are, first thing, is what are the potential competitors and how are those competitors doing? Better, worse? What were the similar exits, and what are the next markets they are going to go for? So basically, as soon as they develop, because you can get a product developed and let's say, and one market to the fullest within few years, and what happened next? What is the next market? Maybe some other product, maybe some other market. If the next market, then what is the market? I mean, the planning on this area is super important. And most, this is the part of exit is actually not probably critical for most of the investors, but for me it is, because at least I see what the startup is planning. Because most investors, okay, it's not really most investors, but 50-50. Okay, there is a camp that says that this is really important part, and then the other camp says, okay, the exit at the moment when you just start with the idea is not really that important. In my opinion, it's not really about going directly to the exit stage. It's about how your mindset works in this direction. Because if I understand that your exit is IPO, then it's a different way of operations. If the exit is to adapt to some other company's business model so that they could acquire you in the future, then there is also a different business models. And there are many things that are not taken into consideration before you start really thinking of how you are going to exit your business. Or maybe you are not going to exit your business, you want to keep the company running for how many years. And to us investors, it really shows what is their business reality and how you're going to accomplish it. Because if you see the final goal, you are working in a little bit different manner, I would say. And obviously, I think that what companies should keep going and should keep kind of focusing on is the product and consumer. So basically, if those things go together and they do not stop working on those aspects, and they know how to raise funds for every stage of the product development, then it's perfect. Because in most cases, it's either very product oriented or way too client oriented. I think it should be somewhere like in the middle, because there should be a great product, but on the other hand, you can't leave those clients, hanging. And also focusing also way too on the clients and then developing so product, then those are very tight spots where startup can be really ruined by some other startup that has both. So yeah, this is my point, and I think those things should be kept in mind while working through the path up to 8-9 years or even longer, till the final exit, or maybe in few years. I mean, I've seen so many startups with the different concepts, but every time I get more interested in the project if I see how the startup plans to grow in their own aspect, right? Financials, where they want to be. Because if you don't have a vision, if you don't have a goal, financial goal, then it's really hard to get there, right? For both individuals and companies. But then when you see the goal of the company, and if it's, let's say, achievable enough, and you see the numbers, you can tell it's achievable, then you are more willing to interact and to have more other questions about the startups, and maybe in the end to invest in them.
Great point, Olga. And this reminds me of a customer development cycle, and how do you add your product development along with that? So that's a great touch upon that also, and let's connect offline about how we can find more synergies with World Leader Summit or Innovation Venture and others as well.
Sure. Thank you so much.
What do you, Jade? Please don't shut up.
Well, no, it's actually a really, really interesting talk and amazing sharing by Olga and a beautiful question by all of you. We have a couple of questions from social media, even though these are actually very common. So I'll try to keep only 3 questions from social media. I'm so sorry. We are not taking all of you guys. We respect everyone's time, and I respect Olga's time as well. But yes, Olga, you became really, really popular into our network. I mean, approximate 17 different questions that came. So the first question that I'm going to take and pull up is, I'm just taking the entire English for you. I run a fashion technology company based out of Bhutan, which is a very small country. And I'm a one single woman run business. I have my employees and I want to grow. In that case, do you feel there is no option for me to go for fundraising? If yes, how can you help?
Fashion business is not really my background, but from the business model part, if you are going to go for investors and the business is strictly local, then if you are going to look for somebody, it's either a joint venture with some local wealthy individuals or investors. And then this is a potentially worth a part for them because they understand the local market, they understand the business, how it goes, and in that case it would be possible. If you are looking for international investors, then it's really worth for you to consider how you can structure your business so that in next few years your business can become international, because in most cases it's either a big country, big market, or what next markets you can develop. It's not a bad thing to start off from the very small country. It's actually good because you know the market, you know how to develop. But the problem here is that if your product can be developed and sold in other areas, other countries that are neighboring with your countries, or maybe some faraway countries, because it's not really even the matter of one person entity. Obviously, it would be much also easier for investors to take up on the multiple persons founders, because it's easier to understand the business model management. Because you know what as well, because if it's only one person, you never know, you never have a guarantee how this person can operate in teams, and how would there be any conflict in future operations with ventures, with angels, with those people who invest, because it's all about partnership and conversation and finding a solution. And then there's no guarantee that person, if you were working alone for how many years, then there is no guarantee you can actually fit in the team and a venture business, and that we can find a common point. So this is an issue that we as investors we look at. So I'm not saying no, you always have a chance, and I would never give up on you if I were you, never ever. But I would start looking from a little bit different perspective. So I would start from the local market, approach local investors, local people who you know, and adjust the plan. Okay, because you have to have an idea if you are going to grow international, what are the next markets and what is your strategy?
Well, next question, probably a student coming from Philippines Island. How about protecting my idea before I share it to the investors? What kind of protection that I can take? The next part of it, I have created a prototype and I don't know where to go about protecting my idea before I pitch to an investor. Is there a chance that they will snatch my idea and start on their own?
Well, first of all, we're investors because we want our money to work on the passive side. If we wanted to set up businesses, we already most of us have our businesses, so it's not like we want to do every business we get an idea for. From the legal point of view, obviously you can secure your idea. There is a patent office where you can secure your idea. It takes some time, but you can register your idea. And obviously, if it's a unique idea in your country, it will be approved. And then you have a guarantee that it's already something that is secured. Also under the guarantee title, I mean the trademarks title and patents and all these things, you actually get a how do I say it? You are secured. Your project is secured from the moment you apply for this patent. So you don't have to wait until the decision is issued, because if your project is unique and it's really unique, you will get the patent, right? If it's not, well, then you're still in somebody's idea. On the other hand, if you want to approach investors, if you don't want to wait for the patent, you don't want to apply for the patent because it's also another cost. You have NDA agreements, so basically non-disclosure agreement. And under those agreements, you already kind of confirm that the investor got this idea from you. On the other hand, I can tell you that I even spoke about this topic on this topic with quite a few people from different industries, from design industry and so on. So a very unique idea sometimes pops up on the same, more or less the same time in few persons' mind in several spots in the world. So invest in a world is not only about idea, it's also about execution. Because if you get an idea and you cannot execute it, what's the point, right? I'm pretty sure that everybody joining this conference, this event, this summit had once upon a time at least $1 million idea. Did we execute it? Some of us yes, some of us no. So this is the answer, and I think you have at least several ways to go now with this idea. And the earlier you start approaching investors, the earlier you start your execution on this project, the better, I would say.
True.
If I could add on to a little bit on this.
Please.
Olga, if I could add a bit on that, is that okay for you?
Sure, sure.
Sure. So just to help the person who asked this question, Olga touched upon the point of execution. And let's say if somebody was so curious to get your idea and copy that, congratulations, you have won a competitor for your business. And the more competition you have, the more you'll be focused on execution. And just one more thing, look upon internet about something called as innovation tournament. And the way that innovation tournament folds out is you don't focus on just one idea at a time. You have 10 to 15 ideas, and then you try to execute on some of them before thinking about investing more onto that. So this is some frameworks which could help you get from the conscious or get from the unconscious bias towards an idea and securing that. Of course, that is very important once you're a multi-billion-dollar company where you want to, have your idea safeguarded. Let's say you're creating a new iPhone and you want people to not know about it before it is released. That's of course a point where it's important. But if you're just starting out, it's more about, executing and getting the results through any sort of means that could work for you, for investors, and for customers as well. That was my 2 bits, Arjit.
Exactly. I absolutely agree with that.
Yeah, for the input, honestly speaking, nobody's going to snatch your idea. It's a myth that all these guys are having. I'm so sorry about this, but it's okay to have that kind of myth in your brain. Frankly speaking, investment is not like snatching someone's idea, at least, neither snatching someone's business. It actually happens only when you can't return back money. So now, when you can't return back, the investor always have to at least earn out of something. Either they lose it or they have to do something so that at least they can secure their investment. You need to understand, not a lot of investors are coming from probably a very, very wealthy, rich family. Some of them are coming like us, who started our venture, who started our own entrepreneurial journey. We made a little bit of money and then we are giving it to somebody else so that they can multiply it. Okay, so that number is increasing, and people who are actually entrepreneurs who became an angel investor, they really don't snatch ideas, to be very honest. I have never seen that. And at least from Investor's perspective, we never ever snatch ideas, don't worry. Even if you have the fear, create an NDA that's easy to create as suggested by others. Create a very simple NDA, easy to create by any kind of lawyer. Ask the potential investor to sign it and then go for it. But frankly, if you can't trust someone to share your idea, do you feel that if he or she is investing in your company, you can actually trust them to continue your life journey? And think from the opposite perspective as well. If I am, or Olga, or maybe Marco, or maybe Ravikant, we are watching, okay, fine, you're not trusting us, you're just thinking probably these guys will take our idea and then probably start their own business. Then don't pitch, honestly speaking. It's not going to happen. Handshake cannot happen like this. Listen, investment is not a kind of snatching your ideas or snatching your business. It's about growing the business with a together model. And that's what she has been sharing. So there is a comment from Dr. Usha. It's a great question, especially for a woman starting business. They literally don't know which doors to knock. Probably this comment is for the earlier question. Thank you, Usha, for this. And there is another comment from her as well. Yes, this is very pertinent for NGOs and foundations as well. Probably this is another comment which actually she made. Talking about her, she actually is a very great woman, did a lot in her life. Frankly speaking, she is one of my guests and one of my respected women, at least in this world. Coming from southern part of Africa, did a massive level of work in her life and willing to give back to the community. That's what she has been doing. And we are really, really thankful. If we don't have any question, please let me know. If we have, please ask the last question before we move to the next session. Marco, you unmuted yourself. Do you want to say something or?
Yeah, probably Ajit, I mentioned before, like when Olga was speaking and Ravi and David and, how can we grow together? I think having university students in these hubs, you mention a word, Ajit, you say it's an incubation hub. So, working together with a collective universities in your local or state or provincial areas is very important, very, very important. And, if you can get the government on side, I know in Sydney, Australia, for example, the New South Wales government has its own incubation hub and it supports entrepreneurs at different levels. So, attaching the World Leader Summit, Co-Innovate Ventures together as a group in various countries is so important for not only to inspire the future, but also to make a real difference because as we're all saying, these future leaders need us to guide them, but we also need them to have speed in the market, and it's a digital evolution. And if they don't have speed in the market, they're going to miss out, and they're going to miss out and be very disappointed. And they'll look back and they'll think, well, this period of my life, I can't get back time, but wish I could. And if I have that wisdom, as we all do through experience, then we should share that with these future people. And as Olga said, it's not always the young that achieve fabulous things. And just quickly, Ajit, I remember this lady when I was studying my 4th year in education at the University of Technology. She was 85 years of age, and she was finishing her last year in primary school education. And that inspired me to think, well, you know what, in life, learning never ends. So, this is what we should, I'm hoping from, our collective years of experience, all of us, we can put together and do something really special in various portfolios, as you said, Ajit. I love sport, I love education, I love a lot of industries, and why not share this wealth of experience amongst us all? We're not perfect, and I think that's great to show others that perfection is not the ultimate goal to success, but effort and resilience and courage, and these values are more important than just perfection.
Thank you, Marco.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And actually think that universities, many universities have their own kind of events and hubs and things. Everywhere I go, I kind of, when I meet university people, I'm not really related, but I speak sometimes there and I can sense that it's kind of growing. So this is the niche that is really needed since it's growing in many countries. Then there is really this need from the students to know how it goes, the business processes, to get this knowledge from real people who do the business, who are in this niche, not only, you know, some theory from books. So yeah, this is really crucial and important.
True. Well, thank you, Olga, for all the sharings, and thank you, audience, and all the other panelists and our ambassadors to ask the questions relevant to her. And of course, it's a great session that we had. Thank you, Olga, for being with us. We'll go for a small details of what we are aiming to do in Co-Innovate Ventures, and we'll be sharing the entire portal with you. What are the things that is there? Probably that is going to help a lot of us to understand what's happening. To be very honest, several things happened, but somehow we didn't share that to any portal. So what we have done so far, we have these 6 different pillars. We call them as different pillars of Co-Innovate Venture hub. One, of course, you are getting access to money, which is our own investors portfolio access, whatever you call it. Then we have a network and market connect program, wherein any one of you, if you are joining our cohort, it completely depends on whether we accept you or not. It's not free to join just like anything. There is a specific program. It's a 6 months to 24 months rigorous program so that you can grow and we can grow with you, because our money is actually going to be there. So you need to understand it's not actually anybody can join. It depends on your application. Once you join, there is a network and market connect program that we run, and it's a very specific kind of network where you can grow your business, connect with other industry leaders, other corporates, other businessmen from different parts of the world. I'll give you a normal example. While we are running World Leaders Summit, we are doing one deal with one of the Mexican company, which is run by another Mexican startup, I would say, along with our Australian vendor. And that entire deal is actually managed by Marco himself, where we are trying to bring very common kind of stuff, like it's a trading that they are trying to do with a few bit of commodities. This thing actually happened because these guys were in our network, in our hub, and we felt that these will be the best fit. So both of them can make money. I'm just giving normal one example. Like hands-on support, this is one of the example that I already gave you. For an example, if you want to probably scale up your venture from one part of the world to another part of the world. Live example, you want to explore maybe Australia to Turkey. So we have our partners sitting there who have huge number of network who can actually cover the entire Turkey region. You want to grow, you have a certain amount of business, they are there to help you out to scale up your venture over there as a partnership model. So it's not about just giving you some kind of input that, okay, fine, there's a law, you go, you apply. No, we handhold you, and then you are totally secure to be there in that particular country and expand. I can give you another example. I send multiple number of business people from India to several various parts of the world. Example, I sent people to Middle East, I sent people to Europe, and they went there. They had I call it basically dinner with kings and queen, which is our signature program in our cohort. They usually meet the potential partners, potential investors. They handshake, it's completely filtered, predefined. We share the information of the business person who is coming, and then we do a business matchmaking. They meet in a dinner, and then they do the business. Due to COVID, we are doing it online. I'm so sorry about this, but this is the only option that we had. But we did a couple of deals in last year. We have complete curriculum, which is our own education curriculum. Anybody who is a startup, they usually lack a lot of knowledge. I'm not sure how many of you trust on this, but believe me, you need to learn a lot how to create even a simple pitch deck. Okay, maybe you have got a lot many information, but when you're sending a pitch deck, you're lacking a lot of things. Example, you're not showing us a ROI. You're not showing us how exactly your market flow will happen. You're not showing us what will be your customer acquisition cost, because maybe you're lacking those kind of information and inputs, which is really, really important. And then you can't create a proper team which is interesting for any kind of investor. It actually depends on your stage, but anyway, stage wise, like pre-seed, seed level, or series A or B or C, we have specific different curriculum. You can always learn it from there. We have active mentors right now. The number is very, very selective. You saw that I was actually inviting Olga to become one of our mentor. You can understand the kind of people we are taking as a mentor. Now, this mentor and mentorship, there is a relation that we want to build. So mentor is first time coming as probably giving a free time, say for an example, for 40 minutes to 1 hour. But after that, a mentor and mentee, if both feel that they want to handshake with each other, there must be a business relationship between a mentee and a mentor, so that both the parties have an interest level and they can grow together. And that's what we believe in active mentoring and advice giving. We have a large community. I'm not sure how many of you know that. Please join our Facebook community called Entrepreneurs Story. I'll share the link in all our social media. There are probably approximately 25,000 people who are active in that particular group. They usually communicate with each other. We'll be happy to have any one of you if you want to join and coordinate with each other. Then we have a number of clients, or rather I would say corporate companies, who are giving their opportunity, their solutions, their business, their wisdom, their knowledge to all these startups, whoever is joining our cohorts, coming down from media background, from sports, from technology, from finance, from legal. So there are different kind of vertical. These companies are in various different parts of the world. So they are coming with their own rich expertise and experience, and you can always handshake with them and grow. There is a program. It's not that you have to choose. We will be choosing something for you. Navneet, if you can kindly put your microphone mute. Thank you so much. After so long time, we are hearing your voice. So we have 8 different vertical, which right now we are focusing. Any cohort, usually we change it approximate in 6 months, like we change our focus area. But at the moment, for the next at least 12 months, this is our focus area. We have the first one, that is innovation and industry 4.0, which includes almost everything in the technological part. We really don't encourage crypto wallets to come to us and then raise fund until unless that's really meaningful, or you are hedging with some real commodities. We can always take a look. The rest of the industries like AR, VR, gaming, animation, probably on AI, robotics, all are welcome. Feel free to apply. We have a real estate industry vertical, which is not very common into cohorts, but we have the strength to grow your real estate company if you have any. Agriculture and food industry, education and skill, movies, sports and entertainment, we put that into the same vertical. But of course, the mentors are different, the business are different. Depending on that, we usually can have that application. We have health and wellness and media, medical advancement as another vertical. We have fintech and blockchain as a different vertical, completely different than industry 4.0. There are specific reasons, because NFT market is growing in a completely different space altogether. We felt that let's put this NFT along with blockchain so that we can relate, connect, and put it in a different vertical so that we understand how this market will have some kind of reflect back. Talking about the same, if you know, Facebook declared their own metaverse. Of course, Disney eventually launched it. If you don't know that, please read the news. A lot of big companies, they're actually coming up with their own NFT platform. And guess what? We are coming up with our own NFT platform as well, which is, of course, combination with our great ambassadors. I'll take name of Olga, not you, Olga. There is another Olga. She is a Russian lady from Russia itself. She requested us that can we create a platform so that we can sell the local artists or digital artists, and maybe they all can make money. We listened to her. She's a great friend, and we are floating that particular platform for all the artists who really want to sell their art. Of course, we cannot value your art like these are super valued. Like we cannot say that, okay, fine, this is so costly or so cheap. But with due respect, if that is meaningful and our buyers, which is there in our network, they are willing to buy it, feel free to apply over there. Clean energy and sustainability is the last sector where we are taking applications. I'll go to a little bit down. These are our mentors at the moment from various part of the world. Of course, Hamid, Farooq, Ravikant, Paolo, Dr. Wendy, a couple of others. I'm not going deep into that. These are the few services that we are offering. If you are looking for that, like a lot of companies, they come to us, they say that, hey, I don't know how to do branding. Hey, I don't know, I don't have a technical knowledge. I don't know how to go for digital. Some people come to us, they say that even I don't know how to create a website. Probably website designers are charging a huge number of money from us. That's the reason we took many partners into our cohorts. They're offering 50% discounted rate from whatever is there, so that you can at least create your own strength in the digital world or probably in your business preparation. There are legal bodies who are there. In fact, I would love to take example of one of our lawyer friends. She joined us from Australia. Bin, thank you so much for joining us along with all your strength as a mentor for our legal department. And of course, we have all these 3 layers of funding. We do market acquisition deals. If you wish that you need some help, feel free to get back to us. We have a good number of team who can do that. Of course, these things are not free, cannot be free. There is a optimum level of payment, which is really optimized for you guys if you're a startup. And of course, the lawyer is not here to make money. They are actually giving back with a very limited amount of money sharing. I'll tell you the reason why we don't encourage people to come for free. Listen, lawyers are professionals. Number one, you are also a professional who is probably starting your own venture. If you don't have the appetite to give a respect to a lawyer, whatever he or she is giving, then it's not going to be very cool for your business to run, and you cannot give value to her or him, and he or she cannot give value to your business. And that's the reason we don't encourage free things to happen. I'm not sure whether I'm really shrewd or I'm talking very straight, but that's how I think market should grow. Of course, we have bit of projects which are live. This is the interesting part into our co-innovate venture. These are the live companies who have their own project enlisted into our cohorts. Example, if you want to join in any of these projects, you can click on any project. For an example, if I'm clicking on this one, it will give you a basic understanding about the project, what they are doing. If you have any kind of interest, if you feel that, okay, fine, I want to connect, you can always go in the connection form. It will automatically connect us with the ID of this project. And we can understand that you have an interest level, maybe for partnership, maybe for interest, maybe for probably you want to invest, maybe you want to collaborate, maybe you want to get in touch with the team, whatever it is, you can do that. And these are all live things that we usually show. Example, this is a US-based project, a very near friend of mine, or rather I would say in our cohort. So when I declare as friend, we usually try to become friend with the startups. It's not that, you know, we will act as, I would say, a demon because we are investors or we are a cohort. No, we are trying to become a friend with them. So this is a hovercraft drone project that he started, and we felt that we should help them. So we are raising a crowdfunding for this beautiful project that he is running. So these kind of things are there on the project section. Here you can see the kind of events that we conduct. This is not fully ready. We actually conducted approximate, I think 13 events every month, if I'm not wrong, in last 1 year, monthly basis one. All of them are not enlisted, but yes, it usually happens in our core structure. So these are the 3 team members. Sometimes I look handsome, so that's how you can see my picture. And Marco always look handsome, and of course Gazarilla, she looks always beautiful. That's our beautiful team, and this is what probably you should go for if you're a startup, maybe in idea stage. We try to write as much as we can in a simplified manner so that you can understand what investors need, or probably you are working with some freelancers. If you want to protect your idea, how you can do that. Probably if you want to evaluate startups, how you can evaluate that if you are a startup. So those all things are actually here, and I'm sure you will be having many questions. So here is a fact section. You can always click and you can have the ready answers over here. No need to connect a person. If you have more question, click on the question icon, and of course you can send us a mail, you can call us, whatever you wish to do. There is a request form. If you want to apply as a mentor, there is a choice. If you are a corporate, there is a choice. If you are an investor, there is a choice. You choose this, you fill it up, click on this, we will get a notification, we will get back to you and connect back to you 100%. Yes, what more? That's all for the first page, but I would love to show you our partners. We have many corporate partners. You can check them out. What are the services that they're giving? You can click one by one. You can visit them. You can understand them. We have few bit of companies like, of course, legal assistant. You can check them. You can check our business support. You can check our technology partners. You can check our ecosystem that we have. And of course, understand how you work. We have resources on event, blog, as I was sharing. Then we have startup consultancy and project. Then the interesting part here, this is not actually happening as only as an incubation center. No, we are not that. We have our own fund. For that, you can click here. You can understand what are the kind of things that we do, how many connections that we have, everything is declared. We have a pitch day. If you really want to pitch to us, you click on this page and you fill this form up. I'll help you to understand how simple it is to apply. Here you can put your name of your startup, your sector, just give a small description of your startup. And then of course, tell us if you are probably you connected any one of us. CIV means Co-Innovate Venture Team, and put his or her name. If no, put just no. You can upload your pitch over here. We usually encourage people to send us a PDF, but if you have Word file or Excel, that's also fine. If your file size is exceeding 5 MB of size, you can put a drive link over here. We can get it, not a problem. And you can put the name of the founder and his LinkedIn account, and of course the second one and his or her LinkedIn account, so that we can understand what kind of team you have and how you are acting in social media. So there is a small tips from me. If you're using a social media and you're sharing probably something which is not relevant to your business, maybe you're missing a lot of your business. Use wisely the social media so that you can get best out of it. Just a small comment from me. There are support centers, and of course there is a comment section. You can always connect us back. We'll be happy to give all the supports that we can give. So that's it about Co-Innovate Ventures. We didn't stop over there. Let me stop sharing. I'll be sharing another thing which is not fully ready, but let me take the pleasure to show you what we are doing. So this is our portal for property buy and sell. Here you can do any kind of search, and of course property doesn't mean only the real estate. You can always enlist any kind of costly car or probably a yacht. We're not dealing with any kind of airplane at the moment, but yes, if you really want to enlist your property, feel free. It's easy. Click on list and submit an ad. My team will get back to you, and then they can of course evaluate, understand your details, legal procedure, and we can enlist it into our portal. There is a good number of buyer list. If they're willing to buy it, there is a specific sector into this portal where you can apply for buying that particular property. We'll be happy to cross sell and connect and do business with you. That's the newest portal that we have launched. So far so good. I can go on with several different portals. I'll share you more. Give me a moment. Okay, this is one of my favorite. Of course, all of them are favorite, but is one of my favorite. It's called IamSuperhero.com. IamSuperhero.com. We talked a lot about kids' education, giving them option to grow, giving them wings about their ideas. So this is the small one-pager portal where a kid can become a superhero All he needs to do, just enlist his or her name and give a proper picture. Our team can actually make a beautiful superhero character for them. Now, this is not the purpose of this portal. The purpose is, if you can create a real, proper, unique superhero, feel free to apply. We have an option, an opportunity for your kids to give them a dream, a wing. What we can do, if their character is selected, we can always go for making either animated CDs or probably making a game out of it, and the credit and the revenue will be shared with your kid. I personally trust in giving back. So if it is selected, it will be great to giving back some amount of money so that they can get amount of encouragement. This gives a kid opportunity to understand that they have got a value as well, and they can do something in life, and of course earn some bit of amount of money so that they can maybe buy a mobile for them or maybe a laptop for them. You guys should listen to our first panel for today morning. These all kids who actually came in the morning, they all started their journey by their own without any kind of investment, and they earned it. And then after that, they bought the hardwares. Okay. So this is one of another vertical which we wanted to share. We can go on with lot many shares, but I will open the floor for Marco to speak, because we are coming up with probably a skill development and education platform. So Marco, if you can kindly share about the same. It's not fully ready, so I'm not sharing, but if you can kindly share about what we are coming up, because it's in the development and maybe somebody else will be interested.
Yeah, thanks, Sajid. Before I do so, Ajit, just on a practical sense, maybe you can explain through my friend Dennis in Turkey, and he presented us a team of gamers, young men. So maybe Ajit, just explain to people where we started with that conversation with Dennis, and to start with, and then how it's progressed and what we're doing to add value. I think that's, in a practical sense, people got to understand that we give our time, but we give our time because we feel blessed to give our time and to grow people and to fulfill their dreams. And then I could add something to this comment as well.
100%. Thank you so much for bringing this. Well, we actually did a lot of help in last 1 year to several business. Marco is actually bringing up one example. What happened? A very good friend, a common friend of ours, his name is Dennis. He brought in one company in front of us, which is mainly into the game development front. So they had a hyper casual game, which is with a real object, Bluetooth connected with mobile, and they wanted to grow their company. And they were a little bit of clueless how to raise fund and where to go, where they can expand. They came to us and we started talking. After 2-3 round of discussion, they wanted input from us. So we felt that let's give them a basic level of support about funding. That's happening. Number 2, we changed their business model, or rather I would say updated their business model a little bit. They never ever thought that they'll be entering into the blockchain space. So we committed that we'll be giving them all those kind of support and opportunity to upgrade their skill set into that vertical, and then give it a wing to their games to enter into the blockchain and then expand. Third thing that we did, we are expanding their business into a particular country wherein they can go for a grant from the government and then expand their business. So it's a 3-way impact that these guys actually got. A, they got access to money, which they are looking for. B, they never thought that their business will be updated. That is happening. 3, they were not thinking initially that if they can access a grant from maybe from some country or from some university or from some private investor pool, that actually happened. So these kind of things actually happens when people come to us for business expansion. Example, we are right now talking with a lot of different kind of vertical of business. I can go on with that. Like there are patented products which we really don't want to share in front of everyone because this is patented. But yes, that technology can be utilized into either painting or plastic or any kind of other material. It's a new material that some group of people have created, and we are supposed to do something cool with that. And when we say that we are supposed to do, cool thing will happen. I'll give you another example with my good friend George from Mexico, along with Marco. They started doing commodity trading, and when startups are talking about cool, technology solutions like making an app and all, you need to understand if you're making app needs to be used and utilized in some commodity, okay? And that commodity market needs to be built. So these things are being done while we are speaking and when we are enjoying World Leaders Summit from last year to this year. These are things that's happening. I can go on, but Marco, I will give the mic to you because I'm never stopping person. I'm not going to stop.
Thanks, Arjun. Just before I start speaking about the educational area, Arjun, I think a very important thing is, like, in our conversation with people across the globe, you might mention one area that they might be interested in. And as everyone knows, we're across many industries. These industries, people are very trustworthy and loyal to us. When I say that, I mean they want to work with us. They feel that we come from a space of giving, and we come from a space of obviously positive execution. So I just want to make that clear to everyone that when you speak to someone about a particular trade or investment, you never know what happens in another space. And I'll give an example, as Arja was saying with my friend in Mexico with commodities. I mentioned a particular energy source, and he goes, Marco, it's done. We'll speak to the government. They've been looking at alternative energy, and just give me a little bit of time, and we'll further explore this conversation with the right people. So this is what we can do together right across the globe. Now, more importantly, with the educational space, I've had the privilege to think in the past that when I was working with young children, adolescents, and adults, how we can bridge the gap to make sure that universities, colleges, different private sectors gain people and produce, obviously, not only careers but create jobs. And I think it's probably those two words are more important in our time period at the moment. So we're gonna have a pipeline educational portal that will bridge that gap. And I'm a big believer is that you can have 20 or 5 or 1 degree, but that doesn't make you the best doctor. It doesn't make you the best politician or the best educator or the best truck driver. I think experience, on the job experience, is more, for me, more important than anything. And I go back to my days with my father, that I worked in the shipping industry with my father, a very talented man, but he didn't have one certificate in this industry. But the talent that he showed on the job was quite amazing. Not only his skill set, but also his management of executing teams on various different types of large ships right across Australia, Germany, and Korea. So they're the things that I've learned, that our educational portal will provide, yes, certain qualifications, which will be internationally accredited. So once you get these qualifications, you can utilize this particular certificate or diploma right across the globe. Not only because I find that in some countries, when you come to another country, they don't accept your qualifications, and you've got to do an upskill to get to their level in their in that particular marketplace. So we're going to have a portal that will have an international accreditation. And my good friend in Sydney, Australia, Joan Stone, we're inviting international students to beautiful country Australia, and we've got 5 offices ready to go in the heart of the city. So we'll provide not only a place for people can accommodate, you can have tours. So these are the types of things we would like to grow internationally. So there could be a center in a particular country where people could have accommodation, they could explore different types of cultural experiences and go on tours. They can be part of the community, they can give back as a volunteer whilst they're doing their study. And I think that's a very important sector that, yes, you might not get a job straight away, but I think young people have got to learn that if they volunteer time in their certain space or they in their certain area that they're studying, you never know what that develops into. And I've seen this occur many, many times in my life, in my years, sorry, I should say my years, that people, volunteer time, and next second, they've got this beautiful career, or they're starting their own business, and that's how it works. So we're trying to bridge the gap between, less time in the classroom and more time on the job and improving their skills. And some of those examples that we have, my good friend, we're doing trade certificates. There could be first aid. There could be white cards where you could work on the, property development construction sites. They could be in nursing. They could be in aged care, childcare. They could be in IT coding. They can be in business management. There is blockchain learning. There's, obviously AI and robotics. So we're going to also provide a tutoring system. A good friend of mine that lives in Colorado, she has a tutoring system that we're going to apply to our educational platform as well. So we could have one-on-one virtual tutoring system, and also we can have group tutoring system. So we can have this tutoring system right across the globe for children, young adults, and also university students. So Arjit, that's just a little snapshot of what we're doing in educational area, but I think it's a very important space. I feel more importantly for the third world countries and also developing countries, because we want to also allow them to grow their GDP in their communities as well, and have their families and communities give back to society for very important areas that we've seen during COVID. In my friends in the Philippines, in Vietnam, in Africa, in South America, it's been a very tough time for people. So this is a great time for us to give back and start this portal and provide and create jobs for many, many families and communities.
You know what, Marco, this is really, really important to have these kind of common platform, because people are looking for work, but at the same time, companies are looking for skilled people. So it's not about nowadays that what kind of certifications that you have got. It's about what kind of knowledge base and what kind of skills you have and what you can do for the company. If you can do great for the company, there is no gap for, I don't feel that there is a gap for jobs. So probably we can do the skill development, and maybe we can fill that gap. And I'm sure that with the kind of people that we have into our network, is going to be really amazing. Ravikant, are you there with us? If you are, could you please turn on your camera and microphone? Because I really want to have your vision into this. Of course, we have speakers, but I really don't want to, lose the opportunity of discussing this. One of the sole reason is we are giving a lot of opportunity to many other speakers to come and share their vision and their thought process and handshake and collaborate with us. But I felt that probably it's time to share our vision to people, what we are doing, because people don't know what we are doing internally. So Ravikant, over to you. What do you feel? What are the things that you feel that would really help the entire ecosystem to grow? What you want to do with us? What you feel that we can do together? You already shared 2-3 different concepts, which are really amazing. Why don't you share that? Because you are sharing a very small bit of that while doing the Q&A round. Why don't you share about what we talked in a very small call before World Leader Summit, and probably there'll be interesting people who would love to shake hand with us. Over to you, Ravikant. I'll keep myself mute.
You that Arjit, and as I said earlier, we don't want you to be mute. But let me start by saying that the values that we are creating right now are the building blocks of what we could achieve in future. So when we talk about giving back to the society in multiple ways, whether it's through education that Marco was just talking about, or through some sort of help in accelerating the business, there are multiple ways in which we could do that, but those values are going to help us expand more in this ecosystem where The world is more about having the same community, having people around you which think in the same manner. And a while back we were talking about stress and how it can impact your health. One of the main reasons I believe of stressful life is when you don't have people around you who can understand what you are going through, and you don't have people around whom you can talk to when you really want that. Um, that is one of the critical part of how our health gets impacted, and I think that is where we as an ecosystem, we as a community come into picture to not just help you from the business side and the professional side, but also to help lead a more happy, more sustainable, and more sufficient life. So with that, let me get to what the question was, Arjit. What we're doing over here, let me start with the investment side. I think the major part of an investment forum or an investment committee is to understand how the fuel, that's money, could be leveraged to help a car or a company or an organization or startup to grow or to move in the right direction. Now, there are a couple of things over here which is important to know. One is movement. By that, we mean growth, acceleration, scaling, and right direction. By that, I mean to be in a direction where you could achieve an exit, if that's the goal, or a further collaboration or a further growth, if that's the goal. So that is one of the areas where I think we are focused on. There are multiple others as compared with relatively with other ventures. One is more on the technological side. Now, technology is critically very important because if you see a company life cycle, the first 10 years is more around for companies that are not tech based. The first 8 to 10 years is more around the startup period for them, followed by a period where they reap the benefit of it, and then followed by a downfall of that. So it's more around a 50 to 80 years. You look at General Electric as an example. They are about 120-year-old company, and right now the situation is more on the later end of a company life cycle. But when we talk about technology firm is something that creates value in a very short period of time, and there is an output and a result in a very quick manner if executed very well. Take any example right now that you have in mind, and that is one of the reasons why I think we are more focused on the technological ventures. Because right now the problem, if you see, is more focused on how we are growing as a society, and we need those quick results to help us fix some areas. So I think technological area, whether it's blockchain, whether it's AI, whether it's any other sort of technology, that remains a purposeful area of investment for us. I think a couple of more areas is about arts and education, as Mark has already mentioned. People express through art. I think for me personally, investment, business, or any sort of growth that I do is an art for me. I'm an artist in that space. But people are artists in different spaces. I think Arjit mentioned one that he draws painting. That's the way he expresses himself, his thoughts, his ideas, his imagination. For me, it's different. For others, it's different. So I think art is an area which helps us remain human and remain sane at the same time. So it has to be flourished. It has to be popularized more and more. Arjit, I felt a while back that art represents culture, in a way that nothing else represents. We in India are lucky to have ancient sculptures which depicts the art which was there at that point of time. So art is something that could sustain what you think for a very long period of time. So investing in that is another area of focus that creates value in the long term as well. I think for a few more areas that are pretty interesting, which could be checked upon on the website that Arjit had shown a while back. Food remains one of them, agriculture remains one of them, clean energy, sustainable energy remains one of them. Arjit, I would like to also touch upon Industry 4.0, I think, which is a very crucial part required right now. We are in a stage which is a more of a transformational period. And the reason why this transformational period is critical is that any economy, if you look at it at a macroeconomic level, there is a crisis that happens in every 10 years time period. There was something that happened in 2008. There was something that happened earlier than that. And there might be something that will happen in a period of 10, 15 years of time. But look at this crisis as an opportunity. These opportunities only happen in a set periodical time, and Industry 4.0 is what is happening right now. Although there might not be so much exposure to that through social media, but if you look in a long-term period, it is something that's going to be transformative, not just for you, but for people around you. A while back, I read something around healthcare and how smart cities could help people who retire, who have no one to take care of them, how this Industry 4.0 and smart cities could help those people, those old people, to live a more happy life in their old age, in their elderly age, and still have a good exposure to healthcare. Now, I'm talking more about in developing countries where healthcare is still is growing, I would say. In those countries, if we could impact something around this area, I think giving it back to people who have already invested in a country's growth is the most valuable thing we could do. And I think healthcare still remains one of it. Fintech is another area that we are focused on as a co-venture. The reason why fintech is more important is our everyday life is surrounded by finance. And I think that the disruption that's happening in that area is critically to be noticed. So we cannot let that go unnoticed, for sure.
I'm sure about this. I'm really, really sure about this. Marco, your inputs, please, if you really want to add.
Yeah.
Late night, Marco. You really want to continue with us?
Yeah, I'll probably finish very soon. It's been a very busy day today. But yeah, spending time with family is important. So, I just wanted to highlight too what you were saying there, Ravi. That like we speak about business. Me and Arjit and obviously our cohort was speaking about giving back. So possibly looking at our health status, and we discussed that today in our discussions, in our group talk. So Arjit runs, is it yoga, Arjit? The yoga platform. So I know people that are professional masters in Tai Chi. Arjit knows yoga. Others might know something else. We know nutritionists. So if we can combine something where we can provide a center, as you know, during COVID, there's buildings right across the globe because people are not going back to the offices. And these offices or these spaces, these buildings are being changed. They've been pivoted and they've been changed to provide other services. So it could be either all of us, if we could tap into our networks in various countries. I'd like to create like some sort of health business retreat. It doesn't have to be called a retreat, but somewhere people could go, possibly with their families and have some time out. They could bring their company over there and have some time out where they could just switch right off the grid, and they could, what could I say, rejuvenate themselves. They could learn about nutrition. We could have specialists in these centers. So if we could pilot something in this respect, I think there's not many people in the world that I've never seen something like this. So like a one-stop shop for business people, and it could be entrepreneurs. It doesn't have to be corporates. We could be focused on entrepreneurs where they need some time out and space to even have the thought patterns. Like if you look at a lot of the musicians, the most creative time in their life is when they're away from the stresses or away from various parts where they're not doing that daily routine. And then what comes to their mind is these fabulous words and lyrics. So if we can create some sort of lifestyle place where people could go out for time out, I think Arjit, Ravi, this would be brilliant for us. So it's something that we could focus on in the future. And as you're mentioning in innovation, Industry 4.0, I'll give you a prime example what we're working in Australia and Southeast Asia. We're trying to do a lot of collaboration deals between both countries we have a great opportunity in Australia to work with obviously yourself and Arjit in India, and that very close connection now that there's all these different types of deals that have occurred with the West and the developing world. So we should tap into it on our ecosystem to see, what bilateral quad agreements that have occurred with governments. And we should start now moving towards that direction, because blockchain, AI, cybersecurity, and so on are so important for these relationships. So if we can get specialists and great companies that can collaborate with us in these marketplaces, this is our time to do so. This is our time to ensure that we provide a service that not only is at a high quality, but also is catered for that particular market and that community that they require. So business matching is important. And just the last thing, Arjit, before I go, is in sport. Like sport provides so much for communities across the globe. We know there's major sporting tournaments, there's hybrid tournaments coming through at the moment. I see it in football, being soccer, I see it in cricket. So our companies right across this ecosystem, we have an opportunity where we could tap into and obviously sponsor these events. And once you sponsor these events, you'll find that there is so many like-minded business people, entrepreneurs, community foundations, etc., that we could expand our platform and networks. So there's something to consider in the future also, that in sport we have really strong people. I have some really strong connections in Australia and right across the world. And as Arjit knows, we've got our fine friend in Italy, Paolo, that is presented just recently a beautiful ecosystem with the Italian government in sport. So these are the areas that we could obviously fulfill and integrate young people to gain experience. Maybe sometimes they won't be paid, but if they can be part of it and volunteer their time, these young adults will be with us and we can guide them alongside these fantastic portfolios, ecosystems, portals, and so on. So that's for me, Arjit. Thanks very much. Thanks, Ravi. Thanks, everyone. I'll have to leave you. It's early morning in Sydney, Australia. So thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, Marco. Before you go, I would love to share one thing before you go. We are talking about sports. We already have one of our portfolio called Sports Zone In, which works in the similar kind of vertical, but especially in India. If you look at the kind of players, like these are legends. I don't know if you know them or not. So these guys are working with multiple layer of clubs and of course, doing something cool together, not sharing this at the moment, but yes, there are high possibility that we can probably float this vertical in a very active way into our ecosystem. Yes.
And just to add to that, Arjit, I remember traveling to Vietnam a few years ago. I met with a really strong company and just having a coffee with people, just giving simple advice so they can progress and get that country going in football. And I'll tell you what, we spoke about certain ways to progress in Southeast Asia. You've seen South Korea just expand and do unreal things in football, and Vietnam now is also starting to become a powerhouse. They starting to build a young generation going through in training in the school system, club sides, and they're going to be, in the future competitions. You'll see them probably win Asian Cups. You'll see them, not only make World Cups, but make a real, make a concerted, they'll push European countries and South American countries. So they're the things that we can do for developing countries and the poorer nations of the world and the small economies to support them with our skill set and our experiences. And I think it's a privilege for me that I can do that with great people that's on this platform, this ecosystem, and accelerator. So let's do it together. Let's do the right thing by each other's community, and let's support each other to make this world a better place. And this is our time. This is our time to do it together.
I'm sure about it. Before you go, I would love to introduce our next speaker because you're going to love him, and then we can say bye to you. I'm not going to leave you. I know this is really late night, but I'm sure you're going to love him. That's the reason I'm holding you back. Let me welcome to the stage Rokham Ford. He is from Canada. He is the founder and CEO of Psychology Compass. He is a serial entrepreneur. Previously, he co-founded the redpin.com and helped get it to be one of the Canada's top 50 fastest growing tech startup. And he raised about 20 million of dollars to get the team from 0 to 160 plus strong in 9 years. Welcome to World Leaders Summit, my friend, and the stage is yours for your today's speech. Marco, we will miss you in next 2-3 speeches, but I know that this is real late night, like 3 a.m. morning in Australia. So thank you so much for being here. Stage is yours.
Thanks, everyone. Good night. Yeah. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Arjit, for the warm intro. Really appreciate it. Pleasure to meet everyone else on the call. I guess today's talk is all about how do we trigger and cultivate peak mental performance. As Arjit alluded to it, this is a deep passion of mine for the past few years, manifesting into a company called psychologycompass.com. So what I was hoping to do today to make it a little bit more fun, more tangible with some results instead of just some high level thinking, I'll quickly give you guys a little bit of a underlying science on how we can trigger and also more importantly, cultivate peak mental performance. I'll share a couple of examples so it's a little bit more tangible instead of hypothetical and very high level. And I promise I'll leave you guys with something to take away that is very practical and it's a good gem. I promise you guys, if you guys enjoy the conversation leading to it, you're going to enjoy that. So that's a little bit of an agenda. Let's jump right into it. So first, I'll start with a quick analogy because the mind tends to be very abstract because we can't touch it. And the analogy is around the physiology of the body because we all understand it, feel it, touch it, and sense it. Just imagine, let's say you have a little child, right? At the moment you're walking around and all of a sudden your child grabs onto your arm. If you have been working out, if you have a strong arm, if you have a strong core, you won't stumble and fall over if they hang from your arm. And your reaction might be to just grab onto them and, not let yourself fall over. So this is essentially how the body reacts after you have trained it long enough to surprises, to unwanted events, and you're able to manage them well. And the mind works very much in that fashion. That's why I use this as an analogy. So let's get right into it. In order to reach your peak mental performance, and the way I think of it is almost like we are all knowledge workers, we deal with challenges on a day-to-day basis. Peak mental performance is almost the equivalent of the modern definition of intelligence. The quicker you are in terms of decision making, the more creative you are, the more focused you are, the better you overcome your own anxieties. These are all things that make you stronger. And the goal with peak mental performance is to improve all of this. Now, here's the very, very exciting news in research. And it is that all of these in the brain, they're called cognitive functions. And cognitive functions are essentially, in a very layperson language, if I were to explain it, is how we perceive the world, how we, the emotions and how we process our emotions, right? And the thoughts that trigger those emotions. So these are all intertwined. So for example, you might be thinking of a bad experience and all of a sudden you feel down and it might make you anxious and your heart rate goes up. So it's all connected. And the idea with cognition to improve your various cognitive functions is to reach your peak mental performance. Now, here's the good news, or the best news, I should say. The underlying brain structure for cognitive functions is neuroplasticity of the brain. And why it's a good news is that by definition, it means we can all infinitely enhance our various cognitive functions. So unlike facets like IQ, where we all score something and we have a very small standard deviation to tweak it, with cognitive functions, we can actually go from low numbers to high numbers. And the way it works, now coming back to the original analogy I shared, it's very much around strengthening your mind. And now what that means scientifically is that we across the different regions of the brain, we have neurons, triggering constantly. And we essentially build what's called neural pathways. So let's say something bothers you. Someone, let's say, if someone doesn't have the certain demeanor that you enjoy, you might get offended. And every time you see, they might not necessarily be offending you with profanity, but the way their demeanor is, it's a trigger point for you, right? So the more this happens, the more that neural pathway gets stronger. So think of them, the way I usually imagine it in my head is, imagine it's a highway that just gets stronger and there's more bands added to the highway. So when these neural pathways get stronger, they tend to become our default reactions to a similar event. So this is important. So coming back to the child hanging from your hand, what's your default reaction? If your muscle has strengthened itself, or the core, your default reaction to shock would be to just hold up, or grab onto the weight and not let it pull you down. The same goes with the mind. So the beautiful thing about neuroplasticity is that we can strengthen these neural pathways so that our default reactions will be in our favor. So we're always going to keep coming back to how to cultivate peak mental performance and how do we trigger it. So the interesting thing is, the trigger is not within our control. The trigger is the environment we live in and the thoughts that go through our head. But the cultivation is very much in our own control. And the goal is for you to, and how do we create these neural pathways that are in our favor and how do we cultivate them? The magic is in micro habits. So being able to, repeatedly do small tasks. These don't have to be difficult things, but small ones to strengthen those neural pathways so that in the event that is perhaps challenging or undesirable, your default reaction will be in your favor. So let's talk a few examples, because I know it's very abstract. These are some of my favorite examples. There are different aspects of the cognitive function, so we'll go through them as time allows. The first one is all about creativity. I'm sure everyone in general listening to this or not, they wish they could be more creative. I don't think there's anyone who says, I've had enough creativity, unless you're Salvador Dali, maybe, who has had plenty of creativity in his life. But jokes aside, creativity in science is referred to as cognitive flexibility. This is another term you might come across later on as you research into it. But here is a very fun exercise that you can do, even if you're sitting on the couch. You don't even have to do anything about it, to subconsciously build those neural pathways I was talking about. So next time you're sitting around anywhere, just grab the most ordinary object, call it a fork or a spoon, and try to come up with use cases that are not customary to that device. So if it's a spoon, we all can think of, eating food with it, but start thinking of use cases outside of eating with it. For example, you might think of it as a mini hammer that you can hit on a nail. You might think of it as something that you can, something is jagged into a little wedge, you can pull it out or something like that, right? And it doesn't matter if you're right or wrong. Just try to permutate towards, see if you can come up with, in 3 minutes, how many ideas can you come up with? And I promise you, if you do it over 7 days, on the 8th day, you will get more ideas coming out of it than the first time within the 3 minutes that you have, right? And this is essentially your mind cultivating creativity without necessarily being perhaps a useful case. But the beautiful thing is, the next time you're dealing with a real life situation, your brain is wired to work in your favor. So that's one example. Let's switch to another cognitive function, which is focus, which again is something we all want to be better at. And this is one of my go-tos, and every time I share it with people, people tend to really find it very accessible and also effortless, if I may say. And the science is fascinating. So if you want to improve your concentration and focus, try chewing on peppermint gum. The first time I heard about it, it was a little bit cheesy to me. I felt like, really, until my researchers, they shared the research. And let me explain the research, because that was the convincing moment. And people kind of make joke about it. They say, every time I see you, Roham, you're chewing on peppermint gum. Is that there are two streams of science, one meaning not science, but research, that have proven that both the act of chewing and peppermint separately, they both enhance your focus. And this is how the mechanism works. First, we look at the biological side, then we look at the neurological side of things. So the biological side, both peppermint as well as the act of chewing, what happens is they basically get more blood carried to your brain from your heart. And more blood coming to your brain means more oxygen gets passed on to your brain, and oxygen has a direct impact on your ability to focus. So that's on the physiological side of things. And both peppermint and chewing have their own separate impacts. And then here's the fun neuroscience side of things. And they have done fMRIs on people chewing on peppermint gum. And basically the conclusion is this: the act of chewing is a small enough distraction that your brain doesn't look for yet another distraction when you're working for something. So it's kind of stimulates that mini distraction it requires. So, and next time try it, see what you kind of get out of it. So that's a second example. Arija, do we have a time for a third one?
Please.
Cool, because I always like to give the tangible examples, because people can see it in different areas and different types of activities that you can do. The third one is all around, and I'm sure many of you have been in that position. It's called, when we get a difficult situation, and we have to make it, it's all about decision making. And what we do, because we are not certain, we push back the decision making. We say, I'll worry about it later today, or I'll worry about it later this week, because let's say I got a rough email from someone that I just don't have the cognitive capacity to think through it. I'm not happy about it, and we push it back. So this technique is, we actually call it the anti-delay decision making. Now, I can't go in all this nuanced details, but here's the high levels of it, right? Which is, and you can combat each one of them, but first you have to be aware of why you are pushing the decision back, and then you can actually kind of dismantle the force. And personally, I've used that technique in very critical situations, and I found it super helpful so I just wanted to share it with you guys as well. The reason we push decisions back are threefold. One is related to emotions. Second, it's related to self-efficacy, and I'll explain each of them in a second. And the third one is locus of control, right? So let's go through it. So emotions is that when you are faced with that problem, you emotionally feel uncomfortable. So let's say you feel humiliated. The tone of the email was so that they're very offensive, right? And we've all been kind of on the receiving end of this. So as long as you realize, okay, I have been offended by this tone, then there are ways to overcome that, right? But it's emotionally driven. The second one is around self-efficacy, where you think self-efficacy means, am I competent enough, and do I have the necessary skills to make this decision? Because we're almost like sometimes self-doubt ourselves. We wonder, am I making the right decision or the wrong decision, right? We're second guessing ourselves, right? And what you want to do in those situations, if you realize maybe this is it, you want to refer back to old decisions that you were in the same position, you made that decisions and the outcomes were positive. And the locus of control is all about asking yourself, am I delaying this decision because I believe I am not in control of the outcomes? I am, you're saying this is like 6 stakeholders are involved, and I'm not able to control the whole thing. So the more you can, and there's ways to overcome each one of them. There's not enough time for me to go in all the details and whatnot, but I just wanted to show you guys something a little bit more complex than chewing gum. I just wanted to give different flavors for 3 different cognitive functions to see, to show you guys how practically you can actually tackle these. And then more importantly, I think, understanding the science behind them. So I hope this has been helpful. I'm obviously happy to address any questions, but the one thing I want to leave you guys with, which is kind of a little mini surprise, is that we actually are offering currently, and only for limited time, for you guys, if you guys like practical things to improve your various cognitive functions, you can actually now head over to either the Android App Store or the iOS App Store and download Psychology Compass app for free. So as long as you type in Psychology Compass as one word, you can download it. And all of these cognitive functions, all of these lessons that I shared, the way it works, we call it a coach in your pocket. So you're able to create your account, and depending on what cognitive function you decide to focus on, at a given time, you have one single active module, which is one cognitive function you're working on. And essentially every week you get a new lesson unlocked to you in that area, with very practical explanation on how to do it, the underlying science behind it, as well as we list out all the research papers that validate that, and our team of PhDs have curated and combed through. And then throughout the week, you get daily 2-minute quick nudges from the coach on how to implement that in a novel way in under 2 or 3 minutes tops, right? And along the way, the coach nudges you to do 2-minute micro assessments to actually quantifiably measure your ability and your improvements in each of these areas. So you could say, I started with my ability to focus at 67%. I've been working on myself for 8 weeks, and now I'm at 78% or something like that, right? So it's a very measurable approach to peak mental performance. I'm going to take a pause for a second to see if there are any questions. Hopefully this is, I know time is short, so I tried to see how we can go from research to practical to a fun giveaway that you guys can put to use.
No, it's perfectly fine. Honestly speaking, we all enjoyed it, and people who are watching in social media, they also enjoyed. I've got the first question from social media, then I'll probably open it to the audience here. So just to give you a perspective, because you are new in World Leaders Summit, we actually take only the speakers and our ambassadors into our link in Zoom. Rest of the people who are audience, they watch us in our live in YouTube, Facebook, and a couple of, they send it in our Twitter, and they comment it in our live Facebook link. So there's a comment from Navneet, how you are thinking about making a new innovative tech product. Tips, please. Probably he wanted to say that if somebody want to create a new innovative technology product, how they can think about it and go for it.
Well, I'm assuming this is within the context of the mental performance, like tech product within that context. I genuinely think 21st century is the century of the mind. I think over the past, definitely a couple decades, it's more prominent, but even over the past century, the 20th century, the focus was a lot of human biology and physiology. We learned a lot of things about how our digestive system works, how do we reach physical peak performance. In the past 20 years, all about the various diets, the various exercise routines that have become mainstream, right? But I think in the modern world, and maybe COVID has expedited that for everyone, because we are kind of like pressure testing this thing up here, is that we are knowledge workers at a large extent. We are dealing with information, and information, my joke is this, the only limb that we use to process and produce information is up here, which is not an actual limb technically, but it's basically everything goes through our brain. So I think the way we want to think about it, products, the way I would start with, the beautiful thing is we have access to our own mind, but first you have to start becoming very self-aware on how your brain works, where shortcomings are. And then you start noticing and observing the similar patterns in other people. And this is how I have gotten to Psychology Compass, by building a company, going through these ebbs and flows personally for years, talking to a lot of entrepreneurs, and finding common threads to see, oh, Most people have to deal with improving their focus and coping with anxiety and whatnot, but it's not, this is just the surface of the whole complex brain. And I think try to build products that don't overdevelop technologies. Try to build very simple things that you can put out there, because even the science isn't that in depth yet for us to know to hang on to some principle and just go build something, right? So we have to be taking I would say, a much more iterative model here because of the complexities. Hopefully this somewhat answers the question.
I believe yes. Next question to you. I'll just take this and then come back to the panel. How do you make your brain strong?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day is through micro habits. It's incorporating these micro habits more and more. That's basic. So for example, we've all heard someone is resilient. Resiliency is actually a cognitive function. And there are, and here's an analogy I give you. What resiliency means is how do you react to times of adversity, right? COVID is something that is very adverse. So different people react differently. But I always use a simpler example. I say, you're trying to cook something and you thought you have everything. You open the fridge door, and you realize you wanted tomatoes and you don't have tomatoes. That's a mini adversity. And how you deal in that situation, because things are cooking and you thought you're going to have the right material. It's your brain, and the tool around it in psychology, they call it reappraisal. So being able to reappraise the situation, you can't in real time cultivate reappraisal or be able to be good at dealing with adversity. But if you cultivate that, that becomes your default reaction, whether it's not having tomatoes in the fridge, or eventually when you get stronger or the strongest, you can become guys like Obama. You see them on television, they're under immense amount of stress. You can see the guy's hair just whitening year after year, but he can maintain composure because they have trained their minds a lot in those areas. So there's no short hack, unfortunately. Micro habits over time.
Ravikant, if you want to ask any question, else I will ask.
Sure, Jitan. Thank you so much for sharing them, Rob. My question is more around, maybe it's not a question, just a thought, because I think I have seen a lot of people suffer because of that. And this is about unconscious barrier that we create, or because it's unconscious, we don't know when it gets created. But somehow it gets created in our mind for some particular aspects, element, or any incident that has happened. And it has its effect on maybe a personal basis or on a professional outcome. And people go into stress because of that, because they don't know what is causing them to behave in a certain way, but they see it happening again and again. And that eventually ends up leading to a lot of mishappening in a person's life. So what are your thoughts on this? And given that you have researched a lot and that you are working in this particular space, what sort of advice would you give to such a person who's facing this problem in their life?
Yeah, if I understand your question, Will, I'm just going to paraphrase to make sure we're on track, is that a lot of times these bad behaviors or unwanted behaviors are subconscious, or we're unconscious of them. And then how do we mitigate that so that it doesn't get chronic or it doesn't get us to a very dark place? Is that a fair summary of what you said?
Just to adding on to that, sometimes, for example, the people I know, there are some barriers that have happened, like some incident that happened in their childhood, which created a barrier, which created a set of behavior or a habit for them. But they did not know that, there's a root cause of that problem.
So I think you're asking a very key question, but I'll try to separate them. I think they're two separate questions. You're talking, if it's a childhood trauma, now we're getting into the realm of therapy. This is something that is so, happens in the first 6 or 7 years of your life. There is a lot of literature around it. And That is very different in how you essentially think of it as clinical therapy is very different than prevention mechanisms. So to give you an example, which again, coming back to the human biology and physiology, we all know the difference between going to a chiropractor or a physiotherapist is when we have severe pain versus why we go to the gym and have good diets is to prevent us from going to the chiropractor, and right? So keep that analogy as two ends of the spectrum in mind for the mind as well. Someone who has had, let's say, child abuse, that is a chronic problem. It's as if you broke your hand as a child and they didn't, cast you properly, and the bone is, not properly mended. So your hand is twisted and you can do some motions. This is very different than you building muscle strength. So the therapy part, I'm no one to comment on it. I'm not a licensed therapist, psychology companies. We're not in the therapy side of things. So that I'll leave it to the professionals. But on the prevention side, what you can do, because a lot of times we think it's subconscious. We think, oh, I had no idea. And all of a sudden I'm in the dark place, right? Whereas we all have an idea if we start living in a very self-conscious manner, meaning I might realize that when I wake up, if around me it's too loud, people are not, I don't have my hour to launch into the day on my own terms, I become anxious throughout the day and I respond maybe more aggressively than usual to interactions throughout the day, right? This takes a little bit of deliberation, and you might have to obsess over your own behaviors and your mood and your thoughts over a period of time to realize, hey, this is my trigger point. Or similarly, I might realize if I don't sleep well at night, in the morning, I'm a little bit on the edge, right? So then the goal is, I talk to a lot of people, they're like, I don't sleep well. And I'm like, my first question is, well, what's your sleep routine? Do you sleep at the same time? Do you take your phone into the bed? They're like, yeah, I take my phone to bed and I don't, depends on the time. Sometimes I sleep early, sometimes I sleep late. And I'm like, well, let's change that. And they're like, nah, can't do it. They haven't gotten to a point that this is they haven't realized that they want to improve themselves. It's like, if I keep eating carbs, I don't notice the weight gain every single day. At some point, it's going to get to a point that I ate too much carbs and it's like a little bit out of control. So it's about that deliberation and awareness of it, that you got to get in front of it. And I think the motivator is when you realize your own triggers, the motivator to change, right? When I realize that it's literally when I don't sleep well enough, then I want to protect that time. Then I want to do whatever it is to improve that time, right? And it takes time, but I think the problem, and that's kind of like one thing that excites me about Psychology Compass, is that even if you're self-aware, people don't really know what to do about it then, right? They don't know how to go about deliberately improving their decision-making or, building their resilience. So that's kind of, I hope this, we're helping in part of it, but I think first you have to be aware. It's just like physiology. You gotta want to be fitter to be fitter. You can't just learn about human metabolism and all of a sudden lose all the weight you wanted to lose.
That's right. I think being aware and being conscious is the first step to do anything miraculous. Thank you for sharing that, man. Just a follow-up question on this, because we are discussing about more startups and maybe stressful life in corporate or that sort of area. I recently read somewhere that about 85% of entrepreneurs suffer from some sort of mental or health issues because of the stress that they face in this journey. I think somewhere this micro habits that you were discussing could help them better manage maybe their work life, or maybe some sort of a time management around that. So what is your take on this, Rahman?
So I think from my experience, and I don't have the stats, but from my experience, I would say it's higher than that number from my surroundings, because a lot of times we think mental health challenges means you're chronically depressed or chronically anxious, but I don't think that's necessarily the case, because it could manifest in different ways in smaller terms until it gets too severe, right? So, and I think as far as I have seen the research, and this is all coming from our PhDs in the space and, you know, monitoring, it's not like a me professing, so to say, it's like, it is the only way that you can get in front of it is by changing these micro habits. It's, and the more you do it, the more you realize it doesn't have to be complex. You don't have to spend, you know, some people say, for example, you've all heard of it, like they're like, you meditate. This is one of the go-tos for a lot of people. And some people do it. A lot of people hate meditating. A lot of people say they can't meditate. They can't sit still for 30 seconds. That's fine. You don't have to meditate. You can do a lot of other things. Meditation is just one of the things that helps you in some areas, but you can chew on peppermint gum and it might feel effortless to you, and you can do a lot of other things. So I think there is no other way. There is no hack until maybe Neuralink produces something that they can add some probes to our brain and kind of tweak our neurology, but we'll see about that.
Tell me something, if I'm not wrong, we are talking, I think we have discussed a lot, either in this forum or several other forums, that nowadays mental health is a little bit challenging. And there are people who are probably thinking about starting their own startup regarding giving knowledge about mental health, probably trying to do some amount of coaching, probably some people become business coach eventually. So what's your take in this? Do you feel that almost everybody and anybody can become a business coach? I'll tell you another analogy why I'm asking you this question. I was talking to one business coach, and he made a statement that because he couldn't succeed in his own business, he became a business coach, and now he is coaching other people how to run their own business. Mm-hmm. So just looking forward to your take into this statement.
Yeah, I mean, I think the statement says it all, the way you said it, but I think, I don't, just like any other profession, I don't think everyone can become anything just because, and I think this is I actually think this is we go a little bit off track, but I think it's a fundamental problem in North America, at least, which is a mindset of meritocracy, where they tell you over and over, you can become anything you want. And therefore, by extension, we start summarizing that by saying those who got that, therefore it merited for them to be that. And if those who didn't, whereas that's just, there is so many variables at play that we don't even have to go in it, right? So I think that mindset of meritocracy, maybe part of it is manifesting into this state, this kind of line of work. But I think, no, not everyone can become a coach. The second part of your question is interesting, is like, do you need to have run a successful business to become a coach? And does it by definition mean because you did run a successful business, you're a good coach? And I think there is two logical statements that are you need to look very deeply in, because it's not a bi-directional thing, right? Elon Musk has built amazing businesses, but I don't know if he's going to be a good coach, because he might talk to me, I don't know him, but reading about him, he might just put my ego and crush my ego and move every self-motivation piece I have in me, because I'm not living to certain bars or expectations that he does. So he might be a terrible coach for me, for example, right? I think it's a lot more complex, but I honestly think, and I think the problem with business coaching specifically, and I've talked to a lot of business coaches because of the line of work I have, I don't think we have a clear definition what a business coach is, what they do, and what we expect from them. So therefore, anyone can fit the bill kind of thing, right? It's just like, well, are you teaching me finances? Are you teaching me how to cope with my own personal issues, which is very psychologically driven, has nothing to do with finances? Or are you talking to me about organizational psychology? How do I build large teams? Like, for example, I talked to a coach once, and I never forget this, and I'm like, so why are you a coach? He's like, I was an executive at Google. Therefore, I'm a coach, and I can tell you exactly how to run your company. I'm like, well, have you built a startup that literally nobody gets paid a salary? Can you motivate 15 people to work for free for a year? Have you cultivated, do you even know where to start? Right? So doesn't mean just because you were an executive at Google, you can cover the entire gamut of business from like early to enterprise, right? So I think those are just, and that's a problem with industries that are maybe not self-regulated, or there's not enough definition and they're more emerging. These challenges come up because, so no, I'm not behind that statement. I don't think everyone can get to do it well, but I also don't think just because you built a business, it qualifies you as an incredible coach.
Thank you so much for all the answers. It was really, really interesting listening to you and discussing and taking all those questions. I'll ask you to, stay put with us because we have two more exciting speakers who actually came, and we'll be taking them into the platform. So I'll be taking the next speaker for the summit. Diana, are you there? Can you please unmute yourself and turn on your camera?
Hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. How are you?
All good. We are always doing great. So this is a special group basically from Canada. I mean, 3 of the speakers are actually from Canada time zone. Okay, so let me have the pleasure to welcome our next speaker. And of course, welcome to World Leader Summit as one of our speaker 2021. We are having approximate almost 138 speakers now who will be speaking in this platform. We already had 2 days, which actually happened. And this is the 3rd day of the summit. 5th and 6th, we had amazing speakers. 7th, we are having great sessions. 8th and 9th, tomorrow and day after tomorrow, we're going to have more amazing speakers who are coming and change makers. If you were not listening, the reason I was asking many people to come, we are actually sharing a very speaker invitation link because we launched our own fund and many different platforms. We wanted all these change makers to check what we have done, and probably we could have engaged with you guys. But yes, for sure, after the summit, we'll be getting back to you. We'll be in touch. Anybody who wish to go for maybe a handshake and collaboration with our venture fund, or probably with our acceleration programs, with our real estate portal, or with our education portal, they are most welcome to join. With this note, let me welcome our next speaker once again. Diana, welcome to World Leader Summit. The stage is yours. Please enlighten us with your knowledge and your wisdom. After that, we'll have Stephanie. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abhijit. Nice to meet you, by the way, and thank you for inviting me on this platform. Very impressive how you got all these people together from across the globe. So I've never done a talk in 20 minutes because I talk a lot. So it's a big challenge for me, but I hope that everyone will take something home from this presentation and that you will want to know more and get in touch with me later. I will share my screen right away. Please, everyone, tell me if the visuals are clear. Thumbs up. Adijit, I count on you to monitor the quality of my presentation. It's all good? Excellent. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I am a practitioner of storytelling. I've been doing that since 2003. Started doing that in Europe. Now I'm in Canada. As far as my experience is concerned, I began as a quality manager and then a transformation leader. And throughout these different experiences in the tech industry, in the R&D industry, innovation, I realized that storytelling was my help. It was an instrument for me better able to bring people on board on my projects, or bring people on board on new policy, bring people on board on new ideas. It really happened very randomly that I used storytelling as a facilitator. It was through my readings, it was through different experiences I heard on the web, and I decided to try it out. So I'm going to share my experience with you, and hopefully you can make use of it in your own context, in your own jobs. So here we go. First, let me talk about the myths behind storytelling. There are quite a few. I've highlighted 4 of them. And the first one is, I hear a lot of people telling me that technology solutions is incompatible with storytelling. I have to tell you that this is the salient point in my seminars that I'm always confronted with. But the truth is that if you do storytelling, you're actually talking about a problem somewhere in your organization or in your job. It becomes storytelling in and of itself. Your industry is made up of humans, so you need to speak to humans about those problems. And one of the ways to talk about them is through storytelling, whether it's technology, whether it's service industry, whatever the nature of the product, it can be nestled into a story. So technology is a false excuse. Myth number 2. My clients are only into cost and profit. They don't care about storytelling. So I hear that a lot. What I hear is also that they're rational people. They won't be moved by emotions coming from the storytelling. They're hardcore people. They want to get straight to the point. Well, maybe it's because the way you're telling it is boring them. Maybe it's because the way it's coming out is not talking to them. It's not, they're not compelled to listen to more of it. Maybe your presentation is too dense, too technical. So what I'm saying by that is, go ahead, tell it in a story. You'll see that it will change the dynamic of the people listening to you. Myth number 3 that I often hear is, I'm not a good storyteller. Well, neither was I. So it's something you learn. It's a skill. Some people have it naturally, others just learn through learning. When you come home from work and you're at the dinner table with your family, are you not telling stories what happened during the day? When your kids come back from school, are they not telling stories what happened to them during the day? You are natural storytellers. Of course, there are certain things certain tactics or certain skills you can add to your storytelling, but naturally, we're all telling stories every single day of the week. Another myth, and the last one, is I don't have any stories worth telling. Well, that's exactly what it's linked to the last one. During a given day, we all have our challenges in a normal day of work. There are countless stories to tell. Sometimes there's a solution to a challenge during the day. Sometimes it stays open, but these are stories. Write them down. And sometimes you have stories that find solutions, but they're not in your department. Go and ask someone else. Hey, what happened to you over the last quarter? Can you tell me something that stood out, that made everyone happier, made everyone work better? Put your nose into everybody's business, and I'm sure they'll be happy to tell you about their anecdotes. So anecdotes are really something very powerful in the storytelling business, okay? So what is storytelling? Well, here are a few definitions I'd like to share with you. It's the art of telling a story that will transmit an emotional message and that will lead to action. So the 2 keywords is transmit, emotion, action. Another definition that comes from the Neuroscience Symposium of 2018, which comes to tell you that it is part science, it is part art. The Neuroscience Symposium encapsulates storytelling in the following. A story brings the audience to think, retain, and act, making it the most powerful forms of the science of communications. How's that for you? That really let it sink in. And finally, one of our most trusted conference speakers, storytelling is the most powerful way to put ideas into the world today. And by ideas, I mean technology, coaching, whatever the idea. It needs to be put out there, and the story is the best vehicle to transmit it. Now let's see a few examples. And I promise you, I will show you also a few, it's a 5-step approach, but I will highlight two out of the 5 so you can try and test it in your own environments. Sounds good? Let me just first explain why you should storytell. And I'm sure I'll challenge everyone present right now that they have not done this at least once in a given day. We're all triggered to think in a form of story. We're always daydreaming. Sometimes we need to, program ourselves to get back into work. Something happens during the day. You see someone walking across the street, reminds you of a story, and you're daydreaming. We're all doing it all the time. So that's why we should dig into that daydreaming process and bring our audience to us in our story. We're naturally inclined to do that. We're also naturally inclined to listen to a problem and hope for a solution at the end. We don't feel comfortable listening to a challenge and not being offered a solution, or at least not try to build one. So that again is the basis of good storytelling. Okay. Let me tell you a bit about the stories that I worked on. I've worked on quite a few, but I'd like to show you my first ones. That was back in 2005. So remember, I don't know if those visuals talk to you, but Microsoft, that's all they had in terms of visuals. And my job was to make R&D teams work better together. So they had to work with business teams, they had to work with marketing teams. It was not going particularly well. There were many pain points. So what I did is I wrote those pain points on a piece of paper before doing anything. What are the pain points? Why are they there? What's the triggers? And what are the best solutions to reduce those pain points? And then once I had all that in writing, and it didn't come from me, it came from the people I spoke to who were directly involved. Project managers, technicians, their managers, designers, the entire family, okay? I took their stories, put them down, described them in cartoon shape like these, with different bubbles of what was actually happening. And this was intentional. I wanted the teams to see in visual format their stories enacted in a cartoon shape. I'll explain why after, okay? That was one of my first experiences. Another experience still at Orange, for those of you who don't know Orange, it's the equivalent of, it's one of the main carriers, main telco operators of the world. So that I worked for them during 10 years. They also were designing a new service at the time called Communication Center, which was a little bit like Facebook, but for the company. And they wanted to sell the idea to other business units. So again, we decided to write down the solution, what the pain points were around the solution, why the solution needed to exist, okay? What problems they were solving in our persona's life, personal and professional. And then we, again, wrote cartoons of it with different actors enacting the situation. And that story, we did actually 10 because we want to be sure that it was persuasive. These stories contributed to convincing the business units to finance the project. A little later in Montreal, in Canada, I also had the privilege of giving a seminar to agile project managers. They were having a hard time getting through the waterfall project managers. They were having a hard time changing the tradition, the culture. So we did a full day workshop of how to get them to understand the benefits of agile through storytelling with different situations, different enactments. And more recently, last year, we all were involved in that little bug that we call COVID. And I decided to create a clip, an animation clip of how to best protect ourselves during that period. That was before the masks, it was before the vaccines. Everyone had their own idea of how to best protect themselves. So I went to the research, I went to the ministries, took their data and put it in format story. I worked with a designer from the US. It gave a 20-second clip, and that contributed to a discussion worldwide. And that's exactly what our goal was, is to sensitize people to the best practices. And I use storytelling once again. So now you're telling me, well, how do you build a good story? Glad you asked. Here we go. How much time do I have, Arijit? We're good?
All good.
So the first thing you should know is, in any story that you listen to, and I'm sure you've seen this before, there is 3 acts. The first act is the villain. What is the problem? You need to write it down. You need to be able to write it down. No communication between department A and department B. Problem. Our product is not selling enough. Why? Problem. No one is adhering to the policy that we're trying to put in place. Problem. Okay? Nail it. Write it down. That's your main act. And that's what we call, in storytelling world, the villain. And besides that, there is a main persona. Who is the persona? It can be your clients. It can be someone who will find a solution, not necessarily your client, but you need to know who that persona is. And you need to understand the motivations of that persona. We'll get to that a little later. Act 2 is, what can we do about this problem? What is the solution? Is it better communications? Is it laying down the entire process? Is it making our product easier to understand? Find the solution. It's within us, within our minds, within the team. Get together and find the solution. Number 3, and that's the final act, is they lived happily ever after. I'm really not inventing anything. This is all Aristotle. This is back in the days in Greek methodology. What is the last act of your story? You want to see people using your story. You want a solution, sorry. People using the solution and reaping the benefits of that solution. You want to see visually what the benefits are of creating that solution. It's as simple as that. Problem, persona, context, solution, outcome. Okay? So let's take the persona. I promised you I will focus a little bit on the persona, because it's something that we don't spend enough time. We have been programmed to think of our persona in socio-demographic data. It's impersonal, it's not comprehensive, okay? It's actually reducing. But the more we advance in our civilization, the more we see people as more complex than just socio-demographic data. So give specific information about your persona. Here, I'm giving you an example. Lena. I could just say, well, she's between 30 and 45. She has a graduate degree. She's, she belongs to the married segment, and she uses social media every day, period. That's not interesting. That's not enough to make your story engaging, all right? So I'm gonna dig a little deeper. I'm gonna say, she's 35, she's married to Paul. How's that for making it a little more personable? She's a mother to a 5-year-old son named John. She went to the University of Montreal. She manages the list of graduates, and she uses Facebook to stay in touch and makes announcements. Wow. Now you're giving life to Lena like no other. You almost know her. Everyone knows a Lena in our household. So once you have that persona in your mind, it makes your rapport with the story quite different. It makes it more emotional. And that's where I'm leaning towards, emotional part. And I gotta tell you about this. If there's not an emotional trigger in your story will fail. Can I repeat that?
100%.
If there's not an emotional trigger in your story will fail, even for the most rational of your audiences. Okay? Why? I'll explain right away. Because your mind, and that's the neurological aspect, we have a beautiful mind, and it's full of mysteries, and it's full of drawers. And one of these drawers are linked to the emotions. So you have oxytocin that is released when there's a story that has some emotion. What does oxytocin do? It actually helps you memorize the story. Okay, that's the first thing. You want them to memorize your story. You want them a week later to remember the story you told in a conference or you told in a meeting. But that's not enough. What you want them is to take action. You don't create stories just for them to remember and shed a tear. You want them to remember and take action to fulfill your goal, right? Well, how do you get to that point of action? You make sure that the persona, that the persona is really close to your audience. The way you described your persona, they feel they can project. Once you have that, once you nail that, you are getting your audience to go from memorization to action. I promise you. Okay? There's so much more to say, but I really want to highlight this specific part, because once you get that emotional trigger, memorization, action, you get your ambassador in your camp. Your policy becomes enacted. Your product is better linked to your customer needs. There's better communication between marketing and IT, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's all I have to say. I hope it was helpful. I've never done it so expedited, but I'm here for your questions. I'm all ears. Thank you.
Super. Frankly speaking, storytelling is actually an art, and I personally believe in that concept. One of the sole reason is probably we have been a storyteller for last 23 years, because I'll tell you what we do. For last 23 years, since 1998, we have been taking epic stories and mythological stories, characters, not the exact story, and then reinventing the wheel, making them as a sci-fi character, which can connect with the latest generation, the youth, the young people, and then making content out of it, either in the form of animated series, sometimes on a game, sometimes a virtual reality content. It can be a VR game, it can be an AR game, it can be a movie. While doing that, we try to connect the real value giving, not about only a story-based game, right? So what you are getting out of it, that particular game. Example, we have a lot of folk stories from India, which are really connecting you towards the root. And those are actually value-giving stories. Now, today's generation, they really don't want to, read the old way of reading books. Nowadays, they want to go for an interactive mode. In today's generation, they really don't want to watch only a cartoon series. They want to play with it, and they should have an option to have different kind of ending for that particular story. So I'll give you one example. There is a game that we created long back, like when the smartphone revolution started, probably in 2007, we released that game. You can imagine how old it was. The story goes like this. A young girl, they were really poor, and somehow, it's a folk story, somehow wind came and they were actually creating cloth out of all those activities to sustain themselves. And it took all the clothes from that particular girl child, and she tried to follow the wind to get back the clothes so that she can sell it and have some kind of living. While running, she got in touch with one horse, and then the horse asked for a help. Can you please clean me up? I'm a little bit of dirty. So the girl actually tried to clean her up, and then again she started following the wind. Eventually in her journey, she got in touch with a tree, then got in touch with a cow, helped everyone. At the end of the journey, she came in front of a very old woman, and the woman asked her that, relax, you have been running for quite a long time, go and take a bath, and then probably I'll give you your clothes back. It is there with me. She did everything. She never ever desired for anything which is like a big soap, or probably a very good oils, or probably a great food. She just did whatever the old woman asked. Only one, she took a dip in a pond and then had a very small portion of the food. She was not greedy. When she came back home, when she opened up the box, she saw it's not the cloth, it's all gold. Because she was not greedy and helped everyone, she got that. But her step sister, she tried to follow that to become rich. And when she was running, she never ever helped anybody, rather rebuked the old lady. And when she was coming back, she didn't get anything, rather she became real nasty and looks very, very bad. She never had any kind of money. That was a normal, common story. From the kids' perspective, when they are playing, imagine the situation, they have all these choices, whether they will help or they will not help. It will calculate a percentage, how much help you are doing. Are you 100% kind of mentality that you are helping, or you have maybe a 70% of your helping nature? That gives a flexibility to the parents to understand how they can probably give more flexibility to their kids. So when we are talking about storytelling, it's not about probably a simple thing. And frankly, when you pitch in front of an investor, we love to hear your story. So if it's not an interesting story, it's not going to happen, to be very honest. So of course, your speech and your details is really interesting and important. We have got probably one question from social media. I'll take one question, and then we'll move to our next speaker. Okay.
If I can I just want to add something to your folks' story, and I think it's really important that when you're investing, yes, because I've coached entrepreneurs for their pitches. It's true that they need to tell their story, their personal story, before they go in a problem situation, because they want to know that they're in it for the right reasons. If they're in it to make a fast buck, it's going to show. If they're in it really because they want to solve a problem, they're truly motivated about the problem, it drives them crazy, they're obsessed, it will also show. And investors will get on board based on that emotion. Okay.
Super.
Good insight. Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah. So one question from social media.
Yeah.
Someone is asking, if I'm an introvert personality, how can I express my emotions or my thoughts as a storyteller? Interesting question, to be very honest.
Very good. In a business setting, when you're an introvert and you need, because that's my scope, is helping business people tell better stories. What I usually tell them is, when they're not very comfortable speaking in front of a room, first they could test their stories with their loved ones, with their friends who are honest, who want their well-being, and also the persona, the main persona in the story. They could actually talk through them, so to speak. It's a psychological play, role play, that can be very beneficial. You could what's the right word? You could remove that fear by talking through your persona. And that's one of the presentations I've done a couple of years ago, is how to overcome the fear through storytelling. So again, you test your story with your loved ones. That's the first step. You want to be in a trusted environment, okay? And ask them to be honest about their input. Number two, whatever fear you have, put it within your persona. Talk through your persona. That'll make a difference in the way you visualize the experiment. I promise you. If not, we can talk offline.
I'm sure about this. And as speaking, we have a program basically, which is our own business mentoring and coaching program. Would love to have you in our programs, and probably we can do a couple of things together. With this note,
Pleasure.
yeah. With this note,
Can I spend 30 seconds to show the my latest clip? Are you?
why not?
Are
Why
you,
not? Of course. Why
Yeah.
not?
Okay. So it's the awareness around COVID. I know it's not the most highlighting and elevating experience, but I want you to think problem, context, solution as you watch this, if you don't mind. Okay, here we go. Thank you for the opportunity. How do I do this? I have to share.
You can probably stop sharing this screen and the next.
Stop share and then reshare. Yeah. Okay, so you see my YouTube? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Please tell me the sound is up to point. And it just had to slow down at this specific moment. Here we go. The sound is good? You don't hear the sound?
Yep.
Okay, let me remove my AirPods.
No, that's not the option. In Zoom, when you're sharing, there is an option called share sound as well. You need to check that.
That should work. Tell me, please.
In Zoom, when you're sharing, share it again, stop share it again. There will be an option, share with sound. Just stop sharing this screen.
So here you have, can you hear me?
Yep.
You have the beginning of the story is the problem, where the couple meets up with a family they haven't seen in a long time. It happened to all of us. We forget the social distancing. That's the problem. All right. Then after they go home, one of them becomes ill. The solution is at the end. It's to keep your distance, wash your hands, put your mask. The way you present the part 1, 2, 3 does not have to be in that order, as it was demonstrated here. But as long as it is there, or that you can make sure your audience understands the solution and the outcome. All right? For your questions and your attention.
Thank you so much for the beautiful knowledge, and I will do it. Like, I will stop sharing this. Yeah, so this is the time I should actually call our next speaker. If you're there, Stephanie, kindly please unmute yourself and turn on your video camera. Thank you, Dee, for joining and sharing the beautiful thing. Please stay with us. And so, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome Stephanie. Stephanie is a holistic nutrition coach and a wellness stylist, and she helped successful businesswomen who struggle with 40+ symptoms and wonder where they will find the energy to make it through the day, style their real life wellness plan. And she is, of course, from Canada. This is a Canada special panel. Welcome to World Leader Summit, Stephanie. Please enlighten us with your speech.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me here. I was watching some of the other speakers yesterday, and what a amazing group of people we have here today. So thank you for welcoming me here, and I will quickly share my screen. Let's make sure I share the right one. This one, I believe so, yes. Okay, I'll share this one. Okay, so let me play this. Okay, so welcome everybody. Remember, turn off all your distractions. We're all here to listen to each other and learn, so pull up a chair. And thank you for taking this time for you. A lot of us don't take the time out for ourselves, so thank you for doing that. I have a jam-packed talk to share with you today. So, as I said, welcome. So what we're going to be covering today is how and why you want to use your symptoms to flip them into your superpower. And what we're going to be covering on here is what used to work no longer works after 40, especially, oh my goodness. Okay, I'm just going to do it over here. Especially when it comes to us trying to talk about crazy diets or workouts, which are no longer the solution, no matter how hard you work out and what you eat. It's not going to work for you anymore. But I have good news, because I have some simple, really powerful keys that are going to help you slim down, energize without the crazy diets and the exhausting workouts. So what we're going to be covering today is the mysterious metabolism. And it really is a mystery to a lot of us. And we're going to be tapping into hormones. We're going to look at the ripple effect that hormones have on our body, and really how to find a happier level of moods and power up your energy at the same time. We're also going to be looking at why we need to trust those messages, those symptoms that are popping up. Symptoms like, gosh, they can be across the board, all sorts of different things. They can be heartburn, they can be indigestion, they can be your hair falling out, they can be skin problems, low energy, it's not sleeping well. I mean, they're all over the place, right? So we're going to talk about why we need to trust your body's messages, why we self-sabotage ourselves, how many times we have the best intentions in place, but we don't actually follow through. And I'm going to give you some really cool tools, really simple tools that you can use right today in order for you to end the self-sabotage and then keep ourselves in action mode. And we're going to also learn really quickly how to energize naturally, slim down, power up, all those things. I mean, people come to me and they usually say, Stephanie, I'm not sleeping well. But at the same time, they go, man, it would be really nice to lose a little bit of weight. So that's why I say that's really at the crux of what people are looking for. But at the same time, they're looking for a holistic solution to different things that are going on in their life. So you're in the right place if you are brand new to tapping into your body's messages, or if you've been doing this for a while, because we all get stuck. So what you're about to discover is the one thing which controls how energized we are and how we eat. We're also going to be talking about the one thing we need to do to make sure that we always keep ourselves in action and that we get the results that we want for ourselves all the time. And finally, we're going to talk about the one thing that we need to make sure that we do so that we're powered up and feel amazing every single day. So did you know that your body is actually not a thermometer? It's not calories in, calories out, right? We always think that, oh, it depends. You're going to gain weight if you eat too much and you don't exercise enough. That's a diet mentality. It's actually, your metabolism is actually a stress barometer. It is paying attention to constantly the things that you're saying, the food that you're eating, the exercise you're doing or not doing, the movement you're getting in your life. It's paying attention to you all the time. So it affects our metabolism. And it's exactly what I discovered back in 2000 when I refused to let someone with a thermometer take the temperature on my life and where I was headed. I empowered myself, much like many of us are doing here today, listening to this summit, and I rebuilt my body from the inside out. I started with natural foods because that was the easiest thing for us to do, for me to do. Eventually, I turned into supplements. I now know a whole lot about herbs. I'm certified in the female metabolism, and I really love talking about hormone health and the 40+ body. I discovered that our beautiful body, I'm always telling women, that's why I'm wearing this t-shirt, because you matter, that our body is beautiful and it knows what it's doing. And it sends us signals all the time. And it's when we stop and we listen to those messages and we pay attention, that's when we can transform our body and our life. So the most important piece here is listening to our body, questioning what it's saying, and know that your body is beautiful and your body is full of wisdom. So how did I discover this? Well, remember I said back in the year 2000, I wouldn't let somebody hold a thermometer and take the temperature on my life of where I was headed. And at the time, this was my life. This was baby number 2 that I had. I had a toddler at home who was 3 years old, and I had this little boy. And I was actually sitting in the doctor's office with him very much like that, in a little diaper with his little belly sitting on my lap. And it was his doctor's appointment. And at this appointment, the doctor asked me a question that makes every single young sleep-deprived mom do. I started to cry. And she said, how are you feeling? So of course I started to cry. And I'm sitting there crying, and she's trying to figure out, why are you crying? I just asked you a question. And so she started asking me questions, and I realized now that she was asking me questions that she wanted the answer yes to. And how she phrased them was very interesting. So she said, how is your motivation compared to how it used to be? Is your motivation lower than it used to be? And I said, well, yes. I mean, I have a toddler at home. I have this newborn sitting in my lap. And she said, is your sleep? Has your sleep changed compared to what it was before? And I'm like, well, yes. She said, how's your libido? Is your libido less than it used to be? And I'm like, of course, I have a toddler at home. I have a baby sitting in my lap. I'm postpartum. Of course, all of that is different. And then the interesting thing is she didn't do any blood tests. She didn't do anything else. She just asked me these few critical questions. And then she leaned over, she opened a drawer. She pulled out a package of antidepressants. She put them on the counter and she said, I want you to take these. And I want you to come back in 10 days. And this is going to be a lifetime of monitoring. And it was those words that she said that something switched in my head. It was like a movie, when you could hear the hush of the movie around you and everything gets really quiet and slow. A lifetime of monitoring. And so I took the pills and I put them in my pocket and I left. And I went back 10 days later and I said, I'm not taking these. I'm taking a different avenue. I am going to figure out what is going on inside my body, why I was sitting in your doctor's office with tears falling off my face and landing on my poor little baby's body, why I felt guilty and ashamed and confused. I'm going to figure out what's going on inside my body so that I can feel energized. Because I felt at the time absolutely exhausted, so exhausted that I could lie down. I could go to a grocery store and lie down on the grocery store floor and people would have stepped over me and I would have been fine with that. That's how tired I felt at the time. And I'm like, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not letting you take the temperature on my life. I'm going to take the control back. And I did. And that's why I became a holistic nutrition coach, which is what I do today. So how do we start? How do we start listening to our own body? How do we have that moment, that out of body moment and say, okay, this is enough. I need to understand what I'm doing. First, we need to understand that our brain is actually in control of our body and that our hormones, which are controlled by our brain, are controlling our metabolism. The minute we tap into that, the whole world opens up and we can change things. And I like to call it, it's what I call my TFAPR. We have thoughts, which create a feeling. Feelings create action. Action creates progress, and progress is where we're going to get the results. So if we put everything we do into this, oh, I have a thought, and we realize that we have a feeling behind that, we can transform our metabolism. So how do we know this to be true? Think about it when I say, I'm going to go for a walk. And you go, okay, yeah, you put your shoes on, let you go. Or you go, it's raining out. I don't feel like it. I want to go for a walk. Or I'm going to stop eating sugar. Or I'm going to start getting up earlier. Practice to be more present. I'm going to write in my journal. All those things we think, but then we had a feeling behind it and we talk ourselves out of it. So we have the best intentions, but they don't always work. So the problem is that best intentions are based on willpower. And we can't base everything we do on willpower because willpower is a battery. Believe it or not, willpower is a battery and the batteries run out. So let's test that theory. Have you ever walked by something and resisted? Like someone puts out a bowl of candy and it's in the office and you walk by that bowl of candy 100 times. You walk by or there are chips in the cupboard and the chips are calling you, the donuts, the chocolate, they're calling you. You see it in the lunchroom, the pack of donuts. Eventually, after a few hours, after many times of going past it, with the best intentions, we eventually give in. You have the candy, you have the bowl of chips, you have the donut. Why did our mind giving in? What's going on? When we have the best intentions, but eventually we give in. Why did your mind give in? And it's because our brain is a battery. So how about sleep in the mind? After a bad night's sleep, you're grumpy and hungry all day long. I mean, how many times has it happened? You go out for a really nice meal with friends and you maybe had a few drinks, you stayed up really late, you get up the next morning and I cannot stay full today. I am hungry all day long, no matter what I do. You end up making choices that you're not happy with. And willpower is absolutely out the window. What's going on in that situation? And then we don't make progress, right? We end up feeling worse. We have more guilt, more shame. It's by understanding that our willpower is actually a battery and it needs recharging and all types of stress. So whether it's going past that bowl of candy 100 times, that's a stress. Whether it is being up late at night and being dehydrated, that's a stress on our body. And that is draining that stress barometer. It's draining that metabolism. So the solution lies inside our understanding of that. Imagine if you could learn how to recharge a battery and use your willpower to support your best intentions. That is going to end your self-sabotage, right? And imagine if you could recharge your brain battery and support your willpower at the same time and easily stop you from eating the candy, the chocolate, or the chips. Or realize how that lack of sleep skyrockets your hunger. Wouldn't that be helpful to know? Now that you know that, isn't that helpful to know that that's what's going on? Or how about knowing that a lack of sleep triggers our hunger hormones? This one is pretty amazing. When your stress barometer is tapped out and your hunger hormones actually get turned off. So your I'm full hormone gets turned off, and your satiating hormone, ghrelin, gets turned off as well. So your leptin gets turned on, which is you're making you feel hungry all the time, and your ghrelin gets turned off. Your I'm full hormone. So you're going to keep eating and eating and eating and eating because the one hormone is turned on, telling you to eat, and the other one's is now turned off, telling you you're full. Crazy, right? When you're in high stress situations, you wonder why we've all gained the COVID weight. This is it right here, folks. This is what's happened with our stress barometer. It's cool, right? Simply understanding the concept is key. It's enlightening. It's the key to recharging your willpower to get you the results that you want. Understanding that sleep is also so vital to support our minds and our hormones. So when we can get ahead of the sleepy hormones, we simply by understanding what our willpower needs, that sets us up for success. So if we go back and look at our TFAPR, we see that our hormones are controlling our thoughts, right? Whether we're hungry or whether we are full. That our thoughts create feelings. I want that donut. I want those cookies. It's created a feeling, or I don't want to go for that walk. Then the feeling causes action, whether that's to eat something or not eat something, to walk or not walk. Then we're put into action, which means we're going to make progress and we're going to get results. So it's what I did with my client recently. Patty, she had gained weight. She had tried workouts. She was eating less, right? She was doing the diet mentality, but the weight kept coming back on. She was frustrated, confused, and overwhelmed. So what did we do? We made her metabolism more flexible. And I'm not going to get into flexible and inflexible metabolisms. That would be a whole nother talk. That she no longer felt guilty because she understood why her body was hanging on to the weight. We figured out what her body needed and what worked in her life. And here's what she said. So I did this post and she said, I'm officially 11 weeks into this journey. So in 3 days, the heartburn was gone. In 3 weeks, she lost 11 pounds. And this is what she sent me a boxer and said, I'm officially 11 weeks into this journey and I'm truly grateful for our reconnecting. With your support and knowledge, I have really kickstarted my life again. The birds are chirping today, must be celebrating 24.8 pounds, Yahoo. And that was really about tapping into her stress barometer. So what simple actions can you take? How about this? How about this step to power up your willpower? It can be as simple as hiding the candy bowl. That's it. Hide the candy bowl. Take the stress away. Take the stress against your barometer away. Remove the stress strain. It gives your body a break from the temptation, and it gives your body something new to think about, and it helps to recharge your willpower battery. And why is this important? Because then we don't have to feel guilty. And why else? Then we don't have to feel confused and overwhelmed as to what's going on with our beautiful body. So I have there's a simple action steps. Ask yourself what's going on and why. Why am I eating this or feeling this way? Get to the root cause of what your body is trying to tell you. And that's what I love doing with women. So who else would love to catch themselves in a moment of self-sabotage and turn it around? You know, say, I want that. For sure, I think we all do. So you hear that outside? I don't know what my neighbors are doing. So how else is our mind controlling our body? Everything we think is controlled by our feelings, right? How we feel stops us all the time. Equally, we have learned that it can support us. Our feelings can either stop us or they can propel us forward. Have you ever noticed this? So what's the trick to propel ourselves forward? The trick is to put our thoughts into action mode quickly. When you have a thought, right? So we have that thought, I want to go for a walk. Don't pause. Put it into action. Step over that feeling. The only way to make progress and get results is to get the action that's going to propel us to accomplish something like walking more or losing weight or reducing stress. So let's look at an example. We all know that if we reduce stress, one way that we can do that is by going and walking in nature, right? We hear about nature walks constantly right now, nature bathing, forest bathing, whatever you want to call it. We're also supporting our metabolism, which is the stress barometer. That's why all the gurus are telling us to get outside into nature, why it's so important. So How many times do you follow through when you say, I should go for a walk? Do you do it? I should call my mom. Do you do it? I'm going to ask for a raise tomorrow. Do you do it? You've had those thoughts. Are you going to let feelings get in the way? Every time you have a thought, I should, you actually did it. Imagine if you did that. Imagine if you said, I should go for a walk. You pick up your shoes, you walk out the door, and it happens. The result, you come home happy with yourself. Your body is happy with that relaxing exercise. You've lowered your stress. You've supported your stress barometer, your metabolism. Imagine if I should call and you did it instead of saying, nah, it's too late, or it's not the right time. Talk. You need to stop and make excuses and just get yourself into action. So when you have that thought, step over the feeling and get into action. Imagine if you've always wanted to meditate and you sit down for 10 minutes and you actually do it. What could that do to recharge your willpower, that brain battery you've been talking about? What could it do to support your body in a positive way and reduce the stress and guilt? It's perfect when you say, nah, I don't really feel like it, or I'm scared to ask for that raise. Step over that feeling. So when you have a thought, the next step needs to be action. You skip right over the F, right over that feeling, step over it. And how about one more tool? So I like to leave people with lots of tools to support your action. Ask yourself, how will I feel tomorrow? How will I feel tomorrow if I actually go ask for that raise? How will I feel tomorrow if I actually go for that walk? Imagine the positive momentum. Imagine you building it into your life. And the bonus of recharging your brain battery, you no longer are draining it with too much debate or thinking. That's exactly what I did here with my friend or my clients, my Susan, who's also a very good friend of mine. And she said, I made the commitment to do better by myself, to be better for me. It was time. I tried diets, running marathons, distracting myself in so many ways. One step, one day, I did the dailies because I have a membership, and she's inside my membership doing her dailies. 1 week, 1 month at a time, on to month 7 and 8. Now she's actually on to month 15 inside the membership. No new New Year's resolutions, no new restrictive diets I thought I needed. I needed me enough to be me. So now you have a few tools. You understand that your metabolism is stress barometer and needs recharging. By listening and paying attention, you can transform your body. You know that your thoughts are controlled by our hormones and our feelings, and how to move from a thought and into action. And I'm going to give you one more piece of the puzzle. How we fuel our body shows up in every day of our life. The biggest problem is that we treat our body like a car, right? If we add the wrong fuel, like caffeine and sugar, or if we don't clean out the spark plugs and we keep driving around with the parking brake on, we end up eating food that disrupts our sleep or our digestion. We're left feeling heavy, bloated, hungry, restless, anxious, and eventually we sputter and the car will stall, right? The problem is the car stops, but we continue to run around. We push harder on the gas, we add in more caffeine and sugar, we pull the parking brake, eat and go out with friends and drinks and burn off steam. We do all those things, especially if we're givers and empaths and we're giving, we always drive around with the parking brake on at the same time. Then we're left depleted. We feel drained, ragged, unhappy, moody, sad, frustrated, lost, and it starts to show up as poor sleep, sadness, depression, weight gain, skin rashes and disorders. And believe how many of my clients have fixed their skin, puffy eyes, swollen hands, aches and pains, but there is a solution. I would like you to look at ways to replenish your body instead. Less caffeine. I'm not telling you to take caffeine out of your. I never tell people to completely take things out because that's not realistic. But how about we cut back on caffeine a little bit, cut back on sugar a little bit, cut back on processed foods, fried foods and cola are the best first steps. So hands up, who likes the sound of that instead? We can take some simple steps, right? How about simple steps like eating slowly, mindfully, and truly enjoying every single bite? Your body will be able to keep up with you then. You'll actually be able to digest the beautiful food that you're eating. You'll feel that trimmer and happier naturally and have more energy as a result. And imagine having more energy. Who would like that? Who would like to get to a body that generates and radiates energy, one that supports a lean body naturally? Imagine a calm body you feel comfortable in. Imagine the ripple effect outside of yourself into your relationships. You'll be a more patient mom, wife, friend, daughter, and imagine refueling properly to allow your body to process hormones. The result is optimal weight, a clear head, a more relaxed digestive system, no more gas, bloating, or restless nights sleep. So tips and tricks, cut back on the processed food, fried foods, sugar, especially in the drinks that we drink. Refuel with real food. Check labels for words that you don't understand. Replace cooking oils for healthier oils like olive oil and avocado oils, walnut oils. Use olive oil for cool heat only. Coconut oil is a great one as well. Your body will love you. Clean gas makes a machine run well. Dirty gas makes it choke and stall. It's the same for our body. Your body's going to love you because it's all about the layers, right? I haven't given you crazy ideas. I've given you really simple tools to think about. Make small changes for big results. Start small. Keep going. Keep yourself in action. It all matters. Move the needle forward because your body will love you. You'll feel happier and leaner naturally rather than making your pants feel tighter and leaving you feeling tired and grumpy. And it's what I did with one client of mine. She said, I feel great. She said, I just wanted to let you know that that I feel great. I have more energy than I cannot remember. No aches and pains. I'm down 4 pounds and my belly is flattening out again. And this was after 1 week. 1 week. Also, my asthma symptoms have improved. No wheezing in the morning anymore. I mean, who would even think that that would be a factor, right? Of course, the fact that the sun is shining doesn't even hurt. And this particular client even had carpal tunnel surgery booked. And 3 weeks after working with me, she called me super excited because the surgeon had said that the carpal tunnel surgery was off the table indefinitely because of the inflammation reducing that we had done in her body. So wow, we have covered a lot here. Our brain and hormones are in control of our body, and our metabolism is a stress barometer. We now know that our thoughts and feelings control our actions and can propel us into action to make progress and get results. And we also know how to refuel our body so that we can show up in our life every day. But we still have a little problem here. How do we pull this all together so that we have more energy and not doing crazy diets and workouts, so that you're no longer exhausted in trying to find time to fit everything in so that it works in your life and your schedule? We need to realize that if we don't get this handled and let another year or 2 pass, you'll have gained more weight and still feel exhausted than you were 1 or 2 years older. All the plans you have for your life will be put off again until you have more energy or feel better. And it doesn't get easier, right? It actually gets harder the older we get. Not doing anything about this is going to make you feel that it's even harder the longer you leave it. But it doesn't have to be this way. And I like to give everybody a jump start. To start powering up your energy, I've created this cool guide called The 10 Smart Ways to Power Up and Trim Down and Feel Like You Again. So just go grab it. It's on my website at stephaniehw.com. Click on the link at the very top of the page, and it's yours absolutely for free. But for those of you who want more, for those of you who have been listening to me today, and you know it's time to finally get a handle on the symptoms you've been dealing with, the symptoms that are holding you back and keeping you exhausted and not feeling like yourself, if you know it's time, then you're in the same position, if not worse, 2 years from now, that this is you, then I'd love to invite you to one of my Slim Down Power Up Naturally Breakthrough sessions. This is where we get on a Zoom call and talk about 3 things: where you are now, where you want to be, what's getting in your way of your metabolism right now. And together we can create that plan, the plans that I've done for my other clients, and we can make some massive, massive changes. So if you want those results, be one of the 7 people to book in a complimentary Slim Down Power Ups Breakthrough session that's usually $297. But for the first 7 people who book in quickly, this will be completely free for you. So visit my website at stephaniehw.com and go and grab that free guide. And thank you very much, guys. I loved being here today.
Thank you so much. Can you please turn off your screen share and wait? No problem. Yes. Can you just look at the camera and then give us a good smile because we are doing live tweet? 1, 2, 3, go. Great. I'm just remembering my good old days when I used to do fashion photography to sustain myself. Now I became a Zoom photographer.
There you go. You're doing a great job.
Okay, so a quick question to you. It's a beautiful presentation for sure. Talking from the perspective of probably a gym freak and probably a passionate person on fighting, I'm not sure how many of you know that we run a very small initiative. It's called Yoga Training for You. There is a website called yogatrainingforyou.com. It's one of my portfolio company. A quick question. When people think about nutrition and health, a lot of them, they usually come to these platform as well. Some of the male and women, they consume tablets, which are vitamin tablets, right? Sometimes they don't understand where and when they should consume that. Example, they are taking probably calcium tablets. Some people don't understand how much mg they should take. And if they also, they consult someone, usually from the perspective of doctors, they usually suggest to go for a decent level of mg of calcium. And then the big gap is they don't understand, if you don't consume K2 with calcium, it's not going to hit your bone, rather it's going to hit your kidney.
Right.
Then you are talking about consuming organic fruits and organic foods, which is really, not easy to get nowadays. We somehow, humanity lost all those touch of all those good natural fruits and foods to be consumed and optimized in the body. What is exactly your suggestion to understand for common people, so that they can become healthy, they can have a proper healthy body so that they can work more? You shared a lot of things, but three small tips for a common person who usually go to a job, don't go to gym, don't work out, don't walk a lot. And that's a challenge. That's a challenge for them, especially the IT guys who don't walk much. They just sit on maybe in their chair. And during this COVID, this is a severe problem. I'm not sure how many of you are understanding this. For last 2 years, when you're working and you're working in front of your computer, your health actually is affected.
That's right.
So
That's
many
right.
different aspects.
Yeah, and I mean, they're even
3 tips
Three
from
tips,
your
okay.
perspective. Yeah.
Yep, from my perspective, I would say if somebody can't get out and walk in nature, because we're sitting out and walking in nature, even just if you can get outside and sit under a tree and listen to the breeze, listen to the woods, listen to the traffic, whatever is going on outside, is just be out there and get that sunshine in your eyes is so vitally important, because that again is going to be really helpful for your stress barometer. Eat a variety of food. Try and eat a variety of things. So maybe it's going to be carrots today and broccoli the next day. That's going to get you a different variety. Every time you see a color in food, those are different vitamins and minerals inside the food that we're going to get. And number 3, I would say, is stretching. Just find some really simple stretches. They're going to stretch out the different meridians in your body, and they're going to support the different organs in your body. So again, it's going to get you up off your chair. It's going to simply give you something new to do. So stretching, get out in nature and listen to the nature, and just eat as much a variety of vegetables as you can.
Not only that, maybe I can add a little bit of tips if you allow me.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so you can probably use your staircase if you have a staircase in your home.
Yep.
If you can't go out really, you can go up and down for maybe 4 or 5 times. It really reduces your belly fat, and it is very good for your heart. Keeping a good heart is an important factor. And probably, Stephanie, if I may add more, probably drinking an optimum level of water in your body is really important. Can you give us small tips? Okay, I'll give you a live example. Say someone is about 60 pounds, aged about, because you're dealing with 40 plus, aged about 40, 45, probably a woman, drink about 2 liters in a day. Is it sufficient? Is it not? If not, what's the reason? What are the kind of issues that you can probably have if you drink less amount of water with that kind of body weight? Over to you.
Yeah, if you drink, I mean, I'm a big one for drinking lots of water. I usually give people, I give them a list of 5 things, and I tell them they can pick 2 or 3 in their first week that they're working with me. And the very first one out of the gate's always lemon water, warm lemon water first thing in the morning to do that final detoxification flush out of their body. And then I always encourage them to add more water into their diet. Because it's going to help them with elimination. Not only is it going to help their skin, it's going to wake them up because it's going to give them more energy. It's going to be beneficial to their blood, but at the same time, it's going to help elimination. And a lot of us have lots of too much estrogen in our body. Even men have too much estrogen in their body because we're picking it up from plastics from the environment. And that water is going to help you with the detoxification and help you with your colon, help you have better bowel movements as well. So I'm a huge proponent for more water.
Beautiful tips, Stephanie. So World Leader Summit, to give you a small input, is not about only having one event. This is basically our key mega summit, which we celebrate every year. We have programs monthly, which we call as Business Symposium. We run a business acceleration program plus a fund, which we call as Co-Innovate Ventures, which is pretty new, but we have been dealing with a lot of funding for the last 2 decades, mainly me. So we felt that we should create a common platform for all the people. And that's the reason we created WLS ecosystem as an ecosystem. And within that, we have a health and nutrition as a committee itself. And there are people who are trying to give good values to the entire humanity and ecosystem. We'll be more than happy after the summit, be in touch with us. We'll be more than happy to have you inside that and probably do something cool together. Maybe we can do great with respect to humanity and with respect to probably good life. We can have coaching sessions, paid ones, so that people can join, people can have values and get values and give values. Please stay with us and stay tuned. World Leader Summit is happening from 5th to 9th of November. Although Stephanie is a believer and lover of sleeping and good sleep every day, but I'm not sleeping for the last 10 days, but I'm really enjoying it because there are techniques which probably I will share after the summit, how I can sustain. But yes, please be in touch with her if you are looking for good nutrition. I'm sure that you got the understanding how much valuable inputs that she was sharing, and it's not very easy to go for one individual person, understand their body need and work with them. Your body actually works differently when you become 40. And trust me on this, when you're 30 and less than 30, your body works differently. Keeping that same speed, space, muscle, and your body fat count is not that easy. It's a science. You need to understand the science and you need a specialist like her. Thank you so much, Stephanie, for coming here and sharing all the insights. I'll open the floor for Srenik for 10 minutes. I'm so sorry, Srenik, you asked for a small session. He's a great guy. He had a cancer in his vocal cord and he is a public speaker. Okay, so Srenik, over to you, 10 minutes from our end if you want to share something.
Yeah, thank you. Tell me, am I properly audible now? Great. So, the world is like, Formula Race 1. Everybody is on a fast track, and God is always kind to the people for providing all kind of facilities on speaking, singing, and stuff like this. Well, I would not say unfortunately, but I would say fortunately, you would be feeling funny, or maybe you will laugh at my saying that, I don't say it is unfortunate, it is a So, coming back, so I would not say it is unfortunate, but it is fortunate because before I was diagnosed with a vocal cord cancer in last stage, I was 100% family man, businessman, and always looking after my business and so on. But this vocal cord cancer, the life 2.0 has given me immense opportunity, exceptional opportunities to become a global influencer and inspirational speaker. see, I mean, this voice, had given me an opportunity that, for example, if Arijit is speaking to somebody, he would have to say that, okay, this is Arijit. Well, when in contrary to that, when, I would be speaking to somebody, I need not have to tell that, okay, this is Shanika because, my voice is unique. So, that what I would love to say it is a fortunate phenomena of the life. And let me tell you one more thing. And I'm rather humbled to say that this vocal cord cancer had given me such unbelievable courage to stand out in the world. I'm giving uh, uh, talks in medical colleges, international conferences. I have counseled more than 30,000 patients globally free of cost. I have not charged single penny to anybody till date, and well, more than 10,000 students I have motivated. So, see, my expertise is speaking about freedom from fear, because once you have a fear you cannot get out of your comfort zone, and that makes it absolutely difficult to accomplish your goal. So, and I try to address the mental health. I try to address the depression. I try to address the unsuicidal behavior and stuff like this. And the one of the most important thing is I am speaking about image building beyond boundaries, be it professional life, be it personal life. And this is what I'm doing. On top of that, I certainly make sure that I can bring back the lost smile for the not only for the patients, for caregivers, family, or whatsoever. So this is what exactly I am doing, and believe me, in last 10 years, the 3,650 days, I'm humbled to say that I am kind of a one-man army. I am not associated with anybody, but now as I said earlier, I'm the youngest among all of you. I am 25, married, two sons, two daughter-in-laws, two grandsons, and one beautiful wife. And of course, definitely not a candidate for marriage for sure. But so the best part is I am every single day I am living at the moment. I don't bother about tomorrow. And another point, I don't keep things pending for tomorrow. I do it everything today itself. So that is keeping me stress free. And yes, I have four V2 engines, I am trying to expand my horizon like A380, 300 cross continents, because the video one video engine is here, another is in my throne, third is in my heart, and fourth is my gut in my gut. And yes, I'm committed to deliver all the way unconditionally. But I think that I will be able to work for another 10 years, and now I would love to be into a sort of a collaborating arrangement with the people or like-minded people, where I can guarantee 1000% value addition.
Thank you so much, Renik, for sharing all the insights. We actually love you, the way you are coming and showing the courage. Please stay with us. We'll be starting the session tomorrow morning once again. This is the last speech that we had for today. It's like really late night in India, and we have been running it for last, I think, 12 and a half hours continuously. Yes, of course, life is thrilling. So we'll be having you once again tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock sharp Stay tuned, join us, support us, keep loving us, keep asking us questions, and feel free to connect and communicate with each other. With this note, I'm stopping this live stream and the recording, and let's connect with each other tomorrow itself. Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye. Good night.